Hi everybody, welcome to the Calling in Liverpool, and what an historic event this is going to be. We're going to make history. It's
You're good. You're good.
We are going to make history. We are going to crown our calling champion in the next 2 days. Let's talk about Liverpool.
Absolutely. We're sat right next to it, in fact.
Indeed. I saw the ferry, sort of like what the
Yeah.
Beatles sung about. I saw the ferry last night. Just up the road is sort of like the museum for the Titanic,
Yeah.
because this is the port of registry for the Titanic. It is the home to the original Red versus Blue.
It is. We've got Liverpool playing today at home, so the city could be quite busy today, and Everton just across the river.
Indeed. So
We're also sat in the same event area where the Eurovision Song Contest was held last year. If anyone is into that.
Indeed. And when I found that out, I was just like, that's so cool. I told my wife, and she was absolutely ecstatic that we were here. But sort of like, let's get on to what we're here for. Let's get on to the event. Sort of like, we're here for 2 days of heavy hitters. Starting off with Sealed. That has been absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
What are we gonna see from that?
I honestly think this is the best sealed set that LSS have produced so far. I know there's a lot of nostalgia for Welcome to Wraith, but having 6 heroes who have multiple archetypes within the set is just phenomenal. And we've seen from the Queenstown event and the Hartford event that the spread of heroes we're seeing and the way they're being played is evolving and changing every time as well. So today we have 8 rounds of Swiss with 1 sealed pool.
Yep.
We're going to see my push the point colleagues building a sealed pool very shortly, and we're going to see the players maybe flex into different heroes. I don't know if we're going to see the same KO and Kasai top runners that we've seen in Hartford and in Queenstown. I think now the product has been released and the general masses have had their hands on the product.
Yep.
We might see some different strategies.
We might sort of like, we've had so much content for everybody to devour. The sort of like we've had Queenstown, we've had Hartford. We've had sort of like 3 weeks of digesting sort of like this information. We've seen with previous sets, sort of like Aria, Briar straight out the gate was really popular, and then we saw Oldham come in.
Absolutely.
Maybe 3 weeks might be a little bit early, but we might actually start seeing this develop, like you were saying, the experience of seeing the cards, the experience of hands-on with the cards, because there's nothing better than to have the cards in your hand and actually play with them instead of sort of like digitally trying to work out what's going on.
Make no mistake, there will be players out there who have done 50, 60, 70 seal pools just to get in the mindset for today.
Yeah, even me, I'm not particularly a competitive player, but when I had a case, it was let's play sealed, let's crack those packs, let's see what we got. And like you were saying, it is the best sealed we have ever had. I mean, yes, they've built on sort of like the talents, multi-talents. We've seen that in Aria. We've seen that in Outsiders. We saw sort of like Bright Lights, sort of like open up the seal pool, and all that experience that the developers have got at LSS. We are now seeing this in heavy hitters.
And if they are brave enough, courageous enough, strong enough to get through 8 rounds of Swiss at the top of the pool today, tomorrow brings us 2 drafts followed by a top 8.
Yeah,
now
the drafts are going to be awesome.
The draft for this set again is another level, and I think we're going to see some really amazing draft strategies coming out tomorrow.
Yep.
We've got some incredible players here. They've come from all over the world. We've got our UK champion, Alex Kitsu. We've got Jason Rolfe, the leader of the XP leaderboard in the UK at the moment.
Indeed.
We've got Yorgos Samaras all the way from Greece.
Yep, 2021 national champion for Greece.
Pablo Pintor and the Samurai Sunflowers are here.
Yeah, so everyone should know Pablo, Pro Tour winner. He's a phenomenal player. We've got Sebastian Grondal from Sweden. He, at Birmingham Calling, he was top of Swiss going into day 2, got all the way to the top 4, and he was on the top tables for sealed yesterday, sort of like in the side event.
In the side event.
Yeah, he was playing absolutely fantastically.
And we've got
Rob Catton's here, so top 8. Worlds 2022.
Yeah, multiple events. We've got Maximilian Klein from Germany and some of the German contingent with him.
Yeah.
We've got Michael Feng and Brody Spurlock all the way from the USA.
Yeah, yesterday they were slightly jet lagged. There's an interview with those guys. Yeah, they were tired, and we have a nice chat with them about basically how they, how to battle jet lag. How is this affecting their travel? They do really well in America, but sort of like, they've got to get used to the travel, because obviously, it's not guaranteed where Worlds is. We've got an interview with Trevor Baker later, sort of like where he's talking about sort of like organising Worlds and sort of like organising the events in the future. So that's really nice.
Trevor Baker being the head of OP at LSS.
Director of Premier Play for
go.
LSS. And we should have a chat with Alex Watkins coming up. He is the OP. I'm not sure his actual title, but he's in charge of OP and sort of like branching out into conventions. So sort of like, we're seeing this fruition, this plan of spreading the love of flesh and blood, across the globe.
We've seen the announcement from LSS that there's going to be a $1.5 million prize pool this year.
Yeah.
Should we have a look at what we're playing for this weekend?
Oh, absolutely.
So if you battle your way through day one, you compete in the drafts on day 2 and you manage to get top 32, you're going away with $250.
That's nice.
Top 16, $400.
Yep.
And then the top 8 is really where the spice comes into play. If you manage to get to that top 8, $750 and a gold foil legendary and the all-important PTI.
PTI is if you were planning to go to Los Angeles. This is, there are going to be people that have already planned to go to LA.
Yeah.
And this is the final piece of the puzzle where they can go into the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
If you're unfortunate that you can't make LA, we've only got in a few short months, we've got Amsterdam. Two Pro Tours now. There is everything to play for. No hoarding them.
Yeah.
You can spend them.
I think last year with only one Pro Tour, people maybe were looking for more to do. And this year we've gone back up to 2 Pro Tours and we haven't even had an announcement about Worlds yet. So Worlds is going to be super exciting and the PTI is eligible for that too.
Yeah.
Now, if you're getting to the semi-finals, 3rd, 4th place, $1,200 and a gold foil legendary and a PTI.
Yeah.
But if you manage to get to the final of the Calling in Liverpool, you're going away with at least $2,400, a cold gold foil legendary and a PTI.
Yeah.
And the winner gets the gold foil extended art Balance of Justice, the new generic headpiece in heavy hitters that is taken over from the Crown of Providence.
Phenomenal prize.
Yeah.
Even sort of like the gold foils, they've updated their gold foils that they're giving away. We saw in Manila that Justin Koo, he opened an Apex Bone Breaker and it went absolutely bonkers. Hopefully, fingers crossed, someone will open sort of like a gold foil on camera, sort of like tomorrow. That'll be nice to see.
We might see some spice being opened, and it's not just the Calling that has the gold foil spice. There will be a gold foil given away with the Commoner event on Sunday.
Nice.
And I believe there's some gold foils for the Battle Hardened winner as well. So Sunday is our CC Battle Hardened.
The thing is, like, the side events open up the event to everybody.
Yeah.
Like, there were so many people here enjoying the side events. Yeah. We had a Super Armory, we had the Sealed, we had a UPF draft. There was so much going on. You take your pick, enjoy the flavour however you enjoy flesh and blood.
Yeah.
But this is the great thing about these events. It's not just for the high competitive play to enter into the Calling. It is something for everybody to come and join in and sort of like experience flesh and blood in such an amazing location.
And if you're doing those side events, you're going to be accruing ticks to be used at the prize wall. And I have seen some absolute dreamy cards at the prize wall. So I've seen some cold foil seismic surges, some rune chants, some incredible tokens.
They've got cold foil, agility, vigor, and might tokens. So yeah, a chance for for players to get hold of those. The double ticket events are always sort of like highly sought after to get those. There is an uncut sheet of Marvel heroes.
And an uncut sheet of legendary Rainbow Fours as well.
Yeah, it just looks amazing. I went past and just went, flipping heck, that is pretty cool. New playmats from Heavy Hitters artwork. They look absolutely amazing. The convention playmat for Up the Ante.
Oh,
yeah,
yes,
that blew me away.
Oh my goodness,
that was really, really good.
So for the rest of this weekend, you wonderful viewers have the pleasure of Push the Point, all three of us, and Tabletop 24 bringing you coverage from the whole weekend of Calling Liverpool. We are looking forward to seeing some incredible sealed games.
Absolutely.
And some draft tomorrow. The players are already opening their sealed packs.
Yep.
We will get you the meta as soon as we can. And in a short while, as I said, we're going to be passing over to Trip and Hamish, who are doing their sealed pool as a bit of a parallel play with the players to see what is coming up.
Yeah, to get their take on it. I'll be at the table, and then, you know, if the winners want an interview and we've got enough time, we'll bring those through. We'll do the interviews, so we'll get sort of like, you know, the players' sort of like perspective on how the game went and how they're enjoying Heavy Hitters. You know, if they're playing not KO or Kasai, you know, why they pick those heroes and the tactics they're using to push through, you know, with the lesser sort of like popular heroes, we shall say, at this point. Before we go to that, though, we're going to go to Queenstown and a hero spotlight.
Okay.
He's not going to.
So, the Queenstown celebrational event was a massive event. With players, content creators, judges, all and tournament organisers all invited over to the home of Flesh and Blood in New Zealand for a 5-year celebration of the game of Flesh and Blood.
There was a lot of FOMO. You know,
I think there was a huge amount of FOMO.
Yeah.
I wish we could have been there. Maybe in the future that's something we can look at. But the players and the attendees were given an incredible amount of goodwill from LSS, flown out there to enjoy and really see where Flesh and Blood was born.
The good thing is, sort of like, if you were suffering from FOMO, it can push those people on to make more content. There's a space here for you to enjoy your hobby in whichever way you choose. And sort of like, like you say, it's rewarding those players, you know, and NSS saying thank you for supporting us from the very beginning.
Why don't we take a look at what really went down in Queenstown?
You know, just living the dream, clearly. Hanging out with cool people in a beautiful place. What's better than that?
I could definitely get used to this.
Delete my browser history, please, if something goes wrong.
No!
All right, thanks. Don't look under my bed.
Hang loose, brother. Let's do this.
And a pleasure to have you with us, and we are excited. Who's pumped for this week? Yeah!
Without further ado, I officially announce the celebrational open.
I'm just gonna let them let go.
and then figure out what happens after the fact. Let's go, bring it up. Here it comes. Congratulations, my friend. Now go get like 9 more XP on a draft or something, all right?
Thanks, Blake.
No worries, brother. All right, friends.
Thank you, Trevor. Good morning, everyone. My name is...
I'm not in the tournament, doesn't matter.
Show me. Big smiles, big boy. Yeah. That looks beautiful.
This is my old TCG buddy for 25 years. We've been playing cards together for 25 years all around the world. Incredible. Incredible. Doing it for the old boys.
Only the strongest survive! Your biggest beaches!
Celebration! Woo!
To the arena!
Here's something to get you started. To survive here, you'll have to put your money where your mouth is. And test your strength. Becoming a champion takes all your might, agility, and vigor. So ask yourself, before you risk it all, what drives you to step into the arena? Fame? Fortune?
Vengeance. And gold? After all, raising an army isn't cheap. The sands will run red!
finally have some packs to open. We're going to try and build a...
We're going to show how well, we're going to get 6 packs, and we're going to show what a sealed pull from Heavy Hitters looks like.
So we're only allowed 6.
Oh, not a whole box?
Not a whole box. This has been kindly donated by Alan in the booth. Do you want to pick your favourite ones?
Yeah, well, you just touched that one. So
this
it's like
one,
a piece of cake.
This
you
one's
can take
fine
that.
then.
Right.
Yeah. You touch it, you keep it. Oh, you go from the top.
Three,
I feel like, got to go, you know, got to mix it up a little bit. One from that side.
One from there.
And then I'll have this one.
In an event, by the way, that's exactly how it works.
That's how they do it. They pick you at random.
Okie doke. Right. So in a sealed, you open all 6 packs, and then you've got to try and make a deck from your 6 packs. So I think what we'll do is you crack open your 3, I'll crack open my 3.
Yeah, we'll get them all out.
We'll get them all
first,
together.
and then like normally I'll split it between classes.
How do you open it?
I cut off the top like that.
You're a mad lad. I do the back. Paper. I do the back. Okay.
So I'm just going to stick a... Well, firstly, I'll just see if we've got anything.
Yeah, you go for it.
Just 2 tokens.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh my God, I'm just grabbing... There's a gold foil.
Hey! Which you can't use, unfortunately.
You can't use the cold foils.
So, unfortunately, you can't use cold foil, but nice little cold foil. And
there
then
you go, Alan.
that ticket puncher.
Cold foil ticket puncher. Well, that's a start.
Already got a rare weapon. So
okay.
the rare weapons are kind of interesting in this because you're normally going to be using your token weapons, but the rare weapons can be quite interesting.
You see, I remember seeing a video where James White actually did this whole triangle thing where he would go like Brutes here, Guardians here, Warriors here, and then the mixes go into the middle.
That's very clever.
Yeah,
I quite like that.
yeah.
So like Guardian Warrior like that.
Yeah, so this will be a Brute Warrior here.
This is so clever.
Yeah, you see?
We're learning a lot already. So if you're not aware, we're at the Calling Liverpool in the United Kingdom. Right now, all the players are building their decks.
In the middle is going to be Majestics.
That's a good card right there.
Yeah,
I like that.
exactly.
And it's kind of an interesting one. You're coming in, you're going to see these cards for the first time.
A foil Smashback Ailhorn. Pretty cool.
Well, you're going to see what cards are available to you for the first time. And it's kind of an interesting decision, like what you're going to play, what kind of style of deck you're going to build, and knowing that everyone is kind of in the same place, right? Everyone's got 6 packs.
Yeah.
If you get lucky, you can open some good Majestics that might give you a little bit of an edge, but most people are going to be playing around with commons and rares. So let's just get these all out and we can start to talk through what our options are.
It's okay.
Warrior.
Right, and then here's your 2 tokens over here. It's quite interesting, really, that you start to see that mostly you get more of a larger pool of. Well, actually, I was going to say you get a bit of a larger pool of some, but these 3 packs here, well, these 2 packs I've currently got at the minute, are really telling me I've got quite a lot of Brute card options. I mean, these are looking pretty hot for Brute at the minute.
Also, we've got the tiny tokens.
Show.
Where you can just rip a card in half. There's nothing more satisfying than ripping a card in half.
Well, this is interesting. We got a face down card here. Bro, I don't know what could this.
It's a crack bauble.
Oh, I got the excitement going.
Big Bop as well. The card we
Bop.
revealed and push the point.
Okay.
And then we got all this.
I've got my little tiny tokens. Agile.
Do you want to rip it in half?
Agility, gold, might figure. Rip it in half. What do you get? 2 tokens. Sweet. That's so cool, actually.
Generics. I've got an actual ticket puncher, so we can actually run.
You can actually run that real ticket puncher. Do you think I can help with that? We've got a cold foil straight away. All right, Warrior.
Oh, we've actually got a Majestic KO, so you can now play KO in CC, which is quite nice.
And they're actually pretty tricky to get.
So that's nice. We can't play it in
CC.
Sealed, of course. It's only Young Heroes in Sealed, but nice to pick up a little.
Good. So you do your thing there, and I think this whole wheel thing is actually a real good. We'll keep the wheel, right? We'll keep the wheel. So we'll keep the wheel going once you've got all your stuff organised together.
So a few things. I've been putting the Brute Warriors together. We'll have to have a look at it, see what Hamish has got in the Brute Warrior slot. Got one blue Agile wind up. Obviously the blue is quite nice in KO because even though it's a 5 power, KO's ability means that cards with 5 power are actually 6 power when they're other than the combat chain. So that's really relevant for the Agile wind-up. So
that's a very strong one.
I was going to say, do you have any other Agile wind-ups in your Brute Warrior list?
So let's have a look here.
This card.
I've got
So
a
we've got
yellow.
2.
Okay, so that's the start. So I'll tell you what, actually, should we put, this is what a sealed deck is. It's not just 2 packs of 3. Should we just put this all into one?
Yeah, so you want
big
to stick
thing?
your warrior cards together.
Yeah, warrior brutes.
Brutes of brutes together.
All the brutes together.
And then warrior.
Warrior.
Guardian.
Oh, is this a warrior? Okay,
Yeah.
brilliant.
All Guardian cards.
All the Guardian cards.
And then, have you been splitting them out into?
Yeah, so we've got
some
the Guardian Warrior here.
Let me grab the generics
they're the
as well,
generics.
because Brute Warrior there for you as well.
Brute
And I took
Warrior.
the Command Respect out just because I really like this card. It's the kind of like CNC.
Okay, so that's
so just thought I'd throw that one out there to flag.
cool. So Brute Warrior, Brute Warrior, Brute Warrior. Oh, that's Brute Warrior here, and this is Brute Guardian here.
One card that I...
They're the generics.
Yeah, so
okay,
just
so
to
we'll
go...
do it in a wheel here.
I was
Here you
just
go.
go to talk through some of the generics, because you're often going to be padding out your sealed deck with generic cards. So I always like to have a little look through the generics and see kind of like what the picture is.
Okay.
I really like Rally the Rearguard in this set. There's a lot of overpower and relevant on hits. Being able to block for 5 through an overpower can be pretty nice. Also, the discard ability can be relevant in certain heroes.
Yeah.
We've got 2 of those. And then Money Where Your Mouth Is. I really like this card. I really like buffs in heavy hitters.
Yes. Okay. So that tells me that it's going to work really well with Betsy, because you're already putting in a pump attack, and it's also pretty good for Olympia as well, because we're just like you're saying, slapping that wager down. We've got a good rainbow selection.
But
here.
I think the thing I think about in heavy hitters is it's very easy to do one big attack and slap someone for 7, 8, 9 if you're playing Guardian, if you're playing Brute. It's about how can I do a lot with like 3 and 4 card hands, and that's where the buffs, especially these 1-cost buffs, if you're playing around with Vigor tokens, because then you're getting really good value for that one free resource. You get at the start of the turn.
And then the thing is as well, even if with Betsy, it's when you got that pump effect, if you're thinking, what am I going to do with these extra resource cards? Because her actual card text, I wonder if we actually do have a Betsy.
It's the pay 2 to...
Here we go, yeah. So whenever you attack and you control a wager, you may pay 2. So if you just put down that pump there, it doesn't say once per turn. So you can have those moments to just throw in more cards to just get +1. So you're not actually just sitting with a wasted card. You can just push him more.
Yeah, you want to be if you get the opportunity to be playing a 3 or 4 or even a 5-card hand, you want to be able to make sure you can actually use those cards. And if you don't have access to Go Again or buffs, it can be hard to actually get value out of all of your cards, and it's kind of a bit wasteful.
So when you're going to make a seal pool deck, what is it that you're looking out for? Because for me, I'm just going to, in my head, I'm actually just trying to find like where are the sort of like really powerful cards like in my sort of pool straight away. So if we get all the generics and pop them over here for now, right? We'll have, and we're going to do this just for help the viewers, right? We'll do the wheel, generics in the middle. So we've got the, where's the triangle here? So is this all the Guardians? 10 minutes. Brute. Where's all the Warriors? All the Warriors here, yeah? Do it like a cool little triangle. I feel like it's a heart attack, yeah? Right, there, and Brute Guardian here, and then there we go. Right, so let's just go through our pool, right? All the brutes here. We've got Bear Fangs, Wild Rides. See,
look at the Brute
cool Pat Call's really good as well. And we've got 2
So I quite like the
yeah.
I quite like the lead with powers. They're also getting guard. Well, there's another buff for Guardian. Also, it's an unconditional might token, so it allows you to have a powerful turn with a buffed up attack, and then also set yourself up for the following turn, which I think is really nice.
Okay, cool. So my head is automatically going. We've got Bone Breaker Bellow. Where we are.
We'll take a look through the Brute cards, and
go
I think
for it.
the first thing you want to do is like do the KO check, right? Like
what are we
talking about? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've actually got quite a lot of Brute cards that aren't fulfilling our 6 power criteria.
And an equipment card that can actually, because achieving the agility and might relatively can be potentially a little bit easy.
It's just worth thinking about this. You know, we've actually not got a huge number of straight Brute cards that are achieving that 6 power. So and then if we have a little look through the Brute Guardian as well, we've got another one there. another one there, another one there, another one there. So we're a little bit better. We still take the lead with power out.
Yeah.
So we have a little look here.
Yeah.
And then we got so the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Which is not great. Let's have a little look at the generics as well. So we got one more in there, two more in there, three more in there. So only 13, even with KO, were we getting the 5, so with the KO ability, 5 power becomes 6 power for the purposes of discarding. Only got, like, was it 13?
Yeah.
So that's not even half your deck is going to be meeting that 6 power.
Okay,
thing.
so
it's something to bear in mind there.
Okay, so maybe not looking at KO, right? Well, let's have a look at what do we want for Betsy? We want to have wager cards, right? We need to have big power cards. And that really as well, I think Betsy was also, we're looking for the Good Time Chapeau. That's like a real clear indicator that we need that, right?
The other thing with Betsy is I like to look out for really strong either 4-cost cards or like, so you can do the kind of 2 blue.
Yeah.
Or like enable the wager, so you know, 1 for the wager, something 3 for the attack, and then the 2 for the Betsy. So you're really filling out your cost curve nicely.
Yeah.
I kind of, I mean, I do want to shout, like, just personally, I don't know if this, how good these are, but I love playing these 2 cards, Bigger Than Big and Big Bop.
Well, you have them.
Yeah, these 2 are the setup cards, right?
Yeah.
So you play them, that's basically your turn, but on your next turn, you get the wager and you get the +5 damage, which is really good.
Yeah, exactly.
And we do have a yellow Big Bop in there as well, which I think is okay.
But then all those stuff set up for those cards like you're saying, like that.
Yeah, Command Respect.
Yeah.
Actually, we've got blue Bigger Than Big. I'm not sure the blue is that great.
I was going to have a look out for the other wager cards here as well. So, where are we at? Wage figure. I'll tell you what, actually, wage figure isn't that bad. That's a.
Yeah, I like the wage figure. That's the 3 cost. So the thing about these three ones is you can set up something like a Big Bop, and then on the next turn you block out keeping a blue and a wage figure, or even you set this up in Arsenal, one of these 3 powers, and then all you have to do is keep 1 blue, so you can block out your opponent's turn and then slap back for, like, 12+ damage, which is a nice swing.
Yeah, Agile Wind-Up as well. Hold on, we've got this one in a Brute Warrior here. Wage Gold. Down but not out.
Wage Gold's another one. Nice 3 cost. These Wage Vigors and Rage Golds, they're big, nice attacks. They only block for 2 though. So if you want to play a bit more defensively, you might leak a little bit of damage. So that's something to bear in mind. I think we should take a little bit look at the Warrior, because I'm not feeling. I'm not feeling the Brute necessarily. No, we should flag. We do have the
mini meat axe.
The mini meat axe.
That's not bad.
But because we don't have the 6s, the mini meat axe is a little bit. Trap.
I agree. I think we're moving away from the brutes. I think actually Betsy's looking a little bit more inviting to actually real look at. But overall, I think let's have a look at what the Warriors are going to offer. Right. Okay. So Hold'em, good card. What else?
Hold'em, good card.
Yeah. No, Goblet of Blood, Ryan, that's good. Draw Swords, that's pretty good.
Draw Swords is a really nice card to if you've got a lot of them.
And it's just
a great way to start your turn.
We've got reactions. Let's have a look. To be honest, we've got to look at the reactions. What sort of strong reactions can we actually play with here? Because that's what's really going to just help us tip over. So we've got 1, 2, 3. These are actions. These are all the reactions. These aren't here. So we haven't actually got that much here. To be honest with you, I'm feeling Betsy.
I think it's interesting. I'm actually like leaning over towards Olympia.
All right, okay. And why is that?
Because we actually have, and I think that we're kind of coming to the same thing. We've noticed it's the wager is the stronger part of the set. And now it's like, where do we think is our better deck? Is it the wagering Olympia, or is it the wagering Betsy? And I think we do have a couple of these nice buffs. And we kind of want to play like a bit of a tall Olympia kind of deck. We're playing out some of these big wager cards. We got another one here. Maybe this is the same class as your hero. So actually relevant for the warrior buffs there. And then we've got the money where your mouth is. So we create the wager with that again, and also the gold generation too. So we might end up with quite a bit of gold if we're able to keep winning these wagers. You know, you win a wager with money where your mouth is. You get 2 gold. So you can start to sort of build out that you can kind of gain resources through the gold, or you can try and get a card advantage out of it. And then we do have these nice red attack reactions as well.
But your token weapon is a Centauri Saber.
It's just a
You
Centauri
don't
Saber.
have you don't have a hot streak.
It's true.
And
but hot streaks are rare, so you gotta think, you gotta work around that. And then we got the engage swift blade, which I like. So that's the warrior attack action that if it's defended, it gets go again.
Yeah.
So you can force that, and you've got the draw swords, which I really like. I really like the goblet as well, because that gives you the agility token, so you can go bam bam, do 2 attacks in one turn.
Right. Okay. I think he's telling me here.
And we got another wager here with the Hold'em.
Right.
And actually, I quite like the rainbow Hold'em there. We do have the beck and applause, so we can set something up really nice with our goblet.
You know what?
And
Let's
our
do
beck
it.
and applause.
You
I
sold me over here. Okay,
I don't
you
think
sold
it's
me.
the Kasai deck. I
No.
think it's a wagering Olympia deck. We're trying to go
Yes.
tall, and I would say maybe the quality. It's not the strongest sealed deck I've seen. So actually, relying on those attack reactions to maybe get a couple of wins is kind of nice.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Olympia, yeah.
Okay.
We kind of made a bit of a mess here, but that's
No,
what I do when I
that's
go
fine.
for the seal.
Is there any chance we can try and just put something together really quick for the
You
audience?
can go for it, mate. Go for some cards.
You're the one that sold me on this.
Well, now I did the hard part. Now you got to. I've chosen the hero. That's the hard part. Now,
Oh, okay.
Now you've got however long left to
okay.
throw some cards
We've
together.
got agile wind up as well. Take it on the chin.
Yeah, I
strip.
didn't
Wage
even
agility.
think about
no,
the
no,
agiles.
we've
They're
got all
great,
these.
yeah.
Run into trouble as well. We've got flat trackers. Okay, we've got the agiles here. Rise in speed. If you've drawn a card this turn,
Throw these in.
Right.
Throw these in.
Throw those in.
And then I think we'll just throw the.
I tell you what, I'm going to put in this run into trouble.
Let's have a little look at
Run
that.
this defense. If you have an agility token, do 1 damage.
Oh, why
You
not?
the game.
Why not?
That
When
can
you
win you the game.
when you have a game, we run into trouble. Yeah, why not?
So
I like
equipment,
it. I like
flat
it.
trackers, back and applause. Yeah, now this
This
is good.
is also really good.
Yeah.
So the flat trackers, getting the agility token. It's kind of like a Snapdragon Scalers, but in the past, like playing for it for the future. And we do have the benefits of having the agile tokens through the back and applause and the run into trouble. So I like that. I like that mix.
Right, have we got now?
We've got the ticket puncher, so we'd have to choose between. I don't think we'd run the ticket puncher. We would run the glory seeker, just for the hand fix.
Okay.
But yeah, I think we're gonna put it together. But hopefully that was useful for you guys. We kind of did a bit of like an open conversation. I think we got there in the end.
I think we did get there.
Normally in
the
a sealed experience, I think you'd lock down a bit sooner, but we wanted to talk through the options with you guys. So I hope you enjoyed that.
Yeah.
We didn't open anything too spicy, but
No.
we do have a KO, so at least we can go off and play some CC later
That's
with
it.
our cards. But yeah, thank you very much, everyone, and we'll see you
Catch
next
you
time.
later.
We'll see you in the casting. We're going to get right in the booth very shortly. So thank you.
Gather round as we unveil a true colossus of the arena. Born a beggar on these streets, he built this arena into his home. Wielding a blade seasoned by hundreds of battles, he's the undisputed deathmatch champion. Littering the ground with those foolish enough to challenge his title. Prepare yourself for a spectacle of excellence. Olympia, the prized fighter. guardian of grand virtue, draped in the blinding light of Solana, with fistfuls of wealth and an ego even bigger than his pockets. We are so lucky he has chosen to grace us with his presence. Will his virtues illuminate his path to victory? Behold, the golden sun, Victor Goldman! She's the unmovable juggernaut of the ring, and our head-smashing spectacle! Unfazed by wealth or glory, watch as she dances through the chaos, spending her winnings on wild bets and the finest booze. She thrives in the deathmatch arena, knowing victory is her everlasting companion. She's got skin in the game. It's Betsy!
Hi, welcome back to the Calling in Liverpool, and I've been joined by Yorgos Samaras, Greek national champion from 2021.
Yeah, exactly.
And streamer extraordinaire. So since Worlds and prior to Worlds, you've been streaming pretty much every day. Every day I get a notification. Fab Chaos is streaming. How, why did you take it up?
I mean, it's so interesting with Flesh and Blood, experiencing experiencing all these different heroes and these different archetypes. I mean, there is so much information to all these different heroes and archetypes, and it's like an endless buffet of different tastes you can have, and it's so interesting how many different heroes exist in playstyle, and it's so interesting to keep exploring that every day.
Yeah, I mean, every day you choose a different hero, and it's just like, oh, okay, Bright Lights. Oh my God, you were on it. It's like, I'm doing Teklevossen today, and then halfway through you would switch to Dash. How do you choose?
I mean, it's just honestly what I feel like playing. I mean, sometimes most of the time when you play versus an opponent, you see a nice idea and you want to try out from yourself. So most of the inspiration is against opponents I've already played on different events. So you find an idea you like and you try to adapt this to something you enjoy playing, and that keeps creating more and more stuff.
Yeah, and you do a lot of deck building, and then you take a lot of inspiration from your viewers. Did you add that into it? Because obviously when you start streaming, you potentially don't have many viewers. So,
I mean, it's not only the viewers, because we have a team, Fabius, which is now officially a team. So, and the rest of the team members also, there are a lot of ideas there. There's a lot of exploration when we meet up and play. So I always, borrow ideas from my own play group as well.
Well, your play group did very well. So if people don't know, Greece is where the world champion lives.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally, I mean, Alex inspired the whole thing. I mean, it literally gave the flame to the whole group to keep doing that. I mean, it was the perfect thing we wanted to in order to keep doing that and keep trying to grow and wanting to participate in more events as a team and stuff.
Yeah, I know he's come on your stream a couple of times.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's nice that people can then have that interaction with him, and you're giving that window for people to have interaction with him as well.
Obviously, I mean, that's the greatest part about Flesh and Blood is all that interaction about, discussing deck, discussing ideas, because there are just so many different things you can do with a game. So yeah, that's pretty interesting.
So today, sort of like you're in the Rabble, the CC event. Sort of like how do you go about sort of like play testing and getting ready for the calling?
Getting ready for
the calling and this event. I mean, you're in the calling sealed.
I'm in the calling sealed. Yeah, I mean, in sealed, the biggest thing is to know the limited format well. I mean, playing drafts or playing some pre-releases is the first thing to do, and having a general aspect on how to build the decks, how the different decks function, and how do the matchup feel like. But how sealed works, you need to do the brute force of getting 6 booster packs, making a deck, and playing against another person who got 6 booster packs and made a deck. I mean, you need to do that in order to, get the actual feeling on how the decks are going to look like.
Is that what you've done outside of Twitch?
Yeah.
You've just gone, right, okay, let's crack a case, let's go for it. Do you all live near each other?
I mean, we live, everyone is pretty close to each other in Athens, like an hour travel at most. So we do, on the occasional play testing dates. I mean, we do sometimes test limited as well, yeah.
Right, brilliant. How's the Rabble going? How are you doing?
I'm doing 2-1. I mean, pretty great. I brought Bravo to get a bit more reps for the coming Road to National season.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll see about that. I lost an amazing game to a Fatigue Das. I was never expecting to play that, but it's always, I mean, that's the pleasure of playing against all these different heroes that, suddenly you play something that you never expected to see. Like
outside of your play group, but your play group must go, well, someone's got to play it, so I've got some familiarity with it.
Yeah.
So how do you manage that? Do you just go, right, who wants to pick up Bolton, say, who wants to pick up a hero that's not necessarily highly represented? How does that happen?
I mean, most of the time, most players, get a natural feeling for some specific classes. So for Ninja, for instance, it's Alex. For Azalea, it's Nikos or whatever. And so everyone gets a direction. But apart from that, obviously, if someone needs to play something completely new, you just grab someone and you're like, please play this deck. I need to test that, yeah.
Just playing against you. You might get the lines later on, but I just need
we
some
need
reps
to
into
see,
it.
Yeah, we need to see what happens.
Right, brilliant. I wish you the best of luck. Couple more rounds to go.
Yeah.
And then the calling tomorrow. Alan, we're going back to you, and we'll see you soon. Hi everybody, welcome back to the Calling in Liverpool. This man needs no introduction. Pablo Pintor, winner of Pro Tour #1. Thank you for coming on and sparing me some of your time.
It's a pleasure.
How did seal practice go? You just had your seal practice?
Oh, it went pretty good. I won 3-1. I'm starting to hate. This is the start of my journey against hating down but not out. You know.
I love that
like,
card.
I hate that card with all my being. I have been demolished by that card in one game, and I almost lost another one because of that.
Yeah.
So it's the start of my crusade against it.
So, you when we found out that sort of like this calling was going to be sealed, you made a tweet. You did share sort of like other people's concerns that this was going to be a sealed tournament, but you have since, after seeing sort of like Queenstown, Hertford, and those events, basically, you know, you retweeted that you're really sort of like interested in this format. How are you feeling now? Sort of like you've played a lot sealed. Excited about this set?
I'm excited about this set. I believe this is a major step up for Flesh and Blood in limited play, but I still feel like sealed is maybe not the best format for, you know, high level competition as a calling. Like, I have no qualms or no problems at all against sealed. It's a really fun format, and I really love heavy hitters, and I believe it's the best since outsiders. Really, I really like outsiders as well.
Yeah.
And the draft format of this set is also really good. But my main concern was because there was a lot of people that couldn't play, that weren't qualified for the World Championship.
Yep.
And they had to play in the Barcelona calling that was bright light sealed. Bright light was not as good as this set. Sadly, it was there was Teclobos and Fiesta, and
but you could say Living Legend was a format for Starbow. It's like, but that you have to make the mistakes to know how to fix the mistakes.
Of course. So I believe this is a major step up. I really like what they did also with the Ravenous Rabble events. I talked about that subject on the tweet that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Because they have scheduled them in a way that you can play any of the, you know, main events and still be able to participate in these events where you get rewarded with the Ravenous Rabble. That is a beautiful alternate art, and I believe that was a major reason to convince people to actually come back, because as I told on my first tweet, there was a lot of Spaniards interested in coming to this calling. We have had quite some time since we played a big tournament here in Europe.
yeah, okay, I'll take that on the chin.
but a lot of them were really disappointed that it was a sealed calling, and only I was coming right from the start. I bought my plane tickets as soon as I know that it was here. It's actually my third time coming in this area, and I quite like it. But yeah, I believe that heavy hitters being so good because it's a really good set, and you know, stepping up into the complexity and the you know, and the fun, because it's a much funnier format, I believe.
It's always fun when you're attacking instead of just sitting black
and there's a lot of different different effects and but all of them share the same token. So it's another thing that I have enjoyed really much about this set is the fact that I got to introduce a lot of new players to Flesh and Blood. It has been like probably the most new players we have ever had at any presentation, because it is visually so appealing to a lot of people, and it also transfers thematically to the games. You know, with the tokens, it's easy to teach, and it's pretty cool. So yeah, they did a really good job with this set, and I was just a little bit disappointed because I am mainly a classic constructed player.
Yeah. We must have been quite happy that sort of like, you know, Guardian, you got getting 2 new Guardians in there.
Oh, I really like, because I thought that Betsy was like the most playable one out of the two, but man, Victor has been surprising me so much. So I'm happy with all the new cards, and I'm really happy where where Classic Constructed is right now, because we got a gust of fresh air in the game. There's a lot of new decks that we didn't expect. Like, imagine telling someone that Levaya and Kayo or maybe Reiner are tier 1 and an Asalia is there to counter them, and it's crazy, right?
Yeah.
And Runeblaze are like the bottom of the of the table. We still love
I think
them.
Hamish can push the point. Might have a thing to say with you about that.
But yeah, so yeah, it's like I was surprised by this set, and I believe there was a really good advertising and a really good scheduling of this format, of this tournament.
Yeah.
Of Calling Liverpool. So I'm really happy that a lot of people got interested again and travel here, and honestly I believe most of them are having a lot of fun. The ones that haven't been hit by out but not down. But
not
yeah,
the people that have been playing it. People who've been playing it just go, yeah, baby, that's how it takes. The thing is, that card, I mean, it's got so many conditions, it's really hard to pull off.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just like, but it's literally...
It's blind hate. I don't I don't need any kind of of actual reason to hate that card. I just hate it.
so you mentioned that you like Victor. Do you think Victor has enough to pull you away from Bravo?
Ooh, I believe Victor may be the most underexplored hero of the new ones.
He's not a popular pick. When you look at the pick, it's KO, Kasai, Betsy, Olympia, and then it's a toss-up between it's either Victor or Reiner.
So yeah, but in limited it's pretty difficult to have a consistent deck with him, because most of the field in a sealed format will be playing KO. It's really easy to build a KO functional deck. I don't know how to say it, but it's his ability turning your 5s into 6s is so important, and having that second claw on Reiner most of the time that doesn't matter, sadly.
Yeah.
So in a field where most of the people are going to win against you in the classes, playing Victor seems risky. I will not say that it's bad. You can have an extremely good Victor deck. I expect Victor and maybe Reiner to sign in draft, because you can pick targeted cards for them to play around their strengths,
I think in the top 8, Tarek Patel played Victor, didn't he, in Hartford? Did he?
Oh no, he was playing KO, I believe.
Oh, right,
he had catch bones in both
in
both drafts. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, if you can pull that one,
that's a good card.
Going into one.
And
one
even if
hero.
you lose the top game, you still get away with a lot of money, because those are pretty expensive right now.
Yeah, but if you're looking at sort of like going into that hero, you need those cards. You know, the single markets are there. It's very difficult at the minute, like going into an event that is so close to a release, to try and get those sought after cards that know are going to turn on my deck. That's another reason where you're going to see sealed and not classic constructed.
Of course. I understand. Due to the timing, I understand. It was just a knee-jerk reaction to the fact that we were having another sealed calling, and I was like eager to play more classic constructed, because my run at the Worlds wasn't the one that I wanted. I practiced a lot for that format and ended up only playing 4 rounds of it, and then the calling was also sealed, and then we had the Living Legend format. So
you're a little bit burned out.
Yeah, it was like I practiced a lot and I haven't had the chance to play that much classic constructed. But we had a lot of events in the horizon. I do expect more tournaments to come to Europe. So
let's go fast forward a little bit. Pro Tour Los Angeles.
Ooh.
Okay, so are you going?
Yeah.
You could be the first 2-time champion.
I need to go there, yeah. I won't miss my chance.
So are you looking at Bravo at the minute as being your one, or is it too early to tell because we just started the meta, or are you looking at other events as well as your testing to go into it?
Bravo is definitely a really good deck. I won't I won't try to to misguide anyone. Bravo is extremely strong right now. He won a lot with the blue 3 defense class cards, the Clash of Vigor and the Clash of Might.
Yeah.
And I do think he will be a good choice heading into Pro Tour Los Angeles. But probably we will see a big change of meta. I'm pretty sure we have seen Kayo and Levia rise up. And I do think Kasai is much more powerful than people think.
They did say Kasai is going to take a little bit longer to work out, but she's pretty powerful.
She's really powerful. She has access to some of the best equipment in the game.
Yeah,
And
Valiant Dynamos. God, I love that card.
and I do expect we had a lot of people doing tier lists these last few weeks in Twitter, and I do expect them to change a lot in the next weeks. Maybe not a lot, but for different heroes to move between different tiers.
Yeah, the thing is, you have the videos that sort of like this is what the meta they believe it to be, but it's sort of like, it's like that the battle never gets, the plan for battle never survives its first encounter. It's just like you might as well screw those up, because sort of like we never put KO out the gate winning an event. Yuki Lee, Jesus, phenomenal player. And a well-deserved win, showing what KO can do. And we saw Kasai, get into a final, sort of like, in Manila. And it's just like, right, okay, these heroes, you can't take them lightly.
No.
And they're straight out of the bat and going for it. A bit like, Bri did with the Cheerio deck. They're here, not as oppressive as the Cheerio deck, but this hero is here. And she means
it's a show of force, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. I wish you all the very best. Obviously, you come with a reputation of submarining.
I would prefer not losing my first game tomorrow.
Yeah, puts the pressure on. But the thing is, you seem to thrive on that pressure. You're just like, I've had my loss. Yeah, now I can just play. But it's phenomenal. It's just like, you just think it's not going to happen again. And it's like, oh, you have. You have done it. So, I wish you all the very best. Thank you very much for coming on and sparing me some time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Let's get back to the action, and we'll see you soon.
Oh, I already looked up. Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Welcome back to the Calling Liverpool.
Welcome back. I guess, yeah, welcome back. Thank you, everyone who joined us for the introduction at the start and the sealed deck building with me and Hamish. But it's
Good
time
job, by the way.
It's time to actually play some games of Flesh and Blood. That's what what everyone is here to do today and tomorrow, is to actually play some fab, right?
So we are going to run through the 6 new heroes, and then we're going to roll straight into round 1 of Swiss our sealed tournament. And just before we do, I want to say hello to my kids at home, Darcy and Finley, because they are watching their dad on TV, and I am so happy that they can join us for today's Flesh and Blood action.
Well, I don't have any kids, so let's get on to the heroes. They were starting up with the brutes. Man, I love KO. I think KO is I've said this before. I feel KO is like one of the best design heroes that the LSS have put together. I just love this ability, and
I think it works for the brute class. Like the idea of a hero only having one arm, because they've lost it in battle. They've had it ripped off by another brute. They've gone through the trials and tribulations of growing up in the savage lands, and now you've got this raw and ready KO adult hero.
And this ability really just it's very good for sealed, because it makes your deck so much more consistent. All of those blue 5-power cards that traditionally, when you're playing Welcome to Wraith and you had a sealed Rhinar pool, you're like, oh, do I really want to put these in? I need the blues, so I have the pitch to do what I want to do. Got very expensive cards in Brute, but now you can run those blues. You can run those blue 5 powers, because when you discard them, they're now 6 power.
Yeah,
and that's going to get you your might token. And then those might tokens. Once KO starts rolling, get that +1 every turn. It's very Ira-esque.
There's a couple of heroes here where token generation is really the mainstay of their gameplay, and KO is one of them. But what you don't get with KO, with the discard of those 6 powers, is the Intimidate that Rhinar has on his hero card.
And that's going to be there's going to be a couple of Rhinar decks out there today that have really got that massive intimidation that can do some kind of incredible turn, strip your entire hand of cards, and it's a random card that's put into your banish zone face down. So you could be left with a 2-block, or you could be left with a card that doesn't really do anything for you, and that could be game over. If Rhinar can chip you down a lot, get you to a nice kill number, and then just try to strip you of cards, you're not able to block out their big attack. Bit harder to do in, I'd say, this sealed format compared to
I think
when
we'll see
Rhinar
this
was with us before, but we'll see.
I think we'll see this more tomorrow, in fact, in the draft. And when you're drafting these cards, you can really set out early to pick up those Intimidate cards, those discard cards that are going to really work in your favor. But I think the Brute class has had a real turnaround in fortunes with some of the cards from heavy hitters, and I think watching KO and Rhinar battle it out today in sealed is going to be an absolute treat.
Yeah, and I think, Brute's got access to, so there's kind of 3, well, technically 4 main tokens in this set. Brute has access to the Might token that gives the +1 power, and they have access to the Go Again one. And the Go Again in Brute being able to attack with 2 huge attacks. If you've got a couple of Might tokens knocking around, you do sometimes end up with more than one. You're getting that +2, more than that +1.
Yeah.
You could do some incredible turns. And I think that is kind of what you want to be doing as KO and as Rhinar, is a big turn. Because otherwise, we'll get to it in a bit, but those Guardians, they do still have the ability to block you out, try and dent your abilities. You've got to come in with a really strong turn.
And
set
a wide
something
turn.
up, maybe.
And talking of Guardians, Trip, why don't we move on and have a look at our new Guardian friends from heavy hitters? Now, we know Betsy.
We do.
We've seen Betsy do well at pre-releases, and we've seen Betsy do relatively well in Hartford and Queenstown. What do you think are the keys to running a good Betsy sealed pool?
I think Betsy, I think the important thing to remember is it's still a Guardian. You've still got access to these big attacks, and you've got some good preventative, good blocks. There's a lot of 2 blocks in heavy hitters, but I would still expect any Guardian deck to be able to shut down some turns effectively. And obviously, there's this relevant wager, a good way to close out games, overpower. There are some block cards. We saw them before in Bright Lights, the card that just says block on it. It means you can get around that overpower, and you've got to be aware of that. But you've got to think with Betsy, I might be able to get that to be able to close out a game with a bit of a buff and try and get that overpower down and win
But
a game.
it's the first hero we've seen really with this new mechanic of wager, and the two Guardians differ in their requirements for the new mechanics. But Betsy is definitely the wager hero, and you're going to be looking for those wager cards to push you with that overpower as you go through the game and looking to finish the game.
Yeah, importantly, with wager, you do have to hit, and obviously overpower is going to be really useful to actually get your wager because, you've got all these wager cards in your deck. If you're not hitting the opponent, you're giving them value. You're giving them a gold token or a might token or any kind of token, and that can suddenly shift the balance, especially when you give a class access to a token it's not meant to have access to. You accidentally give another Guardian, well, it wouldn't be in Betsy, but if you accidentally start giving them tokens they don't normally get, a gold token maybe that they weren't expecting, that can sometimes enable something really big.
Now, someone who really does value gold.
Yeah.
Victor Goldmain. And Victor's new mechanic, or the new Guardian mechanic, is Clash. Now, this is really exciting because it doesn't rely on you hitting. It just relies on the top card of your deck at that time.
Yeah, and Victor gives you a reroll, right? You can use your gold to redo the clash, to put either your opponent's card at the bottom or your own, and then you could just redo. So if you draw one of your non-attacks, you see your opponent has got only drew like a 4-power card. When you're playing Victor, you've got to feel pretty confident if you do the reroll, you could get it and get that advantage. But the really, really good thing about Victor is this draw a card on making gold. You set up a turn, you get the gold token, use all your cards to do it, and then you draw a card. It's a bit like a ponder token. Oh, it can be huge just to keep the ball rolling. And you can also occasionally draw a card on your opponent's turn with some of the block clashes. I can't remember exactly what card it is, but drawing a card when you're blocking is really good.
Well, things like Trounce and Boast, right? The block cards.
Yeah, exactly.
You can really make some value. All right, let's move on to our warrior friends, one of whom we've seen before in a slightly different form, but Kasai is back.
Yeah, I like Kasai a lot. I find in this set, these attack reactions that the both Kasai and Olympia have access to are really impactful. One thing to remember is those attack actions work on warrior cards. You're not like we're playing Dory anymore. You're only using your sword.
Yeah.
They throw down a warrior attack for, sometimes they're coming in for 7. If you don't disrespect that and they have a couple of buffs, then it could be game over.
And just quickly, Trip, 30 seconds on Olympia. I know you built your sealed deck around Olympia. How do you feel he's going to do today?
I think Olympia with the right deck can do well. Getting a lot of gold, it can be really impactful. You've got to have a good use for that gold, though. Sometimes you just pitch a blue against it, refresh a card in hand, gain a resource, essentially gain a resource. But I like Olympia too. I think Kasai maybe has more potential.
More upside.
But maybe in a sealed format, we're going to see a few more Olympias, where it's just a nice, simple hero ability. And of course, if you've got access to a lot of wager, a good shout to go with Olympia.
So we have round 1 coming up imminently, and we are seeing Pablo Pintor playing Betsy.
Yeah.
And one of our UK players, Craig Johnson, playing from the very beginning of the game here in the UK. He's playing Kasai. How do you feel like this matchup might pan out?
I think it's going to be an interesting one. I think I like Betsy a lot, and we know Pablo is a big Guardian fan, plays Guardian very well. So I must feel a little bit intimidated seeing Pablo sit down. Guardian deck, even though it's still managed to wrangle together a Guardian deck. I love in the sunflower airing as well.
Loving that today from Pablo.
Absolutely fantastic. But Craig, Kasai, maybe a hero that, even played a bit of old Kasai. You've got to feel like you're relatively confident with the play patterns. But it's interesting to see what we'll see what Craig has managed to put together with this Kasai deck, and see if they can go really wide against Betsy, take the initiative early, take the tempo early, and see if they can just get through and put Pablo in a tricky position, start to put Pablo in a position where those attack reactions are starting to threaten a lethal or an important wager where they feel like they need to overblock. And I think once you start to overblock in this format, it starts to get very tricky.
To get very tricky, especially with the number of 2 blocks in hand, potentially. I think, as you've rightly pointed out, Kasai is probably looking to go wide here, Betsy looking to go tall. It's going to be a real interesting matchup.
Yeah, that's the way I see this format, is that the Guardian is the tall deck. Very easy to go tall in Guardian. Warrior is the wider deck. They got access to a lot of go again. And the Brutes sit somewhere in the middle. They can go really big and tall, or if they get the right hand, they can go wide and tall at the same time, which is really strong. So it's a little bit of everything for Brute. But I'm expecting to see Pablo either to try to get some early damage through. And we'll see how the game plays out. Little look at the equipment here. Do see that
we're seeing a full suite of equipment for both heroes here.
Yeah, and
I wonder actually
on the top. Yeah, so quite a similar layout of equipment. A lot of them very similar. The ones that you get additional block if you control certain tokens. We've got the ones. We do see the Vigor equipment, the Vigor chest piece as well. And I think we have Pablo on the play. So let's see how it goes.
I'm just trying to identify which headpiece Pablo has in play there.
It's also worth noting we are already seeing a hammer for 4 here, Simon. So
I'm sorry, hammer for 4.
Yeah, because actually Pablo has got the Miller's Grindstone, which is the rare hammer. So this is not a token hammer. This is actually a piece of equipment that can if you hit a hero, you clash with them, and you can actually start to mill the opponent's deck through those clashes.
So we do have the generic headliner helm, in for Pablo and for Craig. That's the generic. And it's got Blade Break. And it blocks equal to the number of opposing heroes with greater health than you. So it can be useful when you're a bit behind. It's nice to see a hammer for 4, though, there, Trip.
Already, literally turn 1 of the game, we're seeing that hammer for 4.
Hammer for 4.
And it's not, we're seeing the High Riser there, which is the token Guardian hammer. It's actually quite conditional to actually get that 4 power on it. You have to draw a card, which in Guardian you can do with the gold tokens, especially in Victor. But it's not always what you want to be playing. It's not as consistent as some of the other hammers we've seen in the formats before.
So we are seeing Kasai come out on
and
their first turn here.
I really like the lead with speed. Being able to create the agility token is very nice. Often unconditional. It is a blue, however, so a bit of a low power buff, but it is going to be a buff at least of 1. And creating that agility token is going to set Craig up very nicely for the following turn.
I think that's really important to use these tokens to set up future turns as well. You're carrying them in and setting up. Maybe this is just a prep turn, somewhat setting up for the future.
Yeah, we get the lead with Heart here. So these are similar kind of buff cards. This one's the red, so it's going to be a +3, and it's also going to create a Vigor token, giving Craig an extra resource on the following turn. So like Simon was saying, really setting up here, doing an impressive enough turn. 6 damage, but using a fair number of cards to push through this Centauri Saber for 6. But it's all about what they're going to set up on the following turn. Pablo throws down the non-attack, so it's not going to buff the Saber this time, keeping it at 6. Giving up that yellow.
Still taking some damage though.
Oh yeah, taking a bit of damage, but one thing, just not using his non-attacks effectively there. And then he is with this one going to buff with an attack, but he's going to use his helmet to prevent the additional.
The extra 1, and because there was one other hero with greater health, the helm blocks for 1.
Yeah, really good to use these the headliner equipment set. where you only get the block if your opponent has greater health than you. If you've got a smart opponent, they can really play around this. Another card that we pointed out when we
lead with power.
Yeah, when we were doing the sealed pool building earlier today. I am a big fan of this card. The unconditional might token creation and the buff, I think, is a really nice combo. It looks like a brute card, but you can play it in Guardian too. And as we were saying, being able to get a buff and using a Vigor token to pay the cost of it, really good use of that card. So basically getting using that one resource really effectively there.
And
coming in
buffing
with
the
a big
wage bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
and again,
Pablo
bet fee.
here really just trying to cycle these tokens, trying to make sure he's getting value out of the tokens each turn, and then setting up more tokens for the next turn. Once you get that roll of tokens, if you're able to wage consistently, try and keep the tempo, try and push the damage through, really strong. And Pablo's also, sorry, so I was just saying that Pablo's probably looking down at Craig's table, seeing that Craig's got tokens of his own. He really wants to make Craig use up some cards here, so he doesn't get value out of his tokens.
And the wager really tries to get the opponent to block. You don't want to give your opponent free tokens. So the wage vigor is going to hit, and it's going to get that vigor token. And we've also had a clash. So Pablo's won the clash, now has 2 vigor tokens for next turn, and that's not really panned out for Craig as he would have hoped.
Yeah, Clash of Agility, it's a tricky one in Kasai, especially when you're coming up against a Guardian. The clash is you have to do it. It's not a choice. So although Craig's able to block there with the Clash of Agility, he probably doesn't really want to be clashing with Pablo. You might even call it a clash-tastrophe, Simon, when you are forced to actually use your clashes when you know that you're not going to have as good a chance of winning as your opponent.
What a clash-tastrophe.
Indeed. And look, just have a look at Pablo's side of the table here.
He's just racking them up.
He's just swimming in tokens.
And we've seen the first activation of Kasai's ability here. 2 reds and 2 yellows banished from graveyard. And now if either of these weapons hit, there's going to be a gold produced on Kasai's side.
And Pablo getting great use out of the stand ground. He's got the tokens, so that's going to be covered. Stand ground, when you control a might token or a vigor token, it gets block
+1 for
based
each.
on what you've got.
Yeah.
So potential here to get 2 blocks out of this stand ground if Pablo's able to get those tokens back on the field at a later stage.
And maybe not making the most of this Kasai ability here, but coming in with Rally the Rearguard for 5 just to follow up after that Centauri Saber attack.
That's right, Simon. Yeah, it's a yellow Rally the Rearguard. It's fine on the attack.
It's something.
It does look like yeah, it's something, but it's not quite probably what Craig wanted to be doing on this turn.
And obviously Kasai's ability only really effective on weapon attacks. We are in a position where this is a third of Pablo's health, so it's not something he wants to let go lightly. But if he has a good hand, I think maybe he's not opposed to taking this 5 damage.
Pablo's got hopefully here, and then because he'll have access to sort of some resources from the vigor tokens, kind of pays for a card. So you may as well throw down a card here and
just save
prevent a bit
some
of
life,
damage,
exactly,
and then take it from there.
The extra 2 vigor tokens is a real boon for a Guardian, just helping those breakpoint 4s and 5 attacks, you know, or even paying for one of the big boosts, like we said, with the leads or the big bop even.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, I'm gonna use one of those vigor resources to play this big wallop. It's a 4-cost deal 7. It's not the greatest card in the world, but it's gonna give get the +1 from the might token, and being able to play it essentially with 1 blue does make it a lot better. Kind of feels like a a 3 cost for 7, which is a bit
Wow.
stronger.
8 damage with the Might token included there, and you just feel that that's fantastic value for Pablo. 1 resource still floating, and the agility token, so he has go again.
Yeah, and you know, he's going to be able to get a card in Arsenal this turn as well. He's, you know, pitch 1 card, play 1 card, Arsenal 1 card. Really good use of the 3 cards that Pablo has at the moment, putting on a lot of pressure here, and it's going to draw 2 blocks from Craig as well.
Do you think we'll see an Arsenal, or do you think we're going to pitch to play a hammer?
Did he have the go again? Is that what
he had the agility token?
So you got the agility token from. That must have been the clash on the previous
Yeah,
turn, because
yeah,
Guardian doesn't normally get access to the agility.
Sorry, yes,
tokens.
Craig blocked with a clash with agility. He blocked. Yeah, that came from one of the clashes.
Pablo's having to think about it, so that suggests to me that he's got some options available to him. We'll have to see whether he decides to come in with the Miller's Grindstone, because if the Miller's Grindstone hits, he might be able to. Yeah, and he does. So he had the yellow, decides to come in with the Miller's Grindstone.
It's another good break point. Hammer for 4.
Hammer for 4. And if this hits, there will be a clash, and potentially mill a card from the top of the opponent's deck. But if you lose the clash, we'll put a -1 token on the Miller's Grindstone, but that just makes it as good as High Riser on a non-draw turn. So,
and as we've already said, against the Kasai, I don't think Betsy is really worried about the clash.
Craig chooses to block with some equipment there,
but not fully blocking.
But not fully blocked, so the clash does still happen, and unfortunately, it is another clash
catastrophe
because we get the -1 counter on the Miller's Grindstone there. So a bit of a shame there from Pablo.
Thrown in my face there. Obviously, he should have been worried about the clash with Kasai.
Yeah, I think Craig wanted to get value because got the agility token, so he did get the block on the. I think it was some of the temper equipment. I'm not sure if I would have blocked in that situation or not, but I think, you know, if you want to just cash it in and get it out, go for it.
Just coming in with wage agility.
Yeah, we see a few. See the gold generation card there in Pablo's hand. The starting stake, that was the free cards got in cold foil for anybody who turned up to a heavy hitters pre-release, and we see that Pablo's managed to open one. I found it a little bit clunky myself, and we do see Pablo block with it. Starting stake, actually a really nice card against Kasai because it is a non-attack and it blocks for 3, so good for preventing damage against those sabers. But Pablo just does a nice block out there with the test of vigor and gets the vigor token.
So he gets the agility token from the clash, and he also gets the. Did he not get the wager? No.
And we're going to see these come through now as well. So Pablo's just playing nice and defensively, but he's still. You know, I say he's not
putting
playing
pressure on.
He's putting on enough pressure to make Craig give up cards, but he's also respecting the attacks that Craig is throwing back at him. And like we were saying before, you want to make sure that you can use cards in your hand effectively. There's no point in keeping a card when you could be. If you're not able to Arsenal it, for example, or in this case, he's got the performance bonus, which is 0 cost. And this is a really nice one. Just, you know, sort of asks for a block, even though it's a free power card, because otherwise Pablo is going to make that gold token.
But there are some 2 blocks in the deck, so I mean, if you've got a hand of 2 blocks, still a 2-card block. Are we going to see gold? Yes, we are.
Yeah, and we see the equipment cashed in to get the tokens. And we see the Arsenal. So Pablo generating a lot of tokens there on that turn. Just a 2-card hand, but still managed to get some stuff through. Push 3 damage through. Craig now down to 7 health. That, you know, 7 health is actually quite a tricky one because a lot of Pablo's attacks are going to come in for 7
lethal,
plus, and they are going to be presenting lethal. So needs to be careful.
We've seen a bit of a step onto the back foot from Craig here, and he's really not able to keep enough cards in hand, and that's not going to be getting any easier as his life total gets lower.
This is a really good start for Kasai with the draw swords, getting the draw, so activating the Kasai ability, so the sabers are going to be free, and getting the buff as well. So clearly, decided not to block that attack from Pablo, allowing Pablo to get the gold token, but it looks like he's got something here. He's going to have to try and do something with this turn with his 4-card hand.
And we have seen Kasai activated as well, so when one of these swords hits, or if one of these swords hits, she will create a gold token. And we are seeing that block there.
I think the Kasai ability is the reduced cost rate.
No, so the first part of Kasai's ability reduces the cost if you've drawn a card.
Yeah.
But you can also, as an action, banish 2 red and 2
and
yellows.
did Craig
He's
use
done
that?
that.
Yeah, sorry, I must have missed that. So that's, yeah. So a lot of pressure then. Using the 1 per turn action. Right, gotcha. Banish the 2 red, 2 yellow cards. Pablo may be going to respect this, and then, but he's still going to want to consider being able to do something with his tokens on his turn, especially that might token. Doesn't want to let that fizzle for nothing. So 1 resource plus 1 damage. Took a little chunk of damage there. Oh, I love this card. Money where your mouth is. Big fan of this card.
You do like this
card.
card.
I think it's really nice. And I think we're going to see some great stuff here with the Betsy as well, because the money where your mouth is going to make a card wager. So even if it doesn't normally, this is fantastic. Even when it doesn't normally wager, the Betsy ability can be used. The Vigor token playing for the buff. The 2 pitch cards playing for Betsy and the attack. Overpower. On hit, discard a card. On hit, make a gold token.
So we're coming in for
1.
11
It's
overpower.
A great turn for Pablo. This is exactly what we're talking about, where you want to be using those buffs, using your hand perfectly, using those tokens perfectly as well. This is really dangerous position for Craig.
And we've gone tall. We've gone for the overpower.
This is just what you want to see on a Saturday morning, watching some games of Flesh and Blood on your laptop, on your phone, on your TV. These are the turns it's all about. I just love this. This you could take a picture of this, put it up on the wall.
We potentially have a kill shot here. I know we're wagering a gold, but Craig's gonna have to use some equipment to block this out.
Yeah, if he doesn't have the block
card or the
equipment, this could be game over. You know, Pablo's thinking, I'm going to get myself a nice shiny gold token.
Absolutely.
Craig's thinking, I'm going to lose the game.
So we're seeing a double equipment block. No? Thinking about it. Those block cards can be so crucial at times there.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about them is you can't arsenal them like you can with defense
reactions. You have to keep them in hand.
So you can't set up to protect yourself. You've got to kind of hope that you draw one at the right time. And they're risky because, you know, if you're on the front foot, you don't really want them. If you're on the back foot, you do. Are these all block cards? It must be managing to get through the overpower. Can't see what cards are down on the table. Reactions bypass overpower, good point. And that's going to be enough to block through. So yeah, basically had the perfect hand to deal with that. No attack.
Nothing left in hand.
To use the reactions to get around the overpower. That's something that I didn't even consider there when I was thinking about the warrior interaction with overpower. Something to be aware of.
But he's still down to 4. Pablo has a commanding life lead on 12, and he stripped Craig's hand on that last turn. So we are now seeing.
And this is interesting because
he's paid for one of the golds to draw a card.
And you sort of bank yourself a resource as well when you do that. When you pitch a blue, you've got 1 resource floating, you get a new card. Pablo going to want to try and do something with all of these cards he's got.
And he's done the same again. He's got rid of both golds.
Just cycling through, looking for a way, maybe a buff card, something to push a little bit more damage. Because Craig, you know, he's running out of health, but he's still got 4. He's still got potential to do maybe a 3 or 4 card hand with the Arsenal card that he's got there. Pablo again going to ask questions of Craig with the Betsy overpower coming in for 7 here, and Craig's going to want to have reactions again on blocks to try and prevent this overpower. Well, I should say block out this overpower. We've really seen Pablo in the front foot. Even when Craig managed to tie some cards together, get a great turn down, Pablo was able to prevent a bit of damage on that turn and still come back with such a crazy turn last with the buffs, the overpower previous turn.
It's such an important thing, though, isn't it? Just to follow up those big turns with another pressure
Well, we've
turn.
all been there where we strip your opponent's hand of all of the cards, and you think, I've got this game in the bag. You pick 4 cards up off the top of your deck, and you look at them, and they're trash, and there's nothing you can do with it.
No.
And suddenly you thought, I put all that effort into to shut down, to strip my opponent of their cards, and then I've got a bunch of yellows.
I can't do anything.
I can maybe swing in for 5 or 6, and I'm thinking, I don't even want to Arsenal any of these cards. That's what can happen in Sealed.
Really
You're limited with what cards you can put in your deck. You've only got the cards that you open from your 6 packs of heavy hitters. Pablo was able to make something happen that turn, but he didn't put on as much pressure as maybe he would have wanted to with 4 cards. But let's see what Craig is able to do in return. Looks like he's got a performance bonus too, but doesn't look like this has got go again. I haven't seen the go again token go down.
No agility sitting for him, and it wasn't played from Arsenal. So at the moment, we're just seeing a standard 3 attack coming in. He does have the leg pieces though, the flat trackers, which I think will give you go again if you break them. I may be wrong. It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. It is the flat trackers. Destroy this, create an agility token.
I think it's like for the next turn, right? So you can create agility token to set something up, but I kind of think at this point Craig might need to cash those flat trackers in for a block rather than the agility. But
he is saving it for that with the overpower threat.
Yeah. A nice another wage coming down. Pablo here maybe left with a spare card that they don't have anything to do with. But let's see. Again, putting on a lot of pressure here.
Still 3 for 7. Not a bad return on your investment.
So
wagering that might token.
Giving a little bit of information to Craig there, maybe, because Pablo not using the Betsy ability, even though he is wagering here. So maybe suggesting that last card in hand
is not a yellow.
Is not a yellow. Could also be a lunging press. We do know lunging press is in the set. One of the only ways for Guardian to do a little sneak over the top. So let's see what Pablo has in hand, or if it's just a spare card that he couldn't get a use out of last turn.
From Pablo's ascendancy, it's become a very, very tense game. Actually, I think we are seeing Craig just holding on.
And there we go. He does use the trackers to get the block there. Might token given to Craig. He's got 1 card, so at the very least he is going to be able to use those might tokens to
and you're right, that was a red card in his hand. He couldn't use that, unfortunately.
It's the little things to look out for when your opponent's doing something that you think is slightly suboptimal, especially when their name is Pablo Pintor. You've got to have an expectation
you've got to
that
wonder.
There's a good reason, and it's because you don't have the resources to use that Betsy ability.
And we are seeing a wage agility come in, cheeky wage agility from Arsenal from Craig here. So he had something just to put some pressure back on there.
So this is the turn, really. He's trying to shift the tempo a little bit with this. Got the might token, so he gets a little bit of a buff there. Going to use the wage. Going to try and ask Pablo to please block with some cards, to give me a break. Let me gain a little bit more tempo back in this game. Let's see what Pablo. We know Pablo respects these attacks, respects his health total. Probably will respect this too. Going to throw down a couple of cards here.
Block it all out.
With a block card as well.
And he will take that agility. No, he hasn't fully blocked it.
No, it took 2, I think.
Took 2.
Or it took some damage there. Can see it on the live totals. Let's see what we've got here. And it's just going to be another simple
wage
pack for 7 with a wager.
With no equipment left on Craig's side here. So to fully block this is going to be a 3-card block, unless he has those block cards in hand.
So Craig, he's got the gold token, so he has the ability to activate Kasai in terms of make the swords be free with the draw. This coming in for 7, obviously he's got to do something about it. He's probably going to draw 2 cards, but Craig probably want to think, how can I at least present some pressure back with that agility token and try and do something to Pablo, just to try and keep chipping Pablo down. Did a good job in the last turn, did a little bit of damage, just got to keep doing that. Keep trying to get those life totals a bit lower on Pablo's side, but Pablo very happy to just keep swinging 7s at Craig. Sooner or later, the chip damage or is going to come through. And I mean, I can't see the deck counts, but if you keep having to triple block or double block these single cards from Pablo, your deck's going to disappear pretty quickly.
I think it looks like Craig's thinking about a 2-card block here, saving the runner and a yellow to try and get this going.
Gives up the red buff card there. Maybe doesn't have the resources to quite make it all work. Big fan of that card, as I said earlier, but hopefully maybe Craig's just going to slap back with a big attack instead, or maybe do something with his swords. Let's see.
So we're seeing a runner.
Yeah, so big attack with the...
using the agility, making another agility, and it's a good majestic. If it has go again, when it attacks, create an agility token. 2, 4, 6. But I don't think with one health,
it's a good little cycle of the agility tokens.
It's not
when
enough.
when you're on the back foot, it's quite hard to. I mean, actually, it's not too bad with Kasai. Still got that gold token, so at some point he's hopefully going to be able to go saber if Pablo gives him enough time to do that. And again, draws the double block. Nice tight little block there from Pablo. Doesn't seem to leak any damage there. Going to get the might token. I assume we're just going to see another big beefy attack. Here we go. Coming in for 7, I think. Don't think that Pablo is drawn. I think Rising Power is that if you've drawn, you get +1. Forgive me if I am wrong. And then just going to reset the arsenal there for Pablo too. So Pablo's presented 7 damage 3 turns in a row. Shut down pretty much everything that's Craig's done. Took a few little health point chips in the process, but not a huge amount to go down to 9 health. Got Craig down at 1.
And it's going to be a 3-card block to stay alive. I don't see Kasai being able to get out of this.
I think maybe Kasai might have wanted to cash that gold in a little bit early.
It would have been a risky play.
Yep.
But maybe that was what was needed.
And we do start to see the triple blocks there from Craig. I said earlier, if you're giving up 2 cards for every one of Pablo's, you're going to run out of deck. If you give up 3 cards for every one of Pablo's, you're going to run out of deck even faster. That does happen in this format. These Guardians can sit back and make you lose what you got. And here we do see the gold gamble, the 1 resource floating off the blue. It's probably not going to be enough.
We might see...
At the very least, he's going to be able to swing that saber.
Saber and saber, because we've got agility token pop, so we could see 2 saber swings. Pressuring for another gold.
Gonna see the Kasai ability, yeah. Use what you can at this point. But I think Pablo's health total is going to be enough to cover this, and Pablo very happy to respect
block these out
and make sure that he just continues to present awkward blocks for Craig.
And we only have 4 cards left.
As suspected, Pablo at this point can just sit back and block. Craig, obviously, with the sabers, does have something. It's not like he can just keep swinging those sabers. He has something to do, but Pablo's got
with only 4
cards
left in deck, you can't do much. And that gold token, 5 cards. Okay, 5 cards. So we're going to have a 3-card block.
A nice thump here. Quite a difficult card to play if you're on the back foot because of the 5 costs. But when you've got 3 cards in hand, you can do something with it. Very nice. Again, 4 turns in a row. 7 damage, 7 damage, 7 damage, 7 damage.
And let's not forget,
Craig just can't handle it.
These are Craig's second cycle cards. These are the cards he's pitched early in the game. And we're seeing maybe some of the 2 blocks, maybe some of the less useful cards. What are we going to see here? Are we going to just play the gold?
I think, Pablo, he's a fantastic player, and we all know it. And this is some lovely little plays. Playing Betsy really, really nicely. Respecting all the little attacks from your opponent, using your life total well, making sure you're never wasting a card. I think we only saw 1 turn where Pablo wasn't able to use one of the cards in hand, which when you're playing Guardian on the front foot is tricky. Takes it down. Plays the Betsy hero ability, but it was pretty sorted already. He was just going to deck out Craig even without that. And a lovely win there for Pablo, and a fantastic first game to have at Calling Liverpool. showing actually how fantastic, in my opinion, this heavy hitter sealed format is. What a great game. Obviously, we're seeing Pablo taking control, but I'm a big fan of this format. I love to see the interactions. I think some really interesting cards out there as well, especially with the equipment and the blocking. Even got to see the Miller's Grindstone. Even got to see a hammer for 4. Turn one of the entire tournament. We see that hammer for 4. Absolutely fantastic. It's just always a pleasure watching Pablo play a game, I have to say.
And I think we saw good use of both of the new mechanics from this set, the wager and the clash, and it adds a new element to the game.
It does. Oh, I love it. I think it's great. I was a doubter. I'll say it. When I saw it at first, I was like, I'm not sure how I feel about it. This I have to hit to get the effect. And then when you saw the hero abilities being announced, you see it all click together, and you see how well it works in Warrior with the attack reactions. And then we saw Clash, and at first you're like, Victor and the Clash, it's gonna win every time. And then KO with the like, oh no, now KO's blue cards are beating my Clashes.
Yeah.
Just really, really nice. I think we're going to get an interview in with Pablo
Pintor,
which is so do stick around for that. I can't wait to hear about that, hear from Pablo. But I hope you've enjoyed this first game. We've got 7 more games to come today. 7 more rounds
of heavy hitter sealed.
I'm looking forward to seeing some of the best of the UK, best of the Europe, best of all around the world who've come today. They've come to this tournament centre. To this exhibition centre in Liverpool, in the United Kingdom, to play some fantastic games of Flesh and Blood.
Please.
Had a fantastic time seeing everybody yesterday. The buzz in the hall is fantastic, and I can't wait for some more games today to see some great games of Flesh and Blood.
Please stay tuned. We've got an interview with Pablo Pintor coming up immediately next, and then we'll be straight on to round 2.
Get yourself a cup of tea, get yourself a drink, and we'll be right back.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the Calling in Liverpool, and I have been joined by Pablo. Congratulations, Pablo.
Thank you so much.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant win. You managed to get an overpower with Betsy. 11 attack is just, it's not what Kasai wants to see, but Craig did well with blocking out. And then you just followed that up. It was just like high attack after high attack. Once you got the pressure, you got the tempo, there was no letting go with her.
It's like, well, you're playing in Constructed. You need to grab the tempo as soon as you can and try to ride it off till you finish the game. I had a really strong start. I'm actually not really happy with my deck. Guardian is always my last choice while playing this format. I don't like how their cards seem to be undervalued. Like Brute has all these 3/4/7s that block 3 and have big chest and things like that, and you're playing Wallop, that it's a 4/4/7 with no text. But things did line pretty well for me this game. That Concas dominated with the gold generation and such on was really powerful, and I had 2 gold tokens to play through that full blue hand that I had in the middle of the game. So pretty happy. The Miller's hammer grindstone is pretty good against Kasai. It did fail on the first.
I was going to say, your clashes did not go your way.
No,
it was every time it was going on, it was like, wow, okay, he pulled them at the right time, considering how many attack reactions that Craig would have had in his deck. You'd have thought that you would have been up on that game.
Yeah.
But the wagered certainly did pull you through. I mean, there was one time you had about 4 tokens. You were just like, you were really racking them up, and that's when you managed to take the game and take the tempo. So let's talk about your sealed deck quick. You've gone with Betsy. So you know, we would say popularity-wise, KO and Kasai are going to be the most popular.
Yeah.
Why did you discard those and make a Betsy, even though you're not happy with Betsy?
Nah, that's because I opened my pool and I had 14 brute cards, and only 3 of them were red, and they were pretty medium reds at the best, all of them. So brute was off the table. Like, you cannot play with that many reds. You have no threats in your deck at all. My pool is really poor. This is difficult to pronounce for me. In red cards, but yeah, I did think that the Miller's Grindstone could win me some matchups. I do have a lot of block 3s in my Guardian pool, so it was kind of my default option. I had some really good equipment there, and I didn't open any fleet trackers. You know,
flat
trackers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did spoil that card. I'm mad that I don't get to play it on the calling.
Well, maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow you'll draft for it.
But yeah, I'm happy with how this first game went. It's not usual that I win my first game of the day.
You're in an unusual position.
But I'm not really confident on my pool. We'll do my best. We'll try. And yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Cool, brilliant. We will follow Pablo's progression through this tournament. We'll keep you up to date on where he is. Thank you so much. Game 1 done. Relax as much as you can. Game 2 will be up soon. Thank you so much. We're going to cut to a break, and then we'll be back with the action soon. Okay, thank you.
gather round as we unveil a true colossus of the arena. Born a beggar on these streets, he built this arena into his home. Wielding a blade seasoned by hundreds of battles, he's the undisputed deathmatch champion. Littering the ground with those foolish enough to challenge his title. Prepare yourself for a spectacle of excellence. Olympia, the prized fighter.
Hello. I just say you should start it, and then I just jump right in. That's my style. I just like to mess with you.
That is the classic Trip way. Hey everyone.
Hello.
I'm Hamish. I'm here. I'm casting with everyone as well. I hope you really enjoyed round 1.
Shouldn't there be an E on the end of your name?
That's
a joke. That's a joke.
Do not go there.
It's a joke.
Everyone spells my name wrong.
Yeah, I like it though. You got a good, solid name. I just got. Look how short my name is. Look at the comparison. Anyway, we're here for some flesh and blood today, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
What are you most looking forward to seeing? What matchup are you most looking forward to seeing?
Well, I really enjoy seeing quite a lot of the matchups, but I love the matchups that can present to me quite a lot of clashes, because clashes to me are the most exciting thing to see in the game. But this time round, we've got a KO mirror. We've got none other than, everybody knows, Michael Feng. He come all the way down from USA to try and beat us at our own game again in Calling
Good luck to
Liverpool.
them. Good luck to them. I think US has got some crazy good players, and it's really good to see people coming over to tournaments outside of their home country and taking them down. Just like going and showing what you can do, representing your home country. Really, really cool thing to be doing in a card game like Flesh and Blood.
He is the Pro Tour champion after all, so we can't deny the skill. We've also got Luigi Fontana. I do hope I pronounced that correctly. But
we got 2 KOs, right? We got a KO mirror.
We do. We've got a KO mirror, so it's going to be a wild slam fest for sure. Both discarding their hands, both creating might tokens every time they're discarding. They both got 1 arm. And they've also got this awesome extra text of ability that says that cards have +1 power when they're not on the combat chain. So that means that if they're in the hand, in the pitch, in the bin, they get +1. So that's really important when they're discarding a random card. That 5 strength card is now a 6 strength card, and that's relevant because Brute have a lot of attacks that have additional effects that trigger when a 6 card has been discarded.
Yeah, it really adds to the consistency of the deck, especially in a sealed format like this, really allowing this KO hero to shine. I know KO, very popular hero in sealed, and I think what we're going to see is in this mirror match, I think a lot of it's going to be coming down to who is able to continue to create those might tokens to get that might token chain going, consistently getting the +1 every single turn. And if one of these players isn't able to do that, they're just going to have such a disadvantage by playing against a hero with essentially Ira's hero ability on top of being a Brute.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So you can see that Luigi's only got 3 pieces of equipment, but I have to say that he's got Raw Meat, which is actually a really strong card for KO, because Raw Meat gets +1 armor for if you have a might token and an agility token, which hopefully can be a pretty easy feat to achieve with KO, because every time he's discarding a card with 6 or more, he's getting a might token. And there's plenty of ways to get agility tokens as well. So it's about that dance of getting those 2 tokens at the right time to get that full effect of the Raw Meat.
Yeah, and those agility tokens, man, when you are coming up against a KO and the things they can do with an agility token, it's just insane. And we see a good start here with Michael Fang with the beer card, the
strong and stout
Brute beer, getting the tokens out, and then just following up with a nice little swing of the claw. That will I can't quite see if Michael Fang has the equipment that gets the temper from the double token.
No, he
doesn't.
doesn't.
He does.
No, he doesn't.
But it's still a really good way to start the game, to set up the game, and to get those tokens on the field. And we saw this in the previous game with Pablo, getting those token chains going. Really, really good. It gives you such a huge advantage if you can continue to chain those tokens back to back to back to back.
Absolutely. The agility tokens, I would say, it's one of the hardest to actually evaluate its strength, but it's very, very strong. We all know that giving cards that don't have it go again built into its text, the ability to give it go again is just the strongest part. And the fact that it's Smackback Elhorn is
the Brute Bear.
The Brute Bear. We'll call it Brute Bear. So Smackback Elhorn is one of the strongest, like, turn 0 cards you can play. So he's already set up, ready to go. And yeah, Luigi's just going to obviously block this up. And straight away, we've got the mighty wind up, which is an instant. Discard it, create a might token. And that is a really, really good card to have at turn 0, because we're just going to draw back up. As you can see, Luigi's drawing back up now for his turn 1. Oh, good start from both players, I'd say.
Yep, so it doesn't the discard there really nice for KO, getting the might token from the effect of the wind up. Doesn't actually get the additional might token because it has to be during your action phase, and that was of course Michael's action phase, but still a nice card to draw going second.
Yes.
When your opponent's not putting on too much pressure.
Because now that's going to pop straight away now. And because Michael has got more tokens, he is at higher health, and he has more equipment than him. That's why down but not out is in full effect straight away with the might token on top.
Yeah, actually really nice little turn there from Luigi. It's quite difficult to get this card off, especially so at an early stage in the maybe actually it's a little bit easier earlier on in the game, but
well, he had the setup with his equipment. He had less than everyone else. With the agility token on top of that, he's got more tokens. And actually, interestingly, that Michael has spent his helmet to actually have the same amount of equipment.
So
now.
It doesn't trigger.
So it doesn't trigger. That is a really cool play.
Response to the card being played uses the instant effect of the helmet. Also just cycles a card, so it's not even a loss of a card there. So nice little way of working around this. And Luigi started the game without a helmet. I wonder if he did that intentionally, so he could be playing these cards. But
that is such a cool thing. He literally pitches 3, destroy it to just draw a card. That's just really,
it's the perfect
really cool
helmet for dealing with that situation as well, because it's an instant speed.
Wow.
Really shut down what Luigi was trying to do there. So
Michael's showing why he's a Pro Tour champion.
Still really early days. Still very early. Still very early days. It looked like Luigi's hand wasn't the greatest thing. It wasn't like he gave up a huge amount to get off that previous thing. I mean, Michael didn't exactly present him with a huge number of opportunities to block going.
No.
So he had to play the hand he had, made the most of it, forced Michael to use his helmet. That is a plus in some ways.
That's true. But I still love that those little cheeky interactions that you can get just to sort of work around the sort of the high demand that down but not out.
I completely
offers.
agree, Hamish. Like, this set is deceptive in terms of you look at it and you think it's just a bunch of meatheads hitting each other in the face, but actually there's some really interesting interactions. Really plays on that kind of sneakiness of the like fighting arena where the kind of like hitting someone in the ribs or doing like a sneaky trip.
It's like
trying to get the upper hand however you can. It's not an honourable battle. This is a proper
there's
cage
nothing
match,
honourable
death
about
match.
this. It had this like that Tekken feel, you know. When in Tekken, it's just that slight little dodge to the left, and it just opens up big windows. There you go. There's your Tekken reference, everyone. Mandible Claw coming in for 4 because of the might token, and it has go again because of the agility token.
And we see the card, we've seen it a couple of times now, this performance bonus, a really nice little extend. I kind of see these cards as almost like little extenders to your turn. It's like a little bit of extra damage, has irrelevant on hit, gets go again from the arsenal. We often see them in sealed sets. We've had them in the past in lots of sealed sets where they get go again from the arsenal. But this one, really, really relevant on hit. A gold token, especially in KO, can really start to add up. If you're able to set up a couple of gold tokens when you're doing your big pop-off turn, it can get really nasty really quickly.
Absolutely. And it like you were saying as well, like trading, like all the other things, it's that 2 block, get it into Arsenal, extend that turn, go again.
Anybody remember Promise of Plenty?
Oh, I was just about to reference the Matthew Folks Pro Tour 2 special Promise of Plenty on that Briar deck.
That card's nuts.
It's coming in for 2 on hit gold. Easy block though, easy block. But are we trying to strip those cards from hand just to make his next turn with a lot of draw discard effects that KO might potentially have on offer? Do you know what I mean? It is still quite early in the turn, so I guess we're just sort of, we're just checking. We're just checking at this point. What are you going to offer? But these games can get really out of control really fast sometimes. Oh, okay. Blocking with a mighty wind-up blue. And then coming in with a heavy hit.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe this. It's the clash, right?
Yeah,
It's
clash
not.
and
It
right.
doesn't apply in because it's not defending. So at the moment, it's just kind of a 2 for 6.
Yeah.
A lot of text on the card that at this moment in time is literally just a 2-cost 6 power attack. But that's the
That's
thing.
mostly flavour. Don't
yeah.
worry, it's mostly flavour.
This is a lot of presenting a lot of difficult decisions in terms of the gold on hit respected by Luigi. You're now just presenting up a 6, going 3 cards wide with KO here, using again the agility token to get the go again on the claw. There was a might token there, so what, 4, 6, 12 damage being presented here in one turn and sealed. It ain't too shabby.
No.
Oh, and Luigi's down to 9. He
just took it.
Feels like he needs to regain momentum in this game. Chooses to say, no, I need to start getting the ball rolling my end. I'm going to have to take this. Hopefully has something big that they can play here.
Michael has no arsenal as well, so he was obviously opting just to go for that big long attack. And here we go.
So I think we're seeing a beat chest here.
We are seeing the beat chest.
So going to create the might token from the card that's discarded and creating an agility token.
Salt and battery.
It's a good turn.
Yeah.
It was a lot of damage to take for, I fully admit, great little setup here, setting up a might and I think it's a vigor, isn't it?
It's a might.
It's an agility. Yeah.
Beat chest text literally says, if you discard this card, you create agility token, and then KO is
creating the might token.
It's creating the might token. This is the perfect exact setup we want, and if you also look as well, raw meat is now live for the block because we have an agility and a might token ready to go. So this is a really, really good setup, but he had to take a punch in the face.
Took a lot of
for
damage.
that.
Yeah, the raw meat is up, which is nice, but it was a big chunk of change to play out that 7 attack there, which Michael was very happy to double block and basically just swing back with a card of his own.
Yeah.
Still not able to develop the arsenal on Michael's side, which is a little bit, it's not a problem, but it's something he might want to try. Now that the tempo is swinging a little bit towards Luigi, he might struggle to get a card down into arsenal.
There we go. Using that raw meat's full text, which is really strong, and he's probably going to be asking for maybe another card, but he's asking for more block.
Probably just going to block 3 here and try and keep a full hand, protect his life total as well as he can, choosing to block with the boots while they are relevant. It can be quite, you can play a fun game of really preventing these, this equipment set where only blocks if you have less health, especially if Michael decides to take a bunch of damage to push back and shift the tempo again.
Well, he's taking that 3. He's getting ready. 5-card hand, agility token and might token at the ready. We're going to see, hopefully, a classic KO pop-off turn. This is what, and if we can get discard a card as well, that's where we're getting the Mandible Claws going to get that real nice free card big swing attack that KO is known for doing. So Luigi's just having to think about what are we going to start with. His armor's getting weak. Michael Hamilton,
and this is where
Michael Fang. Here we go. I fell
this
for
is
the
where
curse as
this
well.
is where this is where Luigi's decision to take that damage early in the game. This is when it's going to pay off because he's got the perfect setup here with the might, the go again. Can he make it work?
Draw, discard. Here we go. Do we discard the card? This is what we want to see from heavy hitters. You rolled a 3. That means that card. And that card means it is a... Yeah,
I think that hits. I think that's a 5.
Yeah.
5 power, so 6 power of KO's ability. If we could see it up on the thing, that'd be great. Yeah,
it's a 4. No, it's not. It doesn't work.
It's still 7 damage. So that's a loss of 2 damage there from missing the 6 power. And also, of course, doesn't make a might token. You'd think with all of Luigi's cards, hopefully we'll be able to at least create a might token this turn, but that's a bit of a missed opportunity. Potentially 3 if you can't make a might token in any other way. Still has go again. 2 cost 7 go again. It's not too shabby, is it?
No, it's not too shabby, but still, that's 3 points of value lost.
If he can't make a might token in another way, hopefully can, and then it's only 2.
But even so, you would have got +2 power if you got that hit and the might token as well. So there is a big loss.
It's a blue. Discarding the blue, we can't quite see what's in Luigi's hand. If that was the resource card, that could be really tricky.
I tell you what I do see. I see a wild ride. I see a wild ride. We could go. We can go quite. If we get the right card in play here, we could see a 4, potentially maybe a 4 card swing. So maybe we'll see. This one doesn't have go. So obviously the Bear Fangs has the go again. He's blocking for 3. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think losing that blue has really maybe dented.
Oh, the Mandible Claws don't have go again because he hasn't discarded a 6 or more. There we go. All right, okay. So that was a really big. That was a big miss. That Bear Fangs, if it hit, it would have been a bigger turn.
And wasn't able to enable it through any of the other cards. That's what I was saying. Like he might have the ability to discard another. KO's got a lot of cards to discard 6. Even if you miss the first one, if you can still do it again, you might be able to manage it. But hasn't got the ability to do it. So it is going to be a bit hugely impactful not hitting that 6 from the.
We are wagering now. We're wagering to just get that big tempo swing back again. But I think Luigi taking that damage, and I think maybe that. That Bear Fangs needing to hit was part of the plan of why I'm taking so much damage to set this up, and it just didn't. I think the payoff is.
We're still looking at a 13 damage turn here on hit.
Don't get me wrong.
Agility
this is heavy hitters. We're still seeing big hits. Don't get me wrong, but I think what I'm saying is that that's probably what all those incremental damages we're trying to set up for.
And Michael does choose to block it out. I kind of feel like
he says that agility token cannot be yours.
He'd already given up a card in blocking. I believe, and then doesn't want to allow Luigi to have another
big
agility
turn. Yeah.
Michael also probably not going to be able to really use this agility with just one card in hand.
So so the agility token is definitely not going to be of full effect for Michael. So I think he's going to be sitting here thinking, do I want to use the? Oh, okay. So we're using the card. We're just going to come and swinging in for free. He's just checking. Your life total's low now. I can't allow you to just keep having full 5-card hand turns. I'm going to, if you want your 5-card hands, I'm going to put you down to 3, and I'm going to be making it harder and harder and harder each time.
I think hopefully you think with Luigi doesn't look very happy, but I think I personally I'll try and block this out. I don't really want to go down to 3.
I don't know what.
It's a big life difference between 3 and 12, but maybe Luigi thinks he can do something with 5 cards and just decides to take it. He's definitely thinking about it.
All right.
Chooses to use the gauntlet, so he's going to take 2 damage here, go down to 4.
Okay. He's just chipping away here. That's what the equipment's there for. But he wants this 5-card hand. We've got an aggressive KO.
And then we saw it in the previous turn.
Wild Ride Red.
Yeah, this is big.
Draws this card. Can we do it? This is what we're here for. This is what Heavy Hitters is all about. It's that slight variance. It's the excitement. We don't know where we're going.
He can't miss it a second time, right, Hamish?
Oh, surely not. A 2. A 2 means this card. This card is a... Oh, there we go. Because it's a strength 5. KO makes it strength 6. We got it, baby.
Gets the might token, gets the go again, and it's a great start to what looks to be a really strong turn here from Luigi. Just going to make sure, does he have the resources to make it happen?
Yeah.
That can be the real thing that stops you in your tracks. It's why the ability to run these blue 5s in KO is so strong. Not only are they 6s, they're also blue.
I know.
It gives you resources you need.
Mandible Claws is also live now because we have discarded a 6-cost attack. So Michael knows that there's a lot of pain coming his way. It's whether or not we can get that 3rd attack being the big slammer, which is what KO... which you would normally see in CC, but CC you can construct and formulate this. But the same sort of strategy kind of can come from KO as well when you're doing a big Wild Ride turn. So you just want to go Wild Ride or attack with agility, Mandible Claw, followed up by the big slammer at the end.
But only the one mandible claw with our one-armed little friend.
I know.
KO.
Oh, okay, interesting.
I love this.
Okay.
This is really nice because
So-
he's drawn a block on the first attack, and now he's presenting the agility wager, and we know how. Because I was gonna say he's getting a great turn in here, but if
It's
he,
the resources.
if he can't get the go again every turn, it's gonna fizzle. But now another big question being asked from Michael: he's gonna give up 3 cards again. He's gonna have to, right?
Okay.
You can't let
Full
Luigi
block.
get another agility turn.
That's a full block for 7. Yeah, Michael just knows
These
that.
wage agilities are clutch. They're not getting the token off Luigi, but they are forcing Michael to give up his entire hand 2 turns in a row, and he took some chip damage. Luigi just trying to work his way back into the game, and
He's doing it. Oh, he is doing it. He is not. He's coming up with a big fight here, and Michael is just. Like he's saying, he's not trading this life. He's sitting there going, these on hits are incredibly potent. And what am I going to do with this swing back now that I've blocked with this big, this 1 turn? I think Michael's just waiting for Luigi to just run out of that gas, that
because
aggression.
as soon as Luigi runs out of gas, Michael turns around and says, "You've got 4
health."
health."
Yeah.
So Luigi needs to keep it going. He needs another big turn here. The last 2 turns have been great, but he needs to keep the momentum.
Oh, here we go. We've got a nice setup for the agility here. So the next attack is going to be at +1.
This is a great looking KO deck here from Luigi. The amount of access to agility tokens he's got seems to be really strong.
The next brutal warrior attack, very specifically here. So if we can't get any of the generic attacks getting the buff on this one. The might token is also set up as well. So I know 1 might token has popped already. So the next one is getting +1. And then we've got the +2 from this attack. So the next attack is got, I mean, we're not going to go wide, potentially. We don't know. We'll see what's being played.
We do have the agility tokens. So
No, that's for next turn.
Oh, he just made that. Yeah.
He's just made that, so it's for the next
in
turn.
The last turn. Yeah.
So clash of big cheeky 7. Here we go, blocking for 7, and we got the clash. Is it?
It's going to be
it's a 4 and a. Well, they're both at +1.
So I think it was a
Michael
endurance rush, which I think is 3 base +4 if you're on less health. So it
Yeah.
would be 4 for Luigi,
and
then it was
a 5, which is a 6 because it's a blue
6
agile
for,
winder.
Michael Fang.
So it wasn't a clash catastrophe.
You just wanted to use that, didn't
I
you?
did. It's a clash. Michael won
You
that.
can't say it's a clash catastrophe if the person playing the clash wins the clash.
No, it isn't. I said it isn't a clash catastrophe.
Oh, here we go. Right, let's back in the game. Right, let's
We've
see
got a
what Michael
gold.
can do here. It was a slightly less, Michael left with 2.
Oh, we're
2
spending that
halves,
gold because he
uses
knows
gold
he's got the
there.
agile wind up on top.
Mhm.
So he can pull the agile wind up and then come and spend that agile wind up to play a mighty wind up. I had to say, Michael Fang is winding poor Luigi up a little bit here. Now, with a health of 4, this is where, this is good. This is where we're checking that health total again. We can't, how many times can you present, big card hands? We can't block with the 2, that'll be lethal. If you block with a 3, you're down to 1. And there are some cards here, which they are rare. I will say they are rare and quite hard to pull, but there are some cards here that that can deal 1 damage as a block. Which you got to be, it's a bit of, that reckless swing vibe. It's a bit of an ask, but Luigi is going to have to give up some cards for this one. But he's got an agility token coming up as well. Hard decisions. I have to say, both players have just been playing this incredibly well. Michael
Yeah, it's been really tight.
just playing that value turn, making sure that his health total is not going to be, put in check. And Luigi's just wearing.
I think Luigi's going to go down to 1.
Oh,
Does still have 4 cards with the Arsenal.
So Luigi's just playing this really, really aggressively.
And we mentioned it earlier, it's going to be hard for Michael to get a card back into the Arsenal. He still really hasn't quite managed to keep a card in Arsenal while Luigi's been able to keep resetting, keep having these big turns. But because Michael had such a life advantage, he's been able to stay in this game really well. Michael hasn't taken a point of damage in quite a while, while Luigi has still been leaking and is now down to 1. Very dangerous.
Yeah, and it's just Michael's obviously valuing his health over the over the big setup turns. He's just basically going every turn. In the end, he just knows that Luigi's going to have to give him more and more and more cards over time, and he's spending a lot of these cards and blocking up. Eventually, he's going to be left with quite a lot of low block cards, and it's going to get harder and harder to keep that health total going. Oh, okay, brilliant, brilliant.
Yeah, we saw it on the top of the deck earlier.
Yeah.
Win the Clash, and it's going to come in for 7. Endurance Rush, big fan of this card. Gets the buff if it was 4 power plus 3, good. And yeah, if you're on less health, it does get the buff. Of course, Luigi is on 1, so very much on less health. Presenting 10 damage this turn.
Oh, okay, yeah, so he's maximising his block 2 cards as well by discarding it and getting more.
But Michael may be happy to just swing the claw here, force a block from Luigi. Now he's on 1 health.
Yeah.
Those claw swings now for Michael, always going to have to draw a card.
As well as I wonder, the deck sizes are obviously getting to a point where they're getting a bit thin.
Might be getting to second cycle. Might be getting to the point where... but no, does cheese. Finally gets the card down in Arsenal. Going to try and set something up instead. And now we can see what Luigi can do with 5 cards with Michael Fang on 7 health.
Wow. Okay.
No agility tokens in play. No funny business going on. This is literally just what does Luigi have in his hand and in his arsenal.
And then for the first time, we've actually seen Michael opt to Arsenal over swinging that claw. Luigi, like you said, he's got his 5-card hand. Yeah, he's got. As you can see, he's got his and ahhing face on. Just really,
it's a really big turn for
is.
Luigi, because I think if he doesn't completely seize control of the game here, that 1 health is going to be the death of him, really.
Absolutely.
So we come in with a Pound Town.
Oh, I like that. That is a really cool name. It's the Pound Town.
We're going to
beat
beat
chest, yeah.
And we're going to wager. No, we're just going to make a might token.
Yeah,
he gets rid of the wager to make a might token.
He's making 2.
It's an opportunity for Michael, I have to say, to seize control of the game himself.
Block 5.
He now has 3 cards.
Yeah.
Luigi on 1 health. This could be... It wasn't quite enough with those 5 cards to make something happen, but we'll see what Michael can do with his 3-card hand.
He could block more.
Yeah. Wild Ride.
Yeah.
This is it.
Here we go. Which one? Which one?
And Michael's probably getting to his 2nd cycle as well. He might be confident enough that this is always going to hit.
That one? Is it?
Oh.
No, it does. I don't believe this lands.
That was the same card that Luigi hit on his turn. It is literally the same card, but in different decks.
Clash of Might.
Clash of Might, again.
Oh.
The wrong place at the wrong time, but this time for Michael. Literally the same card. Literally
the same card has... It's so much gas.
And that has really dented what Michael can do on this turn. I mean, it's still going to draw a fair number of cards from Luigi here, especially if he has some 2 blocks.
Yeah,
it might even
or no blocks.
It just affects the quality of the cards that he has to give up. He has to give up 3 blocks rather than 2 blocks because he's on 1 health.
Well, that's a 2 block.
Oh,
okay. Oh, there's so many cards.
What? Oh, God.
Yeah, and he has
to give up all 3
He has to give up
them.
all of that, but then it's just a...
That's really rough for Luigi. He doesn't have the 2-3 blocks to shut down what would look like a disaster for Michael.
I know.
But Luigi, he's dealing with these 2nd cycle cards now. They might not be as high quality as blue pitches.
Oh, okay. Pack card. Gonna intimidate a card. This, you never know. You could intimidate that 3-block card, and what happens if you're left with some no-block cards and 2-block cards as well?
And the +2 from the might tokens, right?
Exactly,
so coming in for 8, 3 cards to deal with it. Michael's still got a nice little health buffer, though. Could be enough to see him through this turn and then present a difficult situation for Luigi.
Luigi's just done a fantastic job of just being so aggressive and just making those cards work to its full effect. But Michael's just really, really just playing to that value. They're both just played absolutely fantastically.
They've both had a bad discard. Really made sure this game stayed relatively balanced. It threw Luigi's turn off earlier, but you have to think that if Michael had hit that, it would have been.
It probably would have spelt doom.
I think
right?
Luigi would have had it maybe covered, but looking at the hand, it wasn't.
I mean,
it was.
I mean, you can see he had to pitch up.
He wouldn't have been able to do this.
He had to pitch up his bare fangs. He had a no blocking hand. So if he had to come in with a second attack, that would have been
game.
It would have been game. It definitely would have been.
Yeah, because one of these cards was in Arsenal, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, we've taken 3 damage here. We're down to 2. Michael Feng down to 2. There his 7. I think he's got 6. I think Michael actually, on a quick glance,
does have 3 cards here.
He has got a 3-card hand.
One of them was randomly discarded, but it looks like it might have been his pitch card. A blue and a red. Going to come in with the Mighty
Wind Up Red 7. That is a tough ass. And maybe, like you're saying, this second cycle.
Michael able to keep some good quality red cards for the late game. He's got another rally the rear guard, which is not ideal in this situation because it doesn't perfectly cover it. I guess it's a 3-card. It's always going to be a 3-card block.
Unless you've got a block, the Test of Strength or one of these block clash cards.
The thing is, though, Michael is now on 2 health. If Luigi can keep 1 card and swing those claws, he's still going to force Michael to block.
Yeah.
But it might not be enough to win the game.
No, I mean, you can just see that is...
What a tight game this
is.
is.
This has been super tight. That's what I've been saying. That Luigi's taking a lot of damage, obviously, to keep representing. Okay, we've got the rally rear guard here. It's going to be a 3-card block. Yeah, okay. Michael doing a fantastic job here of just... But his deck is... He's literally got... he's got 4 cards left in his deck, 4 cards left in his hand. But we're at so low health here. I don't see this game going to a fatigue.
I think Michael must... If he can present another 7 and keep forcing Luigi to give up, he's only got 5 cards left in deck.
No, Luigi has
Six with
got
the
less.
pitch card. 6 with the pitch card. It's because Michael keeps forcing Luigi to block with multiple cards. And even though Michael's only got 4 cards, 5 cards left in deck as well, he's got a full hand here ready to do something. He's got a block, sorry. We've got a block first.
We've got a block.
And then 3 cards ready to do something.
And it's been really good as well. Michael's been obviously pitching up a lot of his 3-block cards, ready to just try and have some gas left at the end. Here we go.
Gets the buff.
He gets this buff. We're pumping. And bare fangs. What do we get?
Draw
we got
and
another 5. This is huge. This is a heavy hitter. This is a real big heavy hitter.
This is a big. This is gonna have to be it for Luigi. He's gonna have to block this out with his whole hand if he even can, leaving him with 1 card left in his deck.
It's a whole.
Michael's still got 4 cards. Michael presenting this lethal attack and asking too much from what Luigi's deck can do.
Yeah, Luigi's having a okay, if we say so.
And Michael's just been keeping in the game. Respect to that life total proved so useful. Luigi taking that big damage early to try and do something huge. It didn't quite happen.
No.
And even though we thought Michael had it, then he misses the discard, but he still has that consistency, that quality of card left in deck in order to present these big attacks. Luigi's got 2 cards left here.
Yeah. I think, is he reaching? We're coming in for a mandible close of 5. 2 cards. One of them's a no block. Block 3.
And that's game. Great to see. Beautiful plays from both players. That was a really fantastic game. What this format like? We're talking sealed, 6-pack sealed. You're just picking up cards out of packs, fresh.
Yeah.
And look at these games that they're producing. I feel are so good and so fun to watch.
It was so cool.
Great.
It was so cool. Like just seeing those 2 different ways of approaching the deck, where you had Luigi just being super aggressive, like literally just keeping us. I'm going to take some damage. I want to get those 5-card hands. I'm just going to come for your face. And Michael Fang's like, no, you know what? Actually, I'm going to take a bit more conservative. I'm going to be blocking up, and I'm just going to be chipping away 1 at a time, pitching the right cards up, and then in the end, it just proved to be very successful.
And both players having a bad discard at one point.
Oh, that was what kept it. That's what kept it honest.
I think if Luigi had hit that early, it would have changed the game, but he didn't, and that's the game. That's the brute way.
Did it,
yeah, well, Michael did. He really just won it early.
Exactly.
Like, skipped a few turns, but I'm loving this. I'm loving these games.
Yeah.
I think KO is such an interesting hero. Seeing that mirror match as well. Both players played it really, really well. Really, really interesting to see it. Like you said, Hamish, the two kind of different ways you can take the game, but you've got to take the game based on what the game presents to you, right? Like if you're on the back foot, you've got to play a bit differently than if you're on the front foot.
Yeah.
If you take a bunch of damage, you have to say, well, I've taken that damage. I need to justify that. I need to get my value out of taking all of that health. And I think Luigi almost did it. He almost did it.
Almost did it.
Didn't quite manage to get that.
Yeah, absolutely. So normally at the end of each game as well, we were able to try and get the winner on to do a interview. And this time around, we're not going to be getting an interview in because I think we're just moving straight over to, we've got some promotions coming up and I think everyone's just getting ready for the next game as well. So it was a screamer of a match. I love seeing the random discards. I love seeing the cash. It's basically just that out of control stuff that we can, out of control from both players' ends of just going, we don't know. And then when it comes to discards, we don't know. That's the stuff that just makes all of this so exciting to see in general in heavy hitters.
And that was game 2. We've got 6 more games coming up. You're going to need 6 wins today or top 64. Whichever is bigger is going to take you through to day 2. That's going to present you with a minimum of 2 drafts. And for 8 lucky people who do incredibly well and get to that top 8 slot, they're going to clash it out in a last-ditch draft at the end of the day tomorrow to take home all the marbles.
I hope you're excited. Go grab a cup of tea, and we'll see you soon.
Later.
Brace yourselves for a living nightmare. From the depths of the savage lands, captured, mangled, and now reborn in the arena. Please, stay away from the edges of the arena. This monster's bloodlust knows no bounds. The very essence of savagery, he may be wounded, but he's armed. And dangerous! KO!
And we're back. We're here.
We are back.
Hey!
Round 3 coming up very shortly. But we wanted to just come on and talk a little bit about the meta today, Hamish.
Break it down for me, Simon.
So, you may be aware that the most played hero today is KO.
I mean, that's no surprise. With a deck that can get many 6s, lots of agility, lots of might, very aggressive, doesn't surprise me there.
And we've just seen a KO mirror.
Played by Michael Fang as well. He's came all the way down here. I mean...
we'll get back to that in a minute.
Oh, okay, go.
We've also seen a Kasai today. There's over 100 Kasai in the field today.
Wow. That's that's actually really impressive.
I don't think that's surprising, though, because she is a popular hero anyway.
Yeah, and I think I think it's one of the community is sort of like, you can see what happened at Calling Hartford, that what the players are going to do there. And a lot of us are obviously just... You tend to sort of just emulate and see what was quite strong there, but you can sort of see her as a hero, as a warrior hero, has quite a lot of value with card draws and everything like that.
Yeah, and then we've got Betsy, our first Guardian.
It doesn't surprise me to see her. It's
49 playing Betsy.
Okay, but as as a Guardian being the pick of the Guardian, doesn't surprise me to see that either, because of that natural ability of overpower being a very handy thing to help close out games.
It is, and we've seen all 3 of those heroes so far.
Yeah.
The 3 we haven't seen so far, and I think we've got an Olympia up next.
Okay.
Is Olympia at 33.
Okay, that's. I mean, for me, I feel like I don't know really where I'm going to land with what the Olympia is. It's also down to what sort of the card quality of your sealed packs.
I think so. And then Victor at 15 and Reinar at 4.
Reinar at 4. Okay, maybe the hardest one to try and get right, because it requires quite a lot of setup to get those beat chests.
In the draft, maybe we'll see differently, but in the sealed pool, you need those intimidate pieces and the ability to discard. So we've got approximately 140 warriors, or 135 warriors. We've got
125 Rhino. The brutes are easy to count.
Yeah, and then we've only got 65
Guardians. Okay, so what we're seeing so far from Hartford and from Calling Liverpool for the sealed aspect of things, that clearly KO is the hero that the community so far want to build, because I suppose really it's just that the card quality from the packs.
Yeah, I think the consistency seems to be there. And if you get the token generation, then it's only going in one direction.
Go again, and +1 damage. They're pretty good.
We talked about Michael Feng coming all the way from the US.
And Brody Spurlock.
There are five contenders from the US today.
Wow. Hardcore.
So we have 406 people playing in the Calling today.
Say that again.
406 people playing in the Calling Liverpool.
One more time.
406 people.
406 people. That's so cool. That's a lot.
Now, 300 of those are from the UK, right here in the UK.
Brilliant. That is really good.
That means that 26% of people here at the Calling Liverpool are from outside of the UK.
That is awesome. That is so cool to hear that a big majority of it is as well from EU.
So you're probably not surprised to hear that of that 106 people that have come from outside of the UK, we have 25 from Spain.
Okay, I mean that's
the Sunflower Samurais.
Yeah.
We have 15 from Poland.
The Team Poland, man. Yeah, they're the strong team.
We have 12 from Germany.
All right, very good. Yeah, very good.
And then we have a handful from Slovakia, Romania, Switzerland, Austria.
Oh.
We have one person that's come all the way from Australia. Or at least they're registered in Australia.
So. Oh, okay. So one person to come from down under. I mean, it's a long trip for Liverpool, man. But Liverpool is a beautiful place. It's worth the trip, although it has been raining. But that's really cool to see.
It's just amazing to see, isn't it? We've got a Calling in the UK.
I do know one dude from Greece.
There's
one player from Greece as well.
We've talked about Yorgos already.
We have.
It's amazing, isn't it? We've got all of these players come from all over the world, and it's humbling to just have them here join us in the UK for such a special occasion.
It's so cool. It honestly is so cool. The mantra that James White puts out there, play the game, travel the world, is in full effect here. And it's just really cool to see as well that the UK community has just come together to do a sealed Calling.
Turned out in force for a sealed Calling.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. Having seen the set now, having seen the response and the reaction that people have had to the set,
Yeah.
I think more and more people will have maybe changed their mind and thought, actually, I want to be a part of this.
Yeah, no, you can see. I mean, even from we've been seeing all these games as well, which we're going to be coming up to very, very, very shortly after we make this point that this sealed set is 100% the strongest that we've seen so far, just because I believe it's just the wagers, it's the clash, it's the random discards, it's the nice, easy to see physical attacks. There's just lots of really cool, exciting variant stuff going on here, and yeah, it's just there to see.
I've been slightly corrected. If you've noted a discrepancy in the numbers between the meta report and the numbers I was just giving, 406 is the total number of people that have registered for events this weekend.
Right.
Unique players.
Right.
Just to be clear, I don't want anyone
well, the internet can
clashing with my maths.
I like what you did there. Okay, we're going to be moving over to the game now, Simon.
Okay, so we have Sebastian Grondal, who was top 8 at the Calling Birmingham.
Ooh.
Versus the UK's very own content creator, Scott Mines.
He is, and he did a lot of amazing casting work for the Battle Hardened that Ethan Mansant kindly recorded in the Calling Hartford.
Didn't he just with Shamir?
Yeah, so we're here now. So Scott Mines, he's on KO, and we've got Sebastian on Olympia, and I can see why he want to pick up Olympia. He's got the hot streak weapon. That's a hot weapon, Simon.
That's a nice one to have.
I'll fan you down now,
please.
This is hot.
So again, is it the second warrior we've seen today? We've already seen Kasai. We're now seeing an Olympia. Just how do you think they're different?
What, the Kasai and the Olympia?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the Kasai has got the means of being able to get rid of some cards to get some on hits, right? Which the on hits being that we're going to make a gold token.
Yeah.
And using that synergy of creating the gold token to draw a card to make the weapons be a lot cheaper. Okay. So with Olympia having pretty much every wager is going to have a double on hit in creating that gold token. It's that cool of making of how many sort of like big wager cards do I need to sort of like push and get these gold tokens to get the double on hits? It's a bit of a, I don't really know necessarily how much of a huge difference it'll be. Maybe as well that the equipment slot that you would pick as well, because his headpiece is very, very strong to just auto generate a wager. Also as well, this could tell me that it's that sign of his specialization could also pop up as well, and that's a very strong specialization to be able to pump into more wagers to just go over and kill. So that's probably the two big reasons why you might want to pick Olympia over Kasai.
So the first thing we're seeing here is the hot streak coming in for 4.
Yes, and obviously
and
if you block...
if you block with an attack action card, hot streak gets go again.
Yeah.
Now, because we've played a pump and we're wagering this attack, Scott is incentivized maybe to block that out.
Yes.
But he has to use non-attack actions if he can.
Yeah, which is unable to do. And obviously here we go. We've got the
warrior
Hold'em
attack reactions.
Yeah, we've got the Hold'em pumping up. He's wagering for a vigor, which obviously, and he's obviously now blocked with a attack action card. Given this go again, he's thrown out an attack reaction card, and that attack reaction card gives you more if you obviously blocked with a attack action card, which he has.
Yeah.
He's just basically there's so many little ticks going on. If you block with attack action card, things are going to get bad very quickly.
As it turned out, Scott won the wager. He got the agility token, and Sebastian had an agility, a vigor, and a gold from all of that. So
what a start!
We are seeing the tokens come into play here. And how is KO going to take this first attack? We're seeing a naked claw.
Oh, Simon, calm yourself.
Claw for 3.
Claw for 3. Claw for 3. Naked claw, I like it. And it had an agility token as well attached to that. So we're going to come in again with this assault and battery. And
now, this is a big card, isn't it?
It is a big card. It's coming in for 7, and you can beat chest. And beat chest is you choose to discard a card. If the card is a 6 or more, it would then generate a agility token. He didn't.
We haven't seen that, so I'm assuming that that card in hand is not a 5 or a 6 power.
Oh, the claw had the go again because he obviously
had the agility token from the previous turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we're not setting up an agility token for next turn. So we're just kind of just blocking out with the equipment because his health is 2 points lower. So now they got a 1 block each. So we're currently blocking for 2. Still coming in for 5. Sebastian having a think here. Do I want to take any more damage? And he does.
He does take some damage there.
He's taking 5 damage.
He obviously values the hand he's got. We saw in that first turn 0 that Scott discarded the agile wind-up for an agility token. A nice way of cycling a card, getting that agility token ready for your first turn. And he's made good use of it there.
Absolutely. So Vigor popping off straight away. We've got a resource. He is pitching for... Well, he's actually going to be pitching up for 3. Well, he's got 1 floating resource left. And then that is the draw swords. We're drawing a card. So now...
It's such a good card, isn't it?
It is. Amazing card. But that's why you probably want to pick over Cassius, because that second hero ability where the weapons are now free. They're not free this time round. But Olympia, I mean, when you've got Hot Streak, does that matter?
Does it matter?
Does it matter? Because Hot Streak is such a very, very strong card.
Especially if you can pump it and react.
Exactly. And KO is not a deck that is short of attack action cards. You know, he's going to be likely, potentially, using attack action cards to block attacks. Or are you just going to take this to the face? And then Olympia's saying, well, this is going to be wager. There's so many answers. It's like, as usual, Warriors, the damned if you do, damned if you don't approach.
And we've seen 2 cards drawn already this turn. One off the draw swords and one off the gold token that they cashed in.
So we're coming in. We've wagering his big first attack with a Centauri Saber, not the Hot Streak.
Well, we don't need to go with the Hot Streak because we've already got the agility token giving this go again.
That's very true. Simon, I'm so glad you're here.
And we've seen another pump with edge ahead. So the red one adds +3, and if it hit, when you attack with this, you may wager an agility token. So we are seeing another wagered attack.
And then agility again. I mean, the agility tokens are probably, I think,
one of the most valuable.
I think it's probably
for the Warriors to go wide, isn't it?
Definitely. Well, maybe not so much for the Guardians.
No.
But for the Brutes and the Warriors, it is one of the most sought after tokens for sure. But it's so strong, given just attacks that don't have go again. It's just such a strong thing to do.
And we're really asking Scott to block here. But he has. He has blocked some of that out. He's taken it on the chin.
Well, yeah, he is taking it on the chin.
And he's created that agility token for himself. But he will take some damage if he can't react any further.
And obviously he had that opportunity to use the face adversity because his opponent has drawn a card. So because he's drawn a card, this now has a block value. Well, it blocks with 2. You can only block with it if you've drawn a card. So it's a good opportunity to use it. So he's blocking for 4 this time.
So he's only taken 4 damage there.
But he's losing this wager.
He's lost it.
He's lost it. He's lost it.
He's lost it. And now we're just coming for Hot Streak for 2.
Yeah.
2 floating though, and the Warriors often do have an attack reaction.
That is true. So
not today. No, not today. It goes in Arsenal.
That's fine. Scott has taken that too. Oh man, I tell you what, Sebastian doing a fantastic job of just really making the most of this, and he's getting that gold token as well.
But Scott has managed to keep 4 cards.
Yeah, and he's got his agility token as well. We're seeing an angry KO coming back with a Pound Town.
There are some great card names. There are some great card names in this set.
Coming in for 6, go again. Is he beating his chest?
He has chosen not to beat chest.
Okay.
So he's not discarded any cards. We're not getting the extra might. That would have been 2 might tokens.
Yeah, I know. That's some
But it looks like
value.
He's trying to make the most of this agility token.
Yeah.
And come in for another big attack.
And I can see here he's got the Strong and Stout card. Strong and Stout Ale. Meaning that if he plays this, he creates an agility and a might token, which will be a very, very
No, Sebastian's just taken that. He's gone
he's
down
just
to 6.
Oh, this is what happened that's what I've been seeing. You've got some players just playing this big value game.
Yeah.
Where they're just going to go, I'm going to block up and just keep coming at you with a 6 or a 7. And then there's some players going, I'm going to keep my whole 5-card hands.
And Sebastian has played big here. He's taken the 6. Scott has activated the flat trackers, which gives him an agility for next turn.
Wow.
And then come in with Clash of Might.
Which
does nothing on attack. It's just a 6-power attack.
Yeah. But
it's lethal.
Yeah. I mean, this is a 12 damage turn here. And he's set himself up for next turn to have a big go wide turn again. Sebastian, oh man.
Down to 2.
Down to 2, 5-card hand. He's got a go again himself, a gold token. Scott Mines is on 13 health. Okay, I thought it was on 15. He's on 13 health here.
So it's still a big
life
gap. I mean,
it's a big one. But if we're doing no blocks, is that a question of that damned if you do, damned if you don't approach?
And what we do know is warriors are inherently tricky to block against. They can usually go over the top with a reaction, or they can go wide with the agility token and go again. And we are seeing a put your money where your mouth is.
Let's see if he is putting his money where his mouth is.
So he's wagering a gold and pumping the Centauri Saber by 3. So coming in for 5, go again.
Wagering a gold. If this hits, creates 2 gold, because if you win the wager,
Olympia kicks in.
Yeah, and he'll give you another gold. He's getting rich, baby.
Is he going to be able to use them, though? He's only on 2 life.
I know, that's the thing. Please, if you've got plenty of blues, you can just be able to cycle them down and just find some key cards that you need.
This is true.
Yeah. So coming in for 5, go again, wagering a gold. And if he blocks with an
attack action, it pumps it by 1.
It's just... Yeah,
it's tricky.
It's tricky.
I don't think KO wants to block here.
No, but we've got a test of strength coming up. We've got a clash, everybody. This is what I'm here for. This is what I'm here for. It is a clash. Well, it's not a clash. Isn't a clash catastrophe. A clash catastrophe is what we would call the person initiating a clash loses their own clash.
So he's won the clash.
But he's won the clash. So this isn't a clash catastrophe, everybody.
Wow. However,
so he gets a gold. He gets a gold. Everybody's rich.
Yeah. Sebastian did win the gold.
Okay, and we're coming in now with a wage vigor. If this hits, you get a vigor token. Coming in for 7.
But it's not lethal.
We're far from lethal.
KO has 3 cards in hand and Sebastian on 2.
Wow.
There is an agility token in play. And I wonder, with the gold there, whether KO risks it and goes with... May need to pay for that gold to make things work.
I can see in his hand as well a sneaky little wild ride. That's it. My brain just went there for a second. Oh, okay. So we are blocking here.
Right. So we blocks. Yeah.
Block for 3. Okay, we're down to 8. Sebastian down to 2. This is a good. I have to say, Simon. I feel
this is a good game.
This is a very good game and a very aggressive game. This could be over pretty quickly.
Yeah, we're only 7 minutes into the game and we're already on 2 and 8.
Yeah. Both players.
We've seen some of the slower games. We've seen the Betsy game, and we've seen the KO mirror, which turned out to be a little bit more tricky.
Wild Ride coming in, discarding a 6, but he's already got go again.
He's already got go again, and he's got no resources to play the claw to follow up.
Okay, so this is a pretty. I mean, not maybe the most effective Wild Ride turn that we've seen, because he's already got the go again, but he's obviously just setting up ready for a might token turn.
It's a lethal attack. It's at least a 2-card block, if not a 3-card block.
And then with Sebastian, he's got a figure token ready. He's got loads of gold. He's literally 4 gold up. And can we get that most out of that gold when you're trying to block up at the same time? It's a bit of a tricky ask here. So we're blocking up for 6 here. Might token at the ready for Scott Mines. It's now Sebastian's turn. Vigor token has popped. 1 resource available, which Vigor and having gold is actually quite a handy thing. Yeah, so he's pitching up. He's spending a gold. He's got 2 left. He's going to draw a card. He's got 2 left. He could just spend that 2 and draw another card. That's really strong.
He may well do that. He may well do that, or he may well pay for his weapons.
Yeah, it's that thing.
And he's got a card in Arsenal as well. So we've still got 3 cards to play with.
He's just seeing what that card, the quality of the cards that get drawn up. Where are we here? Do we have resources? Do we have reds? Do we have some strong plays for this turn? We shall see. Sebastian just having a think here. It's also interesting to note as well that, you know, brutes are known to have zero, like, brutes have got some no blocks.
They do.
They do. And warriors are not really that class that have, if any, no blocks available.
The warriors can block very well.
They can. They can.
Generally.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're not spending the second gold. We're just coming in here.
Just coming in for a reasonable attack.
Rising speed, if you've drawn a card, which it has. Let's get go again. That's really good. That's really good.
Five go again is a good start to the turn, and we've still got 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. This is dangerous for Scott. I think he needs to be careful here.
Cards like Rising Speed is the reasons probably why you want to pick up Olympia, because of that ability to just having getting ways of getting gold, which is just a strong way of drawing cards, which is a strong way of giving you a 2 for 5 go again. And then we're coming in here. Oh, okay. Attack reactions all being tricky. If you block with a attack action card, this gets Vigor, and it has go again, and Saber for 2. Wow, this is very, very crafty use of the resources and just maximizing the use of your hand. This is a great turn from Sebastian. Scott here is just choosing as well. Do I really want to take... It's just coming in for 2.
Just 2.
But it's just chipping away down his health again. Sebastian's got a Vigor token ready to go to kind of perform those same interactions with the gold again. This is a really good use of what Vigor and gold can do.
Scott has 3 cards in hand, and he's going to push some breakpoints here, I think.
Oh, here we go. Coming in for 8. This is the classic. This is the sort of classic brute stuff I want to see here.
I think this is going to be
wage agility.
This is going to need a big block from Sebastian here, and if he hasn't got 3 blocks in hand, this is going to wipe his hand out.
So wage agility would say that if this hits, you create agility token. But I have to say, in this instance, if this hits, you win the game. This is a wage death. So,
it's getting to that point of the game,
yes,
isn't it?
It is. Sebastian in a spot here now where actually I'm not worried about him having cards that won't be able to block. It's just more, how many 2 blocks do I have here? How many? I've got to give up 3 cards here.
Yeah.
And what am I going to do after with that? I've got to probably keep a blue. I've got a Vigor token
clash
coming up. Oh, a clash! It was a clash-tastrophe.
That was a clash-tastrophe.
That was a clash-tastrophe. He initiated the clash and he lost. But I mean, what do you expect from a warrior, right? A warrior's likelihood of winning a clash against a brute?
Very slim. Very slim. And here, all we see is the 1 resource from the Vigor token used for the Saber. Now, it's not lethal. I wonder.
Down to 1.
I wonder what is in hand here. Is it going to be a reaction to push lethal, or is he going to go in arsenal?
We don't have any resources though, and and it's not wagered either.
No,
so there's not. There isn't really going to be any reactions to note that is going to be able to help push over.
There we go.
So Scott recognised
I've
this.
obviously been wounded by warriors in the past.
You have. With the warriors have lots of tricky ways to do this. We're going in for the assault and Pound Town. That's
Pound Town. And we have this time beat chest.
We do. We've got 2 might tokens ready for next turn. He's saying, I probably know that you're going to be able to block this out, right? I'm saying it for next turn. Yeah. You've got to give me 3 cards yet again. And then the next attack is going to have +2 power. Scott's getting ready for next turn.
Are we going to see the use of the gold? The 3 gold that's sitting there, are we going to see any of those?
1 card in arsenal, 1 card in hand. We are not spending.
Not spending.
Oh, okay. What a great card. 3 for 7. Wagering the gold. We've got a wage gold. Quite simple.
Just a wage gold.
It's a wage gold coming in for 7. If you've got to give more than 1 card in this instance, you've got to give me more than 1 card. And
I mean, he's got to give at least 2 cards. At least 2 cards.
Yeah, but then we'll have to just sort of see where we go here. Oh, I can see an interesting new majestic from Scott Mine's hand.
Is he gonna?
It's a no fair.
Is it?
It's a no fair.
is Scott going to be able to keep enough cards here to attack next turn? Because
So-
he's got those 2 might tokens that are going to add to his damage.
But he can play. He's got this. He's got no fear in hand, right? And he's going to be able to just play that. I don't know how many 6s he's got in his hand. Oh, he is playing it. It's an instant. He's getting rid of 2, so that's gonna prevent 4.
Yeah.
Blocking 5, taking 2.
Down to 1.
Down to 1. Wins 2 gold.
Nice.
Because Olympia's giving you the gold. Oh, okay, Olympia. If he's a rich man.
But he can't do anything with it.
No, I know. Look at all this money, and I don't know I don't know how to spend it.
Scott has managed to keep those 3 cards.
He does. And
No Fear is such a good card.
Wow,
Isn't it?
what a card to pull.
Ah.
Okay, so we're coming in hot.
Lead with speed. Make that agility token.
Need for speed.
Need for speed.
I know.
Clash
Someone
of
said it
agility.
once. I can't get it out of my head.
So we're coming in for 3 + 2 + 7.
9. Whole hand, please.
No, we're 12.
We're 12. Whole hand. Right, this attack is so mighty.
The dice start at 4 and finish at 9, so I think they're just trying to work out how to get to 12.
Okay.
Or 11. Or 11.
Oh, we've got a clash. Oh, no. Oh, no. He didn't win the clash. It was a clash catastrophe.
You're really trying to push this.
I am pushing this.
But we are fully
Wow,
blocked.
that's amazing.
We're both on 1.
That was a free card block 12, block 11.
With a block card.
With a block card. 1 card left. He's just drawing back up. He's got 5 gold tokens, 1 health. Scott Mines has got gold, agility, and a vigor, and also 1 health.
There's a lot going on
No,
here.
2 agilities. I mean, if you want a double go again.
If you want double. But we know that can't really work.
No.
But we are seeing a KO with a full grip.
Oh.
Yeah.
Agile wind up.
Yeah.
With a go again. Coming in for 7, go again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a... Ooh.
This is a bad place to be for Olympia.
It is. If he just comes in with another attack that is just, well, even a 4.
So he's obviously put a card in Arsenal there in the previous turn. Should he have forced a block?
He had the up the ante. That's probably why he picked up Olympia, and that is it. That's game. Well done, Scott Mines, closing that game out very, very aggressively.
Very, very good game.
That was so cool.
It was really good to see Olympia, but KO comes through strong in the end.
It does. But I can see why Sebastian picked up the Olympia.
I'm loving Scott's Snorlax hat as well. That is absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely. That was so exciting. You can see why Sebastian picked up Olympia because he had the up the antes, and it was really cool to see Scott showing off the majestic power of no fear as well.
Oh,
it was
the perfect place to play that, and it
Exactly.
really just consolidated his position and his tempo at that time.
Yeah, and just really making the use of from those agility tokens just to push through that damage. And I think ultimately those big hits that Sebastian was taking just set up these big, huge 5-card hand turns.
Yeah.
In the end, this is the sort of thing that we've been seeing now with a lot of these games, that I want to keep my hand, I'm going to take this punch, I'm going to come back with this, and then just them blocking up for that next turn, your health total gets tighter and tighter.
Yeah, it eats away at you, and we saw him take so much damage there and just wasn't able to return quite as much consistently. And I think that's the key, isn't it? Just consistently being able to push damage, which KO was obviously able to do in that situation.
That's probably why a lot of people have been picking him up. It's just that consistent strength, that ability to get might tokens, that ability to get agility tokens, just a lot more on the fly. Is that, the question is that a stronger token set that you're wagering and fighting for over, Olympia going, well, I'm good at making gold, and I'm good at making vigor, and I do have means to make agility, but that +1 damage that you're presenting to me each
It's
turn,
so valuable.
It just chips over time.
We saw both heroes able to make a ton of tokens in that game, and Olympia ended with 5 gold, which unfortunately wasn't able to use.
But if you were trading up those 5 golds, or you traded them up over time to have 5 +1 damage tokens, those +1 damages are going to be the reasons that it's going to close the game out over those 5 gold tokens that are going to help you draw cards. It's a hard call to make, but obviously those 5 gold, wasn't helping out
Not
near
at the
the
time.
end.
It
no.
was a close game, but Scott had the tempo at the end.
He did.
We are going to take a very quick break.
Yeah.
We're going to have Scott Mines on the interview next.
Yeah.
Scott having gone 3-0 on the morning so far. Really looking forward to seeing how he's getting on with KO today.
I hope you're ready, because Scott he's a fantastic speaker. He's done lots of amazing commentary work. I'm sure he'll break down how that game goes for you. Get a cup of tea. See you soon.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, promise ain't a threat.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the Calling in Liverpool. We just saw Scott Mines win with KO. Incredible game versus Olympia. That is a massive scalp to take. Sebastian Grandal is a fantastic player in Europe.
Don't need to tell me twice, Sebastian is incredible. I'm very much a big fan of their work. Was very excited to get paired into them this round. And great game, well played by both players. Had my heart in my mouth when that 11 wasn't enough to get through for a point of damage, but yeah, it was a sweet one. I would play that again. If every game like that is today, every game today is like that, I'll take it.
You'll take it. The No Fear was clutch to set that up.
Yeah, No Fear is one of the main reasons I'm in KO today. And the card's incredible. I do keep drawing like 2-6 hands, so it's very, very rarely more than like a block 4, but it's just better than a lot of the block cards in that situation. So I get to I would play the block cards anyway in most spots, so having a better one is kind of goes without saying.
He caught you a couple of times with attack reactions. It's very like that. Warriors are very tricksy.
Oh yeah.
And when you get to low health, I mean, you were on 3 health, and he just like, you're no stranger to facing warriors. You know, you're a canny player. You've been around sort of like since Dot. So, but you've really got to be up on your game. I mean, was there any doubt? Was doubts creeping in when you were getting low life? Am I going to see another one? I've got a bot correctly.
I think we were in a spot where I was keeping Sebastian very low on cards every turn as we were going through. And if we had been pitching blues to break gold to leave resources floating when we were swinging those sabres, it might have had to be slightly more of a consideration.
Yep.
But we found ourselves in a lot of turns that were just, okay, pitch my red, swing the sabre or arsenal the card and send back. And that creates a lot less fear. I knew I had to get that door shut quickly, because if he ever can keep a blue, that's when it starts to get scary. That's when it's a case of, okay, the card's in arsenal that he kept, there's a resource flowing when the saber swings, and that's when things get very hard and we have to start managing resources.
Yep.
But yeah, thankfully never got to that point of the game.
He put the fear in God in you in round 3 when you saw a particular card go into the the pitch.
Talk about heart race as well. I think it's turn 3 of that game. It's like, well, I have to assume you're Olympia for a reason. It's very rare that people are, and I didn't see the prized Galea, the headpiece, when he turned it over, so I assumed it was up the ante, and of course we saw it on turn 3. I just had to be very consciously aware of it for the rest of the game. That's the kind of card that can absolutely punk you out of nowhere if you're not careful. And thankfully, by the time it came back around, it was all blocks on deck for Sebastian, so I didn't have to worry about it too much.
And then when we sat at the table, I did say to Sebastian, I was like, okay, there has to be a reason. You know, everyone goes Kasai unless, and it was literally, he just went, it is literally up the ante card. He goes, because because of how powerful it is.
Yeah, it's incredible.
So outside of this game, you're doing, like, in the Fab sphere, you're getting a bit of a name. You're doing really well for yourself. You helped Ethan out, sort of like.
If you say so.
Well, you are. You know what I mean? You've come on my show a couple of times. You've helped me out on the meta report.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll see one today when Alan runs it. But you know what I mean? It's nice that people are calling for you. Like, you're doing commentary with Shamir. Shamir is sort of like,
I see him in chat just there on the big screen. Shamir also claiming I get in with the big smash, and thank you very much, my friend. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So it's nice that you sort of like people are calling for you now.
Yeah, it was really humbling this morning, actually. I sat down for my seal pull, and the gentleman next to me asked if I am Scott Howling Minds. I was like, yeah, that's me. Thank you. How you doing? And apparently they got into Flesh and Blood through my content in Marvel Snap. Which they checked out my content when I was working for Marvel Snap Zone. Loved that game at the time, don't play it anymore, but loved what I was making and wanted to see what else I was making, and they checked out Fab as a direct result, and that's so humbling. I can't tell you how much that means, that somebody's life is better. Someone's hanging out here today with all of us. The game is better because someone found a video I made and thought it was pretty cool, and that's great.
Everybody has a reason for coming into Fab.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So other things you do. Most people sort of like might be aware, but you're a bit of a thumbnail king. You do thumbnails for a certain well-known podcast.
I do thumbnails for a lot of podcasts, but the one that Baz here is referring to is I'm the guy behind the Arsenal Pass thumbnails. If you ever wonder where Arsenal Pass's thumbnails come from, that's me. I'm the one who put those together for them, and that's one of the many plates I'm spinning these days. So,
and I know I've come to you for advice on sort of like
My pleasure.
many things. So if you're starting to do content for Fab, you want to hit Scott up. He's more than willing, sort of like, to give you advice on sort of like what to do. And your advice to me has been absolutely invaluable.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Let's check back to sort of like the sealed.
Yeah.
You're playing KO, the most popular hero in this format. So I don't want to spoil too much of your deck. People have seen your deck play, but sort of like, it is, people scout out decks.
I'm fairly open. If people want to murder, get the chip on me that bad, they want to come back and watch the whole stream, then bring it. Be my guest. I'll take it on. Yeah. It was a really interesting seal pull to build, actually. I have 3 what I would consider very, very good cards, but they are all in different classes.
Yep.
So I had a Prize Galea, the headpiece for Olympia, which is obviously a very premium reason to play that. A Trounce, which is a very good reason to play Victor, and then the No Fear that we saw in the game as KO. And that's 3 incredible high-end bombs, but I can only play one of them.
You must have been like, how lucky am I? 6
of
packs.
Course. I'm like absolutely ecstatic about the packs that I open, but the more I go into it, the more I start to get a little worried, because my hybrid cards are very bad. There's not a lot of power there. There's like a red lead with speed, a couple of wind-ups, and that's about it, truth be told.
Yeah.
So I kind of fanned out the decks to kind of see what was going on, and Brute really was the only one with enough playables in the class to make the shell work. More than enough, actually, because I'm playing more than 30 cards in this spot, because I have a lot of good reds. There's a lot of big red attacks, but that means that my blues are actually quite bad. And I have to play some very lackluster blues to be able to play my 7 power attacks. Otherwise, I can't play the game I want to play, blocking with 2 cards, sending back 7 when I'm not on agility turns. So there's a lot of like blue money where your mouth is and like blue trade-ins and stuff in my deck. These aren't cards I'm really happy to be playing, blue Bare Fangs, but they're blue. They'll play those 7 attacks. I can block with the rest of the hand, but it does mean occasionally I draw a hand that blocks for like 4, which is not great.
You've got to manage what you've got. You've got some stellar cards.
I can't complain.
You've got some
I'm
duffers.
very, very happy with the deck that I have. I think I can do a lot of good work with it. Have had some incredible games so far. Just hoping to keep the wheels on. That's
brilliant. Thank you, Scott.
My pleasure.
Hopefully, we'll see you again. Let's get back to more action and stay tuned.
Take care.
Welcome back to the Calling Liverpool round 4 coming up. How are you feeling, Trip?
I'm feeling good. I feel like we've had some great games today already.
Yeah.
I feel like we're reaching the point in the tournament where the quality decks and the quality players start to rise to the top of the tables. We're seeing some 3-0s coming out and seeing some good quality play coming through. I'm really interested to see how it develops from here. Only 3 more wins for some of these 3-0 players to guarantee their place in tomorrow's tournament.
It sounds like it's within reach now, doesn't it?
It's getting closer. I mean, we've broken through the morning. It's afternoon here in the United Kingdom, just getting close to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But we've got 5 more games today to go. Going to just test how good that sealed deck of yours is and how well you can pilot it. And we've got a very exciting, a rarity, you might say, rare goods here at the Calling Liverpool. We've got none other than one of the 4 Rhino players here. That's right. That's not 4.
He did not stutter.
4 out of the hundreds of people who've turned up here today to play in the Calling Liverpool. Only 4 of them decided to choose Rhino as their hero of choice, comparing to KO, which is the most representative hero of the tournament. So
Michael Vornas here on KO. And friend of Push the Point, actually, David Dyson on Rhino.
Yeah, we've been friends with David Dyson for a long time. Been playing Flesh and Blood in the UK since the very beginning. I'm probably a bit of a good player of Rhino. Played a lot of sealed, a quality sealed player. But let's see how they play in the actual game here. But great to see David Dyson up here on the stream. Why do you think so many players, Simon, have gone for KO rather than Rhino?
I think once KO gets going with the might tokens and often with the agility tokens, the consistency in the amount of damage, the number of cards they can strip from the opponent's hand is just overwhelming.
That's right. And looking here, looks like Dyson's going to start off by just popping those equipment pieces, setting up the tokens. I noticed as well he's got the mini Metax, so potentially something he can do there with if he's able to give that Metax go again, discard a 6-power card, can get himself an Intimidate there. Might help him reach the density of Intimidates that he needs in order to actually break through and defeat his opponent.
That's absolutely right, Trip. I think having that ability on the weapon to discard a card makes such a big difference, and it provides that consistency for Rhinar that maybe they might lack if they were running any of the other weapons.
Yeah.
We are seeing just a setup turn there, just trying to get something out of the hand of Michael Vornas there. But really, the main aim of that turn was to get the might and the agility tokens set up for the first real Rhinar turn.
Yeah, we've seen it in the previous games, being able to continue to get those tokens in play, to use your tokens and make new tokens. Really useful to make sure that you can keep the momentum going. These tokens add so much value to what you're doing. We see here the Brute Beer, the Smashback Ale Horn, agility and might token. Just what you want. And going to set himself up a lovely turn next turn. Michael there as well, so having the space to play that out on his first turn of the game, second turn, really nice. Going to come in here with just the blue. I think it's Bear Fangs. Sorry,
so
Beat Chest Bear Fangs.
4 power, draw a card, discard a card, +2 if it's a 6, and he will make a might token. Obviously, no hit there, so no more might tokens.
And
no
it's only going to be
+2.
coming in for 4, so.
Let's see, Dyson with a 5-card hand. He keeps that. He's not going to do anything about that 4 power. And we shall see what Rhinar can do with some Intimidates here.
Yeah, and I think I saw that Michael arsenaled the Adrenaline Rush, so going to want to try and drop himself below 16 health to get the full value out of that card. He might not choose to play it next turn, but we do see here, let's have a little look. Ooh, this is where you have to count the health, count the tokens with the down but not out. When this attacks a hero, if you have less health, control fewer equipment, and fewer tokens, it gets +3 and overpower. That's what's happening. And if this hits, Dyson's going to make every agility, might, and vigor. A really nice turn there actually getting that off by using his equipment early in the game, and then
he was able to put that in Arsenal
go
and knew exactly what he had set up for this turn.
This has got go again, an incredibly powerful opening turn from David here. 8 go again on hit, do a bunch of great stuff. So some damage is gonna, we'll just see. Damage is gonna come through, I think, here. Go take Michael down to, looks like it's a block for 5. We'll just let it play out. But Dyson is going to get the hit, is going to make all of those tokens. He's still got plenty of cards left to follow up with another attack. And it's going to be an agile wind up there.
Yeah, another 6 power attack. Nice follow up there. So 8 into 6. And he's made all the tokens for next turn.
Yeah.
I think this is just and he's got a card for Arsenal. This is just a fantastic turn for Reinar.
Yeah, getting the 14 damage turn, took 4 damage to do it, but that 4 damage enabled the card that got him all his tokens. So really tidy turn there from Dyson. He's actually used 2 yellows as well this turn, so not even his most powerful red cards there, making an incredibly strong turn out of some yellows and some blues. Really good when you can use your yellows to maximum effect. Again, in sealed, you tend to put in cards that you might not normally put into a constructed deck, but getting really good value out of them.
And we do see Michael Vonis on KO drop to 10 health. So as you say, might be able to make use of some of these cards he has now.
It's worth remembering, Michael, he set something up the previous turn with the Go Again token, the +1, the Might, and
the Adrenaline Rush in hand. In Arsenal, sorry.
So he might open with that just to push through 7 damage. With Go Again, it's all going to be about the resources that he has available, and he does do that. Want to make sure Dyson doesn't just take a bunch of damage, go down to 10, and then suddenly Adrenaline Rush is not going to fire. But coming in for 8, of course, with the Might, +1 from the Might token there. So we're seeing some really impressive turns here, coming back and forth using this powerful generic card. I was a big fan of Adrenaline Rush, trying to find ways to make it work.
Yeah,
2 costs for 7 is quite a nice break.
It's a reprint of that card, and it is an impressively powerful card played in the right situations, but it can really be a bit of a pain if you're on equal or higher life to the opponent. It loses all of its charm.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see the raw meat come down, getting the maximum block value out of it. Should almost block for free, shouldn't it, when you've got all 3 tokens?
Yeah.
But that's not what it does. Just 2 block there because you've got the agility and the Might token. And you're going to cash that in now, because if you ever get an opportunity where you get those 2 tokens again, you get another 1 block out of it. Having equipment in heavy hitters that can block for 3,
it's a real boon, actually.
Is huge.
Yeah.
It's constructive level, like temper, and the equipment is so impactful in this game. I think we see a pay up. That's the Majestic,
it is
I believe,
Majestic.
which is the you can steal a gold from someone.
That's right.
So decides to not keep that one. Obviously, KO's not making a huge amount of gold, but that's a nice spicy card there for David Dyson. Hopefully, it's served him well against some victors, maybe some other heroes like Olympia and Kasai.
A nice 3 block to go with his 2 block equipment. Not taking a huge amount of damage. He does want to keep as many cards as possible. Is he going to block this 3 naked claw damage?
Well, he wants to do something with these tokens, so it seems like he's going to take it, and he's going to do as much as he can with his 4-card hand, that being 3 cards in hand, 1 card in Arsenal.
And I didn't manage to see what he did put in Arsenal last turn. I would imagine it's something spicy.
Hopefully.
But yeah, making good use of that equipment. Both players cashing in their equipment relatively early in the game to keep the consistency of those turns with the agility tokens and the Might tokens.
And Michael down to 10 health, David Dyson thinking, you know what, if I can really push some Intimidates together, I can maybe just get over the top. You can do that amount of damage if he's able to strip enough cards from Michael's hand. If he can't block, he's in trouble. Might want to chip him down a little bit further, but we'll see what he has here. This is
one of the cards.
Bellow cards, yeah. So,
and he is beating chest with it. Bonebreaker Bellow. and he's beating chest.
A classic card, you know. Brid's got access to a lot of different bellows over the years, so...
So we are seeing a boost of +5 to the next brute attack and the intimidate from Dyson there.
Yep.
So what are we going to see?
And actually, if he was to swing the mini meat axe and hit another 6, he could come in for 8 with another intimidate. But no, going to go for the mandible claw first. Going to give that go again and
+6 because of the might.
6, yeah.
So coming in for 9. A
9.
A mandible claw for 9.
With go again. 3 cards left in hand to block with. Michael on 10. Really piecing this turn together nicely, David Dyson here. And he's still got that meat axe at the end to swing with if he wants to. I don't think he's got any other resources floating, and I think it's just the 1 card in his hand, right? Because he discarded
1 card in hand, yeah. He had the vigor token to help pay for the first bellow. So
he's got 2 tokens, so he will get another block here out of his chest piece, the raw meat. I'm going to throw down another block card there too, and another. So he is going to try and prevent some of this damage. Michael not wanting to go down too low.
So taking 2 there, I think. Maybe not. Maybe not.
No, he went down to 6. So
taking 4.
Took 4, sorry, yes. Because of the battle not broken.
Ah, indeed.
Prevented 2 of the damage, made a might token.
That's right.
With the instant there. And then David decides to just arsenal that last card. Pretty happy with drawing that many cards from Michael and going to put that card in the arsenal rather than swing, say, his axe or whatever.
And I think he's got the life total to allow that. And with 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal, David Dyson is just hoping that Michael cannot put together a huge turn here.
But we do see the wage agility here. This is a really nice card, especially with the +2 buff from the might tokens, because we just know how powerful those agility tokens are in the KO deck. Is wager, does have go again though. I don't think Michael has anything else to play because he did have to pitch 2 cards, unfortunately, to play the wage agility, so he wasn't able to keep a blue. Or didn't have enough resources, I should say, to follow up with, say, a claw or something. But David going to have to do something about this.
Yeah, David will be wondering
coming in.
whether he can actually fully block this and take the agility and make the most of the agility next turn. But that is probably a big ask off of what's likely a 3-card block.
Yeah, it's so interesting how these games shift on a dime. You know, you look at what Dyson is doing and the powerful turn he put together. But then that's the problem with Intimidate, of course, is that it's powerful and you get damage through, but you're not getting rid of those cards.
No.
Your opponent still has them for their turn. They pick them back up.
Absolutely.
And then they can make a turn out of it. So, you know, if you intimidate a lot of cards, you're basically just saying to your opponent, you're going to have a big turn and there's nothing you can do about it. And we do see Dyson just indicate towards his headpiece, considering using that to draw a card. Maybe wants to cycle out something and see what he gets instead. Just seeing him have a little think about this. Really strong turn here from Michael, making something happen with those might tokens.
Something out of nothing, almost.
That's the thing with these. This is when you're throwing 7s at each other and you get a few might tokens involved. It can be pretty huge. When you're throwing, 7 is more than a third of your starting health. But we do see the old rally the rear guard, a classic. Going to block 5 and going to let Dyson go down to 6 health. 2 cards there blocking for 5.
6 plays 6. David Dyson still has 3 cards to play with this turn. It will be interested to see how many cards he can force out of Michael's hand.
I think we might just see a bit of a big attack here. If Dyson's doing something very similar here. He's also playing a wage agility, and again presenting lethal, making sure that Michael is forced to give him a card. And KO can do a lot of stuff with 3 cards, but it's when KO has access to the the discard and the beat chest and things like that. And if you are stripping cards away from him, he's a lot more limited in terms of the amount of damage he can do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So this would be a 3-card block. No equipment left for Michael. This would be a 3-card block to prevent the agility. I'm not sure he's bothered about giving Reinhardt another agility token. I may be wrong.
He might want to try and do something with his own agility token.
Yeah, exactly.
Reveal the top of your deck. If it has 6 or more, put it on the top. Otherwise, put it on the bottom. Pack call there. So Michael going to take a bit of damage, allow Dyson to get his own agility token. So Dyson's still looking in a decent position here. Michael got 3 cards. He's got an agility token. He's probably going to try and do big attack, swing with claws or claws, big attack. If he's lucky, he might be able to do sort of 2 bigger attacks with the resources. Might be a problem.
He's got a couple of blues in there. So we may not be coming in for full force.
And the important thing is that Dyson managed to develop that arsenal really a few turns back. So he is able to do, say, a 2-card block, still come back with 3 cards of his own. And with Michael sitting on 2 health, that might be enough to really push Michael out of the game.
It's such a powerful
but this is a really strong card here from...
Bear Fangs.
Bear Fangs here, going to be the draw and discard. So let's see what happens. This could be... It's going to have a big impact on what happens here. And it is, I think that is the Wage Might, which I think does hit.
It's a 5
it's
power,
a 5,
so
becoming
it goes
a
up
6
to a
power
6.
from KO, getting the +2. With Go Again, 8 with Go Again, putting Dyson in a really tricky position.
Really tough spot now.
You got to think that Dyson should hopefully be able to have, say, 2 cards he can block with, preventing about 5 to 6 damage. Michael coming in here with 8, and at the bare minimum, following up with those claws.
Absolutely.
That's 11. Dyson preventing, say, around 5 to 6. That is how much health he has left. So this could put Dyson in a position where he has to block with 3 cards. And then that might be a bit of a trickier proposition for him. But at least he does have that card in arsenal. So if he is forced to keep 1 card, hopefully he can do something with it.
If he's got a couple of 3 blocks that he can spare, he can go down to 1. He can block 3, take 5, and then block out the claw.
That's right.
And that would take him down to 1. He needs to be confident that on the next turn he can then kill KO, because otherwise we're going to struggle. This is a tight game. You can see why this Reinhardt deck has got to 3-0 though.
So he throws down the double block here. Looks like he's going to leak some damage, go down to 4. Looks like it's just going to be a claw for 3, like we suspected. Did have the resources in the blue card there to claw. Dyson down to 1, taking that claw. So, like you said, Simon, going to go down to 1 and try and use this 3-card hand to lock Michael out of the game. Michael sitting on 2 health. David Dyson with an agility, so going to get the go again and go perfect use of the adrenaline rush. He had it all planned.
He had it all planned.
He had it all planned. Lovely. Lovely. I just love seeing these generic cards being used to their maximum value. This is a perfect spot because, you know, if Michael even just took 1 health on this turn, that adrenaline rush is no longer really going to be worth it. So Dyson getting quite lucky. Well, not lucky.
Playing
just
it
using
sensibly.
his health sensibly in order to get the most value he can.
And again, what a fantastic card to just have up your sleeve. Off a 2-card hand.
You've got to use it at the right time because if this is almost probably the last turn that Dyson's going to be able to use this, because if Michael just takes 1 chip damage, then suddenly that's all she wrote.
And potentially, if Dyson chooses to follow up with the mini meat axe, there's an Intimidate coming as well. Now, if that's a card that should be a 2-block, but it's a 3-block, sorry, but is a 2-block, then we could see some really interesting interactions on the next play of the game.
Yep, absolutely, Simon. I think that he's going to probably do that because he's going to draw 3 cards.
And then it's going to all go down to the gods.
Goes up with the mini meat axe. If he hits the 6, that's game. And he does not. But he does draw a full block from Michael. So not game, Misses the 6 there, but it's just going to pass straight back to David. And
No
what
tokens,
can he do with
no
4
tokens.
cards?
We're hoping we've got a pump and an attack here.
Because no go again, so really he's got to try and get over. Michael's got 2 health. He's still got room for 1 little bit of chip damage to go through.
This is really tight,
Really tight.
tense.
If he'd hit that 6, that would have been game with the Intimidate from Reiner. Oh, and he's got the
okay.
wild ride, but he's got 2 reds.
Okay.
Oh, a really tricky position.
All right.
Draw and discard. Gets the go again, but is he going to be left with the resources he needs to follow up with the axe or the
There
claw?
we go. So we've got a bare fangs going
That
into
might be
the
what
discard.
he wanted, because that red would not have been enough to pitch
No.
for a
claw.
Gets the go again. Gets the Intimidate.
So we have an Intimidate. Michael has a card to play with next turn.
Mm.
Will he get there? Will he get to the next turn?
It depends if he's got the 3 blocks in hand. If he can shut this down with 2 cards, and then Dyson's going to have to try maybe the mini meat axe again. Oh, there's a clash. Now he knows what's on top. It was an agile, so he should know he would hit.
He
wouldn't.
It's a might. Yeah.
He's got 1 card in hand. Don't know if he's got it for the meat axe.
He's
No, he's going to have to Arsenal, leaving Michael with 2 cards.
Is it enough? Can Michael do anything?
At the bare minimum, he can swing that claw. And
So
that's
it's-
going to
and it's
ask
a
for a
2-block,
card
yeah.
from Dyson. And Dyson's still got that card in Arsenal. Hopefully, he can do something with it. It's really important being able to keep that Arsenal card when you're on the back foot and you're blocking, because it allows you to do these 3-card
But
turns, which is what you need to go over the top.
This is allowing Michael to develop that Arsenal card too.
2-card block.
Really tricky spot here for both players. So tense. They're having to be on the top of their game. Neither player particularly short on cards. We are just seeing a straight pack hunt. 1 Intimidate. No agility token for KO to play with.
No, and this is the trouble. When you start to lose access to that go again, you go back to just doing this hit you for 6, hit you for 7. But Michael's on 2, so even if Dyson is able to swing for 7, he can still take that 1 damage and do a 2-block, come back with 3 cards. And Michael going to be left here with 3 cards to play with if he does a double block here with the card in Arsenal and the card that's been intimidated.
Now, I haven't seen what's in Arsenal, what's intimidated,
Ooh,
but he's having to 3-block that.
It is awkward. He does 3-block it.
So we have 2 cards to play with.
Dyson gets another chance.
Has he got a 7 attack? Can he force a 3-card block? There seems to be some discussion about what's going on right now.
It's a tight game. You can see, again, like you're saying, Simon, you can see why this Rhino has done so well.
What?
Oh, he just passed.
But he hasn't.
Maybe he's playing the agility at instant speed.
Oh,
and then
okay.
Michael is just passing back. He's keeping a card in hand, a card in arsenal. He just skips his
couldn't do
turn.
anything.
And it's the perfect opportunity for Dyson because he's got the ability to make the agility token for free. This is it.
This is big.
This is it. This could be it. And we see it come down.
So we see the Rawhide Rumble come in. He's choosing not to beat chest. Or is he?
I think he just wants to hit him twice.
Yeah.
A lot of damage here. Coming in for 6 with go again. Doesn't choose to beat chest. Doesn't intimidate. Going to get the 2-card block. What can Dyson follow up with? He takes the chip damage now. That's his insurance policy gone. Or maybe he did beat chest. Coming in for 3 now with the mandible claw. No, he couldn't have beaten chest because he would have intimidated. So this doesn't have go again. Just going to Arsenal that last card.
All right, now we see.
This is a chance for Michael. He's got 2 cards.
He's taken 1 chip damage. He's been let back in the game here, I feel.
Yeah, Dyson must know that card in Arsenal. Again, he just
Passes.
back. What is that card in Arsenal?
What has he put in Arsenal?
It's not a. It can't be a
He
block
can't
card.
have put a block card in Arsenal, surely.
But it's completely bricking him at the moment. He's not able to do anything.
Oh, I think because he had a hand of reds, he had to block with the cards that were able to block.
Michael's been really stumped here.
I think he's got a wild ride in hand, Michael. So he can't block with it. It doesn't have a block value. So and it's a red, so he can't get rid of it.
But Dyson is just not drawing fantastic cards here. He's, getting the might token for next turn.
Lead with speed.
This is a nice thing.
Getting
Setting
both
himself
cards,
up.
and he can use his rawhide for. He can use his chess piece for block value now because he's got both tokens.
Gets the intimidate. Little smile on Michael's face. It looks like it might have been another red, and if it is, that's going to lock him out again.
These intimidates are really coming up trumps for David Dyson so far.
Hitting really well for Dyson, it seems like, at the moment.
There's a cheeky smile there from Michael.
It looks like it must have been the red, right?
I think it was the wild ride that he's had intimidated the last 3 turns in a row.
Dyson just with the soul reads. Well, I mean the dice, I should say, with the soul reads. It's not a Dyson's decision.
And another non-block card, but he can use the rally the rear guard.
Gets rid of it. And it can't be
full block.
And it's another complete turn skip for Michael. He's just not able to do anything. He's been knocked out of the game for 3 turns.
And he's only got 3 cards left in deck.
Thanks to the intimidate of Rhinar. We're seeing the power of Rhinar. If you hit the right card, turns out you can knock your opponent out of the game.
It's a combination, isn't it? It's being able to hit that card completely randomly, but also forcing all of the other cards out of his hand.
And now Dyson, he's got the go again. He's got the +1. He's got the card in Arsenal. He's got a full hand. He's just got to string some cards together.
But these are all his pitch cards. Like, has he got enough?
He's just got to keep forcing Michael to use the cards that can block.
Yeah.
And then he's just locked out. There's nothing he can do. Michael is out of deck. He's got 4 cards in his hand, 1 card in his arsenal. All Dyson has to do is string a couple of attacks together. He doesn't want to get this wrong. He's going to think about it. This is him potentially going up to 4-0 at the Calling Liverpool, up against some of the best players in the world.
I feel tense for David here. We know David very well. He is playing out of his skin at the moment.
Yeah. Just wants to,
just double checking he's got everything.
A nice little buff here. +1 from the might token, +3 from the buff. Going to make another might token. Next attack has got go again. It works on weapon swings as well. He's got 2 resources floating. And that's all he's going to come in with. I say that's all.
We don't know what's in Arsenal, but it's unlikely to be a 0 cost. Coming in for 11. Does he have enough to block?
It's the wage agility yellow. He's going to block with 3 cards. Get rid of that. Finally get rid of that wild ride with the rally the rear guard.
So he manages to block it out.
He's got no cards left in deck. And that's game. Fantastic plays from Dyson. But what an unfortunate situation for Michael. Those intimidates just absolutely shutting him down. He had a card that he couldn't block with, and it kept being the card that was intimidated. But then he just didn't have the resources to play it. Couldn't get his Arsenal card out. It was bizarre. It was just felt like Michael couldn't play the game just because of the.
He just got completely shut out.
What a turn up for the books, and what an excellent play. What we were saying earlier. There's only 4 Rhino players. We've got hundreds of players.
I've got something for you.
What?
Rhino for 4.
Rhino for 4, literally.
We have a
Rhino is 4.
We have a Rhino that is 4-0, and he's one of 4 Rhinos.
What a turn up. It really fantastic stuff.
And we were talking at the beginning of the game about the intimidate mechanism being used to strip cards from people's hands on kill turns, especially. But on that, we saw completely locked out.
Sorry, I've never seen anything like that in my life. I've been playing Flesh and Blood for years and years, and I've never seen a Rhino literally just lock someone out of the game just because of the intimidates. Just kept hitting the right card at the right time. I can't believe it.
All he needed is one more resource.
You think Rhino, he just hit hard, and that's it. But apparently Rhino, he's sneaky. That's what we were saying about this format. You think it's simple. You think it's just big beefy attacks, but no, there's so much going on. There's this sneaky stuff going on. Really interesting match. I'd love to watch that match back again. I think we'll probably get an interview. Hopefully we'll get an interview with Dyson. I want to hear what was going through his head. It was like, why does my opponent keep passing the turn back to me?
Before we go on to any interview, we're just going to show you a bit more about the upcoming Pro Tour in LA.
Pro Tour LA.
Hi, welcome back to the Calling in Liverpool. We've just seen David Dyson. Sorry, I just get so used to saying your surname. Win with Reiner. It can be done.
It can
Reiner
be.
can win.
You have to get a very good draw in the pool, to be fair. I like the difference between a Reiner deck and a KO deck for me is that in that pool that I opened, is that KO would only give me like 2 additional 6s. I have 14 6s naturally in my deck. So I looked at it and I was like, I have a mini Metax to close up the game. I think it's actually underrated as a way of finishing up these like grindier longer games.
You nearly won with it as well. You just you didn't get
yes,
the 6.
I didn't. Yeah. No, I was running low on 6s in the deck at that point. I probably had like 1 or 2 hits left, so I was chancing it at that stage.
Yeah. But it was you saw the wild ride come up on a clash. Then like the intimidates, you managed to intimidate the wild ride most of the time, making him block out with his cards. Michael wanted to combine that with a rally the rear guard to try and get rid of it, so he had an assault and battery in his arsenal to come at you for 7.
Yeah.
But sort of like the brute gods were looking after you, and it was just like, no, that is going to stymie your hand every time.
Yeah, I've been lucky with intimidates today. It is true. Like Reinhardt is at a limited side of things. It is kind of high variance. You don't have enough intimidate cards to like in Blitz where you strip out their entire hand and then come in to kill them. You've got to like get that luck to just hit stuff. It's a bit tough, but I felt like I was presenting rough blocks for him anyway, so I knew I was going to be fatiguing him towards the latter half of that game.
Yeah.
Just because he went to I went to one after him, so I could present hands back, and it was just very lucky that I was able to draw the agility cards when I did.
Yeah, it was fantastic to see. I wish you all the very best for the rest of it.
Thank you.
4 wins in.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you very much, Barry.
Good,
Have a good day.
Yeah, you too.
Right, cheers. Bye.
Welcome to the arena. Here's something to get you started. To survive here, you'll have to put your money where your mouth is. Contest your strength. Becoming a champion takes all your might, agility, and vigor. So ask yourself, before you ask it all, what drives you to step into the arena? Fame? Fortune?
Vengeance. And gold? After all, raising an army isn't cheap. The sands will run red!
Hello and welcome back to Calling
Birmingham. Oh.
Ah, you did it!
You set me up.
Yes, I love it. I'm so glad you're the first person to do that. You take that. Goodbye, Hamish. That was the one test. Sep, so good. Welcome back to the Calling Liverpool.
Liverpool, everybody. Thank you.
Liverpool, and we have a great matchup coming up. But so far, Hamish, how have you found the tournament? What have you think of the games? What do you think of the game?
Games have been absolutely exciting because just seeing that we've got a lot of KOs, right? And this next matchup that we're going to see is just showing that KOs are not absolutely dominating the town. And it's the fact that we've got this nice mix of overpower, clashing, all these wagers flying around, and just seeing these big, massive, wide attacks going on. It's just been a bit of a feast of everything at this point, and that's what I've been really enjoying. Has that real big feel of Welcome to Wraith.
Yeah.
It's not so many of the defense reaction side of things. It's the trick of the attack reactions that have been coming with it as well. That's that feel of Welcome to Wraith.
I think the block cards are really interesting, and the overpower rather than dominate gives it that distinction to Welcome to Wraith, which I really quite like.
What about you? What's your favorite?
Well,
what about your side of things?
Well, I gotta say that game we just watched with David Dyson on the Rhinar. That was something else. That was one of the most interesting.
One of the 4 Rhinars.
One of the 4 Rhinars,
wow.
And one of the 4 Rhinars now on 4-0. We'll try and keep you updated on how those games are going, how some of the key names are doing at this tournament today. But it's great to see Rhinar doing well. I like KO. I think KO is a really interesting hero. I can see why people might want to play KO because of that consistency you get from being able to run those blues that normally would be, you must remember the days when you were doing Welcome to Wraith Sealed or Draft, and you're looking at these blue 5-power cards, and you're just like, this is, I wish this was a 6. I wish I could put this in my deck, but it just will ruin my consistency. And now you don't have to worry about that so much. So yeah, I think so far I'm enjoying it a lot. I think we've had some good games. We've got some really talented players that have made the trip over to Liverpool in the United Kingdom to play some heavy hitters sealed, trying to make sure they get that place in day 2 so they can do the 2 drafts that I guess anybody will be able to do those 2 drafts if they make day 2. But only a lucky 8 who managed to get to the top 8 will go through to that final draft to take home. I think there's there's a $20,000 prize money on the line to be distributed. So it's pretty big money available, and some great games to be had on the way there. But I'm excited. I think that the format is fresh. I think that the class choices is fresh. We're going to see two interesting heroes right away.
Here we go. I did tell you.
Kasai,
Betsy and Kasai, they're both on 4-0. It's not just a big KO fest.
And we got Simon and David, both on 4-0. David on Kasai and Simon on the Betsy. Seeing the bloodied oval for the first time today as well. So managed to pick up the shield to have alongside your high riser there on the Betsy side.
Very handy indeed. So I'd love to. This is the first time I've managed to be able to cast a big Betsy game. Big Betsy, betting big, hopefully, and coming in with big overpowers as well. This is really exciting.
Yeah, I like Betsy. I think it's a really interesting ability. It's very similar to Bravo, but with the wager and the 2 cost, with the overpower and the 2 cost. Starting off here with actually a pretty nice money way Malthez from Simon. I wonder if he's going to be able to actually get off an overpower attack turn 1, because this is going to give his next attack +2, but the wager bit, which is the important thing as far as Betsy is concerned, because could potentially overpower, chip some damage through. Looks like he's going to try it.
Just coming in for
just the high riser there. So
for 5 and no overpower because he's not using the overpower.
Hammer for 5.
Hammer for 5. It's not really a golfing voice there. It's not a hammer for 4.
Yeah, and Simon not choosing to wager because, I mean, you're essentially just gifting your opponent a gold if you wager in the situation with David with a 4-card hand just going to draw up. Of course, he's going to block it out. So without being able to give it the overpower, not going to risk it. Does get the choice with the money where your mouth is. You don't have to wager that gold and chooses not to. Which is very sensible when you're up against a Kasai who can do some pretty good things when they draw a card.
Now over to David now. It's Kasai's turn. To see where we can go here. We haven't got any agilities or might tokens kicking off, but we're kicking off. Spending his legs token.
Yeah.
Didn't quite kick the flat trackers. So we were just saying we don't have an agility token. Well, we do now.
Yeah, setting up his next turn, which is nice. We've seen a lot of these players, these sort of 3-0, 4-0 players, choosing to cash in these tokens quite early, maybe indicating that they have the card. The name escapes me, but the one where if you have less health, less tokens, less equipment, you get
Down but not
overpower.
out.
Yeah, so maybe an indication that your opponent might have that card in their deck and might be trying to do something with it. Though, of course, at the moment, more tokens and same health, so it will not apply. But trying to get your equipment down is a way to enable that card if the opportunity comes up.
Absolutely. And Centauri Sable as well, if it's being blocked by an attack action card, which it is, it gets +1. So that's coming in for 3. He's got an attack reaction as well, giving it another +3. It's because it's been blocked by an attack action card as well. You'll get a Vigor token. That is a lot of value from that one block straight away. Taking 3 damage, Vigor token at the ready, Agility token ready for next turn as well. No go again, but that is a great first turn for David.
Yes, let's see what he does here. Don't recall if the Saber had go again.
No, it didn't.
So
It was
will
just a
be an
big...
Arsenal, and he is going to sort of waste one card there, where you sort of left with a card in hand. It can happen quite early on in the game, where you just can't quite use your 4 cards to full effect. But we'll see how Betsy tries to capitalize on this, being able to keep 3 cards with a card at Arsenal. It's what these wage cards, Hamish. I really like them. Just obviously with Betsy, you get the added benefit of potentially giving it overpower, but they come in for 7, and these sort of 3 for 7s, they really just start to chip damage off your opponent. We said it earlier, it represents more than a third of your entire health pool. You can't just take these 7s.
No, you can't. And especially
it's not that kind of format.
And Betsy as well, wanting to get these Vigor tokens because they're effectively like like with Guardian, Seismic Surge tokens.
Yeah.
It's just paying off for that next big attack for next turn. So yeah, he's won that wager. He's got that Vigor token. It was just blocking up for 2 because he had a Vigor and a Agility token, making full use of the arms equipment there as well. So it's been, both players just really getting good value out of each side.
David there, he's got the agility up, so wants to try and do something big. I think that's a draw swords yellow there, so it's going to be the essentially the draw, the reset, the cards.
And +2 on the next attack.
Yeah, really nice card for Kasai. It's kind of one of those key cards to look for if you want to play Kasai, is having the draw swords and the blues to play them.
Now the weapons
when you
are free.
draw yeah, exactly. When you draw a card, you get your weapon swings for free. It's going to have a go again, and you get a little buff for free on top of your money. So let's see what David can do with this. Going to try and just play it nice and easy, I think, with a little saber for 4.
Oh, I like what you did there.
It's like hammer, but
saber. It's like hammer, but saber for 4. But this time, blocking, with a test of strength as well. Here we go. We're going to clash. Big bop.
I think it is a...
Oh, interesting.
I think it was a whiff for both players.
It was a whiff.
There.
That was a clash catastrophe. Goblet of blood. I tell you what, I always get it's the goblet of blood wine.
It's the warrior wine, mate.
It's the warrior wine.
Brute beer, warrior wine.
Brute beer,
and
warrior
Guardian
wine, and Guardian
gin.
Gin. Stout. Oh, yeah, that'll do. Vigor and agility token set up ready for the next turn. Saber, second saber coming in as well, and it's free because Kasai has drew a card, just a saber for 2.
And this is quite nice, Hamish, because he's managed to get the 2 tokens again, so he's going to be able to use his beck and applause to get another 1 block out. So probably going to get the full 3 block out of that arm equipment.
Brilliant.
I think he's got a card, the card that you play for the trade in. He's probably going to stick that in the Arsenal because it gets go again when it's played from the Arsenal.
Saber getting +1 because it's getting blocked up by an attack action card. So we're basically over blocking by 1.
Yeah.
So this is warrior. Do we have some attack reactions to go over this 2?
Yeah, Big Bop blocks for 2 and Thump, I think, blocks for 3. So it's a 5 block at the moment.
Yeah, so David having a think here. He's really got quite a lot of cards in his hand. He's opting not
Yeah.
to go over and
Oh, and
just
he's
set up.
really gonna finish the turn with a lot of cards here. But I mean, David seems to maybe be. I guess you got to think about when you're up against Guardian. You don't want to spend cards for nothing. You don't want to deck yourself out against the Guardian. So being quite conservative with his card use means he's still drawing cards from Simon.
And Simon's just opting to just draw up himself.
So
There's no swing back.
Quite a cagey game so far. Just trying to work out what each other's trying to do here.
Yeah.
No one really going for it so far with a massive attack.
And I suppose as well with the Vigor and Agility token up there as well, it's also just saying, look, I'm also not going to give you the most value for your equipment either, right? So just spend them off and do what you need to do. I don't have anything meaningful left back. So it's quite an interesting, like you said, they're just checking each other, aren't they? They're just coming in with just trying to maximize their hands the best way they can.
It's a little bit of an awkward situation here, I think, because I think David has got the trade-in from Arsenal, which you can use to draw a card to make your Sabres be free. But he can't play that first because he already has Go Again from the token, so the Go Again will be wasted. So I guess he's got the one resource there, so he can play this Sabre for free. But if he does draw a card at any point, it's kind of a bit wasted. It's a little bit clunky, just the way the Go Again has worked out.
Yeah.
Might mean that David chooses to keep the trade in and save it for next turn. It looks like he's going to play it though. You see what I mean here, Hamish? Where it's like maybe he just won't do the draw.
Discard, but then
put at the bottom of your.
Maybe he will.
He
is, yes. He's doing
Yes, you see what I mean here? Like, he's getting his Sabres for free, but he kind of had to use his resource for the first Sabre just because of the way they Go Again.
But he had a Vigor token as well, so he's basically just going, I don't need to try and maximize the value of having Kasai's ability. Like you said, the Go Again is just probably a bit more important because how else would you get?
Well, you don't want to give something Go Again twice. So
Exactly.
And he ditches the Ripple away. Kind of an interesting card. It's this Majestic where you can instant discard it, much like the Agile windups, the windups and stuff. And then your opponent makes less tokens. So.
Yeah, so obviously he was just the overcome adversity on the legs was just getting full use from the Sabres there because the agility token has been used. It's given that a Go Again, so that's the only way you can get that block 2 from that piece of equipment. So just getting the use of it while he can. So it was a nice clean block. Trade in obviously just doing its work, hitting, and oh, here we go. A red. Wage gold getting played out, coming in for 7. If he wins the wage, i.e. if he deals damage, he'll get a gold token, which is great. It's exactly what Kasai wants. And he's just asking for more cards from Simon to deal with this. There we go. Just passing over the teeny tiny tokens.
And gold's really valuable for Kasai because of the draw cards. Then you make your Sabres free. So Simon really incentivized to shut down this wage gold. If they can.
But Betsy
7
as well,
is quite an awkward break point. Worth pointing out as well, this wage gold card has universal. So technically it is a warrior card.
Yeah.
So it can be buffed with the warrior attack actions.
That's very scary. That is very scary. Universal just really showing off the universal nature of this keyword. But the gold token side of things are Betsy because Simon doesn't have the Good Time Chapeau headpiece that we all want Betsy to see Betsy have, because it's such a powerful headpiece of equipment. The gold tokens, are they getting that maximum value if you don't have it? It's kind of an interesting situation. We're going for a full equipment block with Rally the Rear Guard as well.
He hasn't used the effect of Rally the Rear Guard yet, but he still could. So he's essentially like baiting out the attack actions, if there are any. He's got the Reinforce the Line as well.
So we're bumping up the defense value of the Rally the Rear Guard as well.
So
and he's going to also use the Rally the Rear Guard as so he's got, it's like a trickery
defense reaction. He's blocking
side.
7 now, and if David buffs it by 3, then Simon might discard one of his cards and activate the ability of Rally the Rear Guard to increase the attack. So just not going to, just going to come in with a little plus 3 buff, but Simon can discard to cover this, surely.
Oh, it's a plus 3 because this is costing 2. Here we go. Oh, okay. It's kind of like the I'm trying to think of what was the card called that Warriors used to have. The one that just pumps over if you reprise. I'm trying to remember that.
Yeah.
Overpower.
Well,
It's
Overpower
like
is the 3 cost one.
Yeah, it has that Overpower vibe to it.
But yeah, it's.
But I loved it. This felt very Welcome to Wraith there, with defense reactions and attack reactions, but it's defense reactions with extra hoops.
And it's showing the power of Riley the Rearguard, because Riley the Rearguard originally came out in Monarch, and there wasn't a huge number of attack reactions in that set.
Yeah.
I guess Bolton had some, but Bolton was not played very often in the sealed experiences I had with Monarch. It was often a Prism Crest.
Bit of a hard one. But in heavy hitters,
in heavy hitters, you really see the power of Rally the Rearguard being able to hold off on using the instant effect until your opponent comes in with the attack react, and only then do you have to commit that card to block for additional 3 flurry block.
Absolutely. And then here we come with the High Riser Hammer for 3.
Yeah, has not drawn a card, so unfortunately it's only a hammer for 3 this turn. Pitches the blue Big Bop to do so. So there was a really nice shot down that turn from Simon. Managed to stop everything that Kasai was doing. I don't think he took a single point of damage, actually. Maybe he took a little bit from the sword. I didn't catch it. Perfectly covered everything David was doing, and then it's just returned with a nice simple hammer for 3 with the last blue card in his hand. And still has that gold token to show for it. Like you said, Hamish, the gold token without the chapeau, you can still use it, though.
Yeah, it just doesn't have that same level of... I want to say it's not going to be wasted at all. Of course it wouldn't, but it just doesn't have that same sort of value.
It doesn't excite me in the same way, Hamish.
It doesn't excite you in the same way. If it doesn't excite Trip, then
when
what?
you see that gold token go down, you're like, oh, that's chapeau. And then, when you don't see the chapeau, it's just not the same. It's just not the same.
Here we go. We are Kasayan. Here we go.
You're making banishing 4 cards sound very exciting.
That's our job.
Coming in with the Savers. Gonna make a gold token if any of these hit.
Yeah.
Started up with the buff there at the beginning. I don't think it's the. Oh, I know this card. Hopefully.
Engage Swiftblade.
Yeah, engage Swiftblade.
When your next warrior attack gets +3.
Yeah.
And if it's defended by an attack action card, it gets go again. So we're basically.
Thank you, Hamish.
We are basically coming in saying, look, if you block this up with an attack action card, I'm getting go again. It's hot streak. Basically, hot streak with any weapon, with any of the saber swords. So it didn't happen.
No, Simon had the starting stake. I'd love to see the stats on how often starting stake is used to block and how often it's used to play.
Yeah,
because I see it being blocked with pretty much 90% of the time. But it's there. One day we'll see it play.
One day.
Coming in with another Wage Might. Again, we're saying we love these Wage cards. Just trying to ask some questions of your opponent. Will they block? Will they not? Not able to get the Betsy ability off, though. Simon a bit strapped for resources because he's just doing the sensible thing of blocking out his opponent, keeping 2 cards, swinging for something big, keeping 1 card and swinging his hammer if you can't.
Yeah, no, just keeping it honest.
David's trickling down life-wise. He's down to 12. Simon's sitting nice on 16. I think with your David, you want to be a little bit careful. As we've seen earlier in the game, Kasai can play around the overpower pretty well because of all the attack reactions you have access to.
Yeah.
They don't count as action as action cards, so you can block through. But still need to be careful. If you go too low, Betsy might just turn around, do a massive overpower attack, and that could be the game.
Yeah, it seems like Simon's just playing this like a real classic conservative Guardian, right? We're just going to block up. We're going to come in for 6 or 7. I'm just going to keep slowly asking for more. So I pitch 1 card. I play 1 card, right? So I'm only spending 1 card, and I'm asking you to give me 2. And overall, I'm just going to eventually beat you out of the game.
We saw this earlier with Pablo Pintor in game 1 of the tournament, where he hit his opponent for 7, like 4 turns in a row. It's just blocking out, swinging for 7, blocking out, swinging for 7, over and over and over again. He was playing Betsy as well. And I think Simon sort of entered, we had sort of this bit of a cagey start to the game. Then we had a little bit of action on the Kasai side, but it now really feels like Betsy's kind of really settled into the kind of game that they would like, which is to just keep swinging big attacks and try and force Kasai to block.
Yeah, Shelter Cove being used here to prevent 2 damage. Obviously just trying to get the most of it, and here we go. Now we know why. You keep that gold token. You've got more tokens than me. I have definitely got less equipment than you. But we are now coming into that stage where if Shelter Cove is used by Simon, then the full effect from down but not out won't be in play. Because he needs to have less health, which he does. He needs to have less equipment than him, which he does currently. And he needs to have less tokens than Simon, which he does because there is a gold token. There's nothing much he can do about that. But if he spends the Sheltered Cove as an instant to prevent 2 damage, instantly we're getting... the attack is coming in for 5, and he'll get prevented by 2. So he just needs to... But he's asking for 2 cards, basically.
He needs to respond to the playing of down but not out with the instant effect of the hat. But I don't know if he's got the blue or not.
That's a very
because
good
then
point.
There might still be a point in doing it, even if you have to use 2 cards to do so.
Yeah,
looks
because
like
you're not
Simon
losing a
knows
card.
the play. He looks like he's going towards the pitch stone to go with the Sheltered Cove. But no, he throws down the block. Doesn't quite see the line the same way Michael Fang did previously, or he didn't have the resources to actually make the play make sense, or he just decided that he didn't want to use his headpiece in this situation. He valued its future use more, with the prevent 2 damage being really nice against the Kasai Sabres, I have to say.
But the thing is, the value for that turn hitting, right? Even if you had to pitch up most of your cards and just block for 3, he's just got himself an agility, a vigor, and a might token. He's managed to get all that extra damage out of there. You know, but here we go. Here's why he wants to come back with a big bet. And he's overpowered it as well. We're coming in for 9. We're betting big, everyone.
So
this is heavy hitters.
So
We're hitting
Simon
heavy.
decided, no, I'm gonna let you do your big turn. You can get all your tokens, but I'm gonna come back with the overpowered here attack here, and
bet big, coming in
9.
big.
You come in big, I'll come back big.
Heavy hitters. This, if there was a crowd of people watching this live match, which you all in the chat here are right now, you're just seeing just one guy just getting absolutely walloped in the face, and then Betsy's just shrugged it off and just coming in with a massive hit of her own. This is just.
And you can see the thinking. We saw it before with Michael Fang when he popped his headpiece. There's a window before the attack becomes an attacking card where you can react with those instants, reduce the number of equipment down, so no longer have more equipment than your opponent, and then it becomes an attacking card, and then it checks, and then you've got the same amount of equipment. No one gets the buff. And I think when you're on 4-0 in the tournament, Simon must be aware of those kind of plays, but when you see what you have in hand, you decide, no, I'm not going to do that tricksy stuff. I'm going to bet big. I'm going to hit you hard. I'm going to get these tokens. I'm going to force you to block this 9 out.
Yeah, no, it's so exciting to see. It's so exciting to see.
Look, you come to the Calling Liverpool, you come play heavy hitters. You don't do it to play Sheltered Cove at instant speed. You do it to bet big. When you're playing Betsy, you got the rainbow foil majestic bet big. You play in that card every day of the week.
You know it. Oh, this is what we're here for. And we're blocking with 2 cards. We've got a block card. We've got a block card. We've got an action card. It's the overpower. It has this absolute feel of like dominate. We are pushing damage through. David on 7. Simon on 11. We've got loads of tokens popping off now. We've got a might. We've got a vigor. We've got an agility. So the next attack, it's going to cost him. He's got that +1 ready to go. He's got that go again ready to go. He can keep his yellow card because he's got that 1 resource. It is a wage. Oh, wage agility yellow. Okay. Oh, hang on. David, it's doing a double. It's just making sure, am I doing the right thing here? Oh, okay. All right. Changing the attack up here.
Yeah, this is the thing where, David he's managed to develop something here, even taking the big attack. He's probably not gonna, I don't think he's got the cards to actually utilize the go again here. And I don't think Catchfee managed to We'll see what he can follow up with. He's got the one resource. So
Yeah,
he can
coming in with a
swing
rising
the,
energy
swing
for
the,
7.
the saber, I should say. So can follow up with the saber here, which is kind of nice. Going to do a clash.
Ooh, that was a clash catastrophe. That was that both they both flipped up their action cards. No one wins.
Yeah, so gonna probably see a saber follow up here.
Yeah, saber for 2.
Which is,
we're chipping away.
Now Simon's down on 7. These sabers, they start to be pretty impactful. You don't want to just be taking these 2s, and Simon agrees. He's gonna block that out. We again. Oh, it's the prevent 2 damage, make a might token, I should say.
Interesting. Okay, this is perfect. This is an absolute mega setup.
The perfect response to Saber, I've got to say. The not broken, really great value there. Going to completely block out that attack and make a might token for Simon's turn.
We've got +2. We've got a resource ready to go for the next attack. The next attack has got +2 damage. Is Betsy? We've got some. We don't have a lot of cards here though. We've still got gold tokens. As like I said, maybe not sure where the value is coming from here, but we are coming in with a big.
It's a wind up, isn't it?
It is wind.
I think it's the vigorous one.
Yeah. It's a vigorous wind up. Coming in for 8. No wage, so we can't overpower. It's just value. It's just Guardian straight value.
And Simon's starting to get to the point now where he might actually be able to get value out of his shield, which he will want to do. It only works when you're on less health. So David might try to negotiate the situation to never allow the oval.
You know what? You know when I was talking about that, from the down but not out? Even if he spent that headpiece, because of the shield, he'd still have more equipment.
That's
there
true.
we go. There we go. That's rolling back, and that's and Simon in. This is why he's 4-0. I mean, that's why we're sitting here.
Yeah, I think that because of the oval, it's actually quite difficult because he's been on the front foot this whole game.
Yes.
He's only now reaching the point where he can actually get the value.
And David's probably just very aware of this as well and just going, you know what? I know that it's not good to be lower, but sometimes it's actually going, I'm just going to reduce the value of all of the equipment that you've got here by just trying to just be 1 point less.
Yeah, when I was at my local for the heavy hitters pre-release, I played against someone who had they had the full equipment of if you have less life, I will block. And I made sure that they never were able to block with it the entire game.
Perfect.
And they went down, I went down, I made sure I never let them have less health than me. And they finished the game with, 4 block on the table that they were never able to use.
Perfect. There you go.
It's just about making sure you just play around it, as long as it doesn't you don't give up too much to do it. But
You're a mastermind. You're an absolute mastermind.
I just know one number smaller than other number.
We've got a saber coming in for 4. I can't help but say need for speed. It's just ingrained into my nature. Blocked with a really cool card, Big Bop. I mean, I'm being a bit biased by the Big Bop block. Oh, can you say that? That was like a Dr. Seuss there. The Big Bop block.
The Big Bop block is not as good as the Big Bop pop, I gotta say. When it pops off at the start of your turn and gives you +5 damage on attack.
Very true.
But we are not in the point of the game where Simon wants to give up any tempo in order to play out something like a Big Bop. You want to get that out early in the game, but now he just wants to keep pushing back. And look at this. Look at all this gold.
Leading.
Look at all this gold.
Look at all this gold leading with the power. Coming in with I think it's a wage clash of vigor. So we're not clashing, we smashing. Clash of vigor coming in for 9 because he's pumped this up to 3. Interesting. It's this classic Guardian approach of just coming in with just real big attacks, just simple, easy, big attacks. Asking for more cards. He's spending 2 cards and asking for 3.
Yeah, and 9 damage coming in, and still a card in the back for Simon to stick in the arsenal, setting himself up for the next turn with that might token ready to enter the game in the next turn.
Really good
2
setup.
gold tokens in the back if he does have a bad hand for whatever reason, can cycle things around a little bit. David at 5 health, being presented with 9 damage. He's got that agility token. He wants to use it, but I don't know if he's going to have the space, at the very least hoping maybe I can get off 2 saber swings.
Maybe. I mean, the
only needs 1 card to do it, and with Simon on 5 health,
test of strength coming in, and These guys, no one's won a clash in this whole game. They've both been flipping over action cards this whole time. So he's going to do a test of strength for blocking for 4. Having a check over with interactions. Not sure what the interaction. Just seems like it's a nice easy block for 4 at the minute.
Well, at the moment, David's dying, so he doesn't need to block with another card.
That's
I think
actually-
they're
that's
trying to
you're
decide if you clash now or you declare all blocks and then clash.
Yeah, that's very astute of you, Twit.
See, I told you.
would die.
Oh,
Oh my. Okay.
So Simon wins the clash, and he wins with the thump, which will give him another might token. So the perfect card to win a clash with, and does reveal the lunging press on the top of David's deck. So now that lunging press, Simon is aware of it. Hopefully he won't forget if David does get into a position to play that card later. David going down, but he will be able to at least swing 2 sabers and keep a card to maybe pretend he's got a buff.
Yeah, absolutely. There's he's got you can see he's got the trade in there, but he's also got the lead with speed. I got away with a need for speed too. Almost
Electric Boogaloo.
Electric Boogaloo. Man, that was that clash catastrophe, unfortunately, for David there. Just I can, and I will. I can and I will, and you cannot stop me.
So I think David's got a classic position here where I think he has to pay to use one of these cards, but he wants to pretend that he's got a attack reaction. So he could do this in a way that bluffs the attack reaction, draws out the double bluff. But if he uses the buff, he uses both of his cards, it's face up. You know
you don't want to be face up as a warrior, right? And then the fact that he's sitting there going, you know what, I'm going to use this Kasai. I think I'm going to hit you.
And
I reckon I will hit
going
you.
to go for the play.
Yeah, he's doing this like, give me a card. Come on.
Was it the card in hand? Was you saying that?
It was a trade-in.
Yeah. Oh no, that's the card he's pitched. But I think it was the.
It was a Libra speed.
Yeah, so it's not a reaction, but
No.
David wants to bluff it. Wants to get Simon to overblock here.
Give me a card. He has to. He knows he potentially has to sort of give him a card anyway. There's no reason not to because it is lethal. He knows it's not a go again, and even if he leaves it and he doesn't have an attack reaction card and calls his bluff, giving him a gold token, it's not good. I mean, there's an on hit either way, so you might as well.
And Simon has the rally the rear guard in the hand, so could potentially.
Oh, he's got So again, coming in. So now, there isn't any sort of 0 cost attack reactions unless it's wagered, which it isn't. So it's quite a safe bet.
Yeah.
So it's getting plus because the rally the rear guard is an attack action card. The saber's going to get +1, so he does chip over for 1, which does land a hit, which does trigger the Kasai ability. That gives him a gold token. There you go. Nice, just 2-card simple play here. That juicy token doing a lot of work.
And he was able to get the Need for Speed Tokyo Drift down into the arsenal. So. If David can survive this turn, he has something.
So the next attack has got 2 might tokens, so it's got +2 coming in here. Can he get an overpower coming? Or is this wagered?
He's going to throw it in the arsenal here as well. The command.
It's not Command and Conquer.
No, we have Command and Conquer at home going down on the table.
Command and Respector.
Command Respect. It's got 8 power, so it is going to destroy a card in arsenal. If it hits, David potentially going to lose his Need for Speed if this comes through. But David's going to, if it takes too much damage, he's also going to lose.
I mean,
so it is the thing about it.
It is. It's wage death, as they say. If this hits, you win.
It's not quite what you win, but it's getting close to it.
And we see, I tell you what, we were saying about, do you have any 0 cost attack reaction cards? There are, but it is lunging press. As you can see here, classic Welcome to Rave card, but it doesn't work on weapons.
It doesn't work on weapons. Doesn't work on weapons.
It doesn't work on weapons.
Only works on attack action cards. So
David has to give
those
his whole
saber
hand.
attacks would not have been relevant.
Ooh, interestingly enough, the card count on everyone is getting a little bit low here now.
Yeah, so we're getting around to second cycle time. We're going to see how these players have set up the bottom of their deck, whether they've done anything to kind of secure out a win. It's something you can really do in this format if you want to set up an overpower card at the end of the game when your opponent's down to really low life. Just close out that game. Of course, as we mentioned before, with Kasai, access to the attack reaction cards does mean that you can work around overpower quite nicely.
It's a matter of the thing is I just don't think he actually has any sort of wager cards. That's the thing that's just making this quite awkward for Simon. I don't know if he has any potential wager cards left to overpower just to get over this. I think he's just going to have to go with the old classic pump, which he is.
Nice leap of power, lovely little blue. You know, get your pitch value out of it earlier in the game, and then you essentially sort of get like +2 damage out of it here in the late game with the +1 and the might token. So just trying to keep chaining it up. And we see the wage here as well.
We do have a wage.
Really nice.
And we are using the Betsy as well.
I think there's enough resources for it.
There is.
So that's going to be...
it.
Well, we have to see.
We're not saying that's over, but this is big.
If David's got attack reactions in hand, he might be able to shut this down. It's 9 damage. So you got 3 attack reactions. They all got for 3. You got it covered, but it doesn't leave him with much left in the bank to play with.
So many tokens, so many wagers flying around here. So we're coming in. This is coming in for 9. It is wagered with a might. If this hits, create a might token. If we obviously can't do it, win the game, and that's really, really strong. He's already got a might token ready from the pump effect that he played on the last turn as well. And it's really interesting, cool trip that you said that overpower only stops action. You can only block with 1 action card, but warriors are known for having a lot of attack reaction cards. So this is a very handy situation as a warrior to deal with this.
And David's taking his time. It looks like he might be able to, at the very least, live this turn, or if not... Oh, yes, he's got the rally the rear guard. So that's the one action card is spent, but now he can just discard that to block up to 5. Maybe I think he's blocking 8 here, so he is going to take 1 damage. Simon's going to get another might token.
But but the card he just discarded was a reaction card. But maybe the reaction card. I think
it's effectively it achieves the same thing.
It does achieve the same thing. Yeah. But maybe it's just because the block value of it is 2, so he's managed to get the block pumped up the block value of it.
Couldn't see the card on the table, but it's probably something along those lines. And now we're going to see David probably.
Gold. It's been Spencer. Kasai's ready to go with the attacks are free. We don't have a go again though.
But we have the Need for Speed Tokyo Drift so in the arsenal. So I think he'll be able... Oh, I'm not sure that's go again. I think that's just a +3 buff making agility. So I'm not sure.
No, so he's not got the go again. He's got to pump them ready for next turn. Kasai's full hero text is in full swing now. Because we drew a card, the swords are coming in for free. And now if we got an on hit. If this sword hits, it will create a gold token. Saber for 5. Interesting. And do we have an attack reaction as well?
He's got 1 resource. No resources floating, I think.
No, so I think Simon knows this is... It's not going to come in with anything more lethal than this. And the thing is that as well, this is where this trickery of... the tricky part about trying to get that warrior thing right is that lead for speed is creating that agility token. But then it's that follow-on turn. We do have a go again, but do we have anything like really powerful coming with 2 saber attacks? Or is it just 2 for 2 again? You know,
he's just got to keep trying. He's just got to keep chipping away at Simon and just hope that the second cycle is just not enough to take David down.
Concuss coming in for 6 if this hits discard a card, but I'm pretty much if this was
if it hits, he's got other problems. The other thing is that Simon's still got that headpiece if he does need to do any emergency blocking.
We got time on the round as well, so we are going through the end of round procedures at this point. So but time was called on, I believe, Simon's turn. So that means that David will have his turn, and then that may be it. So we're getting to the point really where we're going to be, well, it's going to be if we don't close this out, we're going to probably be drawing at this point. Both players just whittling their decks down, and you can just see that David hasn't really got any cards left.
And this doesn't have overpower, so it's just going to be blocked out. And then it's going to pass over to David, who's only got, is it just 1 card left in deck and 1 card left in hand?
Yeah, so he's just going to do potentially Saber. Well, unless he's got a blue. So he does have a blue.
Pop the gold to draw, make his sabers be free.
And then
he's going to swing twice.
If he's got the attack reaction in his hand, maybe this could be it. So he's blocking with a non-attack action card. So he isn't getting pumped up. So it's just coming in for 2. He has. I think he has actually got an attack reaction in his hand, but it is.
I mean,
blue.
if this is the last turn of the game, surely Simon just throws his whole hand at this.
Yeah.
If not,
So
maybe there's
blocking.
another turn coming.
So they're both coming for
We
free.
see
And
the
he's
buff.
he's getting +1.
But is it going to be enough to actually... Simon's still sitting on 3 health.
Yeah, so he
And
chips
I don't
in for
know if
1.
Are we getting another turn of the game? I want to see this game play out, but
Oh, he gets a card in his hand, and that's the end of his turn, and
that's it.
That's it. I don't know whether time is called or that's it.
That's going to be time on the round, everybody. Unfortunately, the player's not able to close it out. And look at that. So few cards left in the Kasai player's deck, but just not quite enough to actually take it down.
There we go.
Oh, what a shame. I feel like we wanted to see more of that game. It was going so well, and we just wanted to see more turns. But that's the way it is. You got to play within the time that you have, and if you can't close the game out, it will finish as a draw. So.
It is a draw. It's a confirmed draw. So but it was a real good back and forth. You can see that the closer was coming there for Betsy just to really close that game because we only have 1 card left in hand and 1 health. It's just unfortunate. That's how it is. That's how the game goes.
Yeah, you're bound to have a couple of draws in the tournament. So it's, we always want to see the wins and the losses, but that's the way it goes sometimes. And I thought it was an interesting game, and I thought that actually, I thought the players were playing pretty quickly and playing pretty speedily. I didn't see any particularly long pauses or anything like that. It was just a close run game. That's what happens in these matchups where, they can be a bit cagey, but you've got to kill your opponent. That's the other thing in this game. You've got to make that win. You can't just, you've got to close it out, right? You've got the tools to do it, but didn't quite land. Glad we got to see a big bet come down, a nice Rainbow 4 big bet come down. I think that was quite a big shift in the game as well, when the previous turn the opponent managed to get all the tokens, and then Betsy got all of her tokens, and it kind of evened things out again.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to close it over here because it's time on the round. We're getting ready for the next round, so see you soon.
See you soon, guys.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the Calling in Liverpool, and I've been joined by Ollie from PCG.
Hello.
Now you've got a booth, over there by the retailers. You're taking orders today. How long you were at Worlds? So what did you do at Worlds?
So we went over from the Prospective UK office to start learning about the grading process. Met up with the guys, Matt Rogers, Rob. They brought us over, taught us about grading. I spent a good amount of time with them learning the ins and outs of the grading world.
Yep.
They showed me through all the systems and the equipment, and we were over there to bring it back to the UK to start the UK office. And with a bit of time over Christmas and with all the the equipment coming back from Worlds, we've now set up the UK office to start grading over there. So
nice, brilliant.
So we're here at the weekend taking submissions, the first submissions for the UK office. And we'll be taking those back hopefully on a prospective 4-week turnaround.
Okay, that's pretty quick.
Hoping so. It depends on obviously how many submissions we get this weekend.
Yep.
It could be a little bit longer, and customers have been warned of that. But I'm hoping it'll be a little bit quicker than that. We should be ready to fire as soon as we get back to go. So
nice.
It'll just be how many submissions we get over the weekend really that will affect it. But
yeah, because at Worlds they had to close the submission because everybody was trying to get their Sagrada done.
Yeah, so we had like 700 submissions, but at Worlds it was live grading.
Yeah.
So over the weekend we had like 700-800 submissions that we graded there and then.
That's phenomenal.
Obviously, we'll never have to shut off submissions because we're taking it all back with us. So
yeah, indeed.
But yeah, that was a great weekend. I mean, it was very into the thick of it for me, but it was such a great experience.
But that's what you want with training.
Yeah, I
you
learned
don't want
the
a
best
few
that way.
submissions.
No, that's it. I was in there, with the guys, and there's such a great team of people out there around the world for PCG.
Yeah, and now it's more accessible. Like for the guys in the UK or Ireland, even sort of like outside of Europe, sort of like can send them to you.
Yeah,
so what
exactly.
what kind of services are you offering?
So at the moment we've got the standard service, which is going to be £15 plus delivery. There'll be a range of delivery options for you to choose from when the website goes live.
Okay.
That's just to basically cover you on whatever value of cards you're sending us.
Okay.
And so that'll be the standard service. We have an authentication service for £10, which is for artist proofs, things that you want authenticating to be real or to be an original product.
Yep.
And then we'll eventually have an express service that'll run for about a week turnaround. That'll be a little bit more, but it'll be pushed through and you'll get that quicker.
Yep.
Moving on to bigger and better things as we progress as well. So keep on the website and keep having a look, and you'll see all the different things we're trying to bring to this country for the grading service, really.
So the website's not live yet?
Website's not 100% live yet. Just the back end for me to take submissions this weekend.
Yeah.
As soon as we get back, we'll be finalising those little bits and getting the website live. We'll post that on social media when it is live, and we'll be taking submissions from then on.
Fantastic.
We're really
Accessible.
happy, really pleased.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a fun journey for the next few, sort of getting into the UK market and getting his name out there, making sure people know the UK can submit to us, and hopefully people can get some cards into us.
Nice, brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Ollie.
much.
I know you're very, very busy.
No,
man.
that's cool. I'll go back now and get started. But thank you for your time and thank you for seeing us again.
Right. Thank you. We'll get back to the action and bring you more games.
Welcome back to the Calling Liverpool, not Birmingham.
I know. Tripp got me. He got me hard on that one.
How was that last round? That looked fantastic.
It was brilliant. It came down to a draw, but unfortunately it ended up with a draw.
Yeah.
But it was a nice big slogger match, but we got one coming in right away. We've got Daniel White and Philippe Camacho. I hope I spelled that
All
right.
warrior matchup this time. So we have
Wow.
a Kasai, Daniel on Kasai versus Felipe on Olympia.
This is going to be a real good back and forth here. Interesting enough.
Oh.
We're going for the sword and board.
Sword and board.
Yeah,
Nice.
classic.
So, as an inexperienced warrior player, that would suggest to me that Felipe has more attack actions that he wants to use than just his weapon swings.
Maybe. I think it's one of those things where actually maybe because he had that piece of equipment, he just feels like he just needs to use it. Maybe he doesn't have enough uses to get the go again of wanting to use a second weapon.
That's a good point.
And actually just come in, weapon, attack.
Yeah.
That's still good.
I get that. And wagering a gold, turn 0, just maybe trying to cycle some cards out of hand here. Wager the gold and come in with a Centauri Saber.
Saber for 3.
Saber for 3.
It's not
got the same.
No, I'm sorry, everybody. It's not
good enough.
It's not hammer for 4.
I've let you down. I've let myself down. I've let everyone down.
Go home. Saber for 3 coming in. If it is blocked by an attack action card, the Saber will get Saber for 4.
That would be nice.
That would be good.
Still no hammer, though.
No. Well, we're going to block for 6.
Daniel is not having any of this. He doesn't want to give up that gold, but he is forcing a clash.
No what?
No winner.
No winner. No winner, chicken dinner.
No winner on the clash. How do you think these are going to play out? It's going to be a bit cagey.
You can see here, Philippe has actually just pushed that up to 4.
Yeah.
And he's sitting there going, I'm not done yet.
No,
I'm not done yet.
I'm going to react.
And we're coming in for 6. And I know that we are aware that the attack token should, it's the wrong way around, it should say 9. But it doesn't matter.
He's going for 6.
He's going for 6.
Yeah,
We're
okay.
going for 6.
It's definitely not coming for 9.
No.
But
And
he
we're coming
does
in for the block.
make that vigor.
Yeah. Because he's blocked with an attack action card. That gets the vigor token. No damage going through. Not bothered about the damage going through. We just want to utilize the full effect of you give me an attack action card. I'm going to get the most.
And you're
going to
bank that for next turn. That's a free resource on the next turn.
Money where your mouth is red coming in, pushing the next attack with +3. And when the attack hits a hero, wager a gold token.
And both of these warrior heroes want gold.
They do. I mean, Olympia's just going to be creating golds if he wins tokens anyway, but it's knowing where you can just maximize the most from that gold. So Kasai is obviously going to get so much more from it because if she does draw a card, their weapons attacks are free. And it straight away a complete buff for using it. But Olympia's, there's no buff for you apart from it's just the same as everyone else, right?
Well, I guess for Kasai, if you pay 2 to draw a card, then you could potentially save 2 resources, but only if you've got Go Again or an agility token. So it's not a slam dunk.
No, but it would just say it's.
But
it's
where's the
setup.
payoff for Olympia?
Yeah, where's the payoff? But right now, we're coming in. Daniel has got his money where his mouth is.
Coming in, Sabre for 5.
Sabre for 5. That's better than Sabre for 3, for sure. Philippe having a think here, how he wants to block this up. He knows he's going to have to give him 2 cards. There isn't a go again coming on, so he's just taking damage for no reason, right? Don't want that. Oh, we're blocking for 3.
Using those non-attack actions.
All right, okay, so no, he's opting to keep his hand up. Take 2. Give the gold token over to Daniel. He's won that wager. And the agility token. Is it the agility token as well? Because he has discarded his agile wind-up. That was quick.
There you go.
That was quick. I was, whoa,
Yeah.
where was this
Boom.
coming from? And he should get a gold token as well.
Because he wagered,
He did wager.
he did win.
He did win. Get your money, bro. Daniel, where's your money? You've won that wager.
That could be costly.
That could be costly.
But it is up to both players to maintain an accurate board state. And if he has
true.
forgotten that and moved on, then unfortunately there's not much we can do about that right now.
No, that's what it is. So Philippe, using the flat trackers, he's creating an agility token, setting up for next turn.
Yeah.
You got an agility, I'm making agility.
But he must have something up his sleeve this turn because he's still got 3 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal.
Absolutely.
So he feels like he can do something.
So Sabre coming in for 2. I'm sensing attack reactions here. Surely you're not going to keep all those cards
You're not,
in your hands.
you can't.
Surely not, right? Surely not. Sabre for 2.
So if Daniel doesn't block here, you're expecting damage to come through. But
he's probably just teasing out those attack action cards, which is what Warrior is trying to make you do. Going, if you're blocking with an attack action card here, not only is the Sabre's going to get a lot stronger. He probably chose not to wager.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you, Pippa.
You don't necessarily want to give that opportunity to the opponent.
Yeah. There we go. Thank you, chat.
So coming in.
Equipment being used here to block up for 2 because obviously he's met the conditions to get that block 2. Sabre's getting that +1 from the blue, so quite simple really, taking that 1 damage, set up with the agility token. It's over to Daniel.
Now this is where Kasai really wants to be. Having that agility token, I don't think there are enough in Kasai's in graveyard to make her weapons have that spicy on-hit gold production, but
yes.
What can she do? What can Daniel do with Kasai to make this turn pop? Because he's got 5 cards.
We've got a lot of... Oh, here we go. That's a start.
That's a good start.
That is a massive start.
6 go again.
6 go again. That's a good start. But then, like you said, where we go for here, it's probably just going to be just pushing maybe the Sabres afterwards. But regardless, we're coming in with the 6 go again from the Clash of Agility. Clash not being a thing that's going to work too much because we're not blocking, we're attacking. But hey, we're just getting the full value from coming in for a 6.
You take the big attack while you can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially with the agility token.
Absolutely. Philippe choosing how he's going to block this up here. It's coming in with... Okay, yeah, blocking for 3. That's fine. Taking 3 damage there. Chat, we've got Aiden here. He's rooting for Dan. Dan is the fan. He's popped his flat trackers. He's getting his agility token ready for next turn. And a trade
in from Arsenal.
Go again. 3 go again. Oh, we're going wide here. This is
a
some
wide
good
boy.
plays. Well done. This is good. So Philippe here it's not over yet. How we're going to approach this turn, choosing how he's going to block this up. Or will he block this up? Aha. Getting the full use here from his equipment. Very smart. While he's on at lower health.
The trade-in from Arsenal is such a good card in Kasai because
so
you're discarding a card and drawing a card, so your
now the
next weapon
Sabres
attack is free.
Very, very cool interaction.
Any weapon attack is free.
Yeah, no, it's really, really cool interactions here, but we don't have the go again at the minute. Currently for the Sabres. It's very difficult to actually get that sort of next go again ability. Oh, here we go. We're just pushing up. Sabres. We're wagering. Coming in for 5. And, Daniel's coming in. It's a really hot turn.
It looks like we're not wagering. I would expect them to put the token on the board.
That's probably true. So it's quite tricky to know whether or not they're going to be wagering because we're not able to hear.
We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see what happens when the token pops off at the same time. But regardless, we know it's coming in for 5. Philippe Evanev thinking he's got these 3 cards. What is this follow-up turn going to be? How much am I going to keep blocking up this turn? Do I take this? The hell total's getting a little bit low now.
And he does have a couple of attack actions in hand there. So if he were to block with those, it would pump the Centauri Saber up again.
I know, yeah, and he's also got to make the use of his agility token as well. But I can see here that he's actually got... Yeah, he's opting to just make the full use of his agility token.
So I'm getting the feeling from the stream that Daniel White may be a Canterbury local, which is good to know. I grew up in that area.
Did you?
A little town called Whitstable, near the seaside.
Try not to laugh.
What? And yeah, so that is my home area. Similar to Trip grew up down the coast in Deal, in Kent, if you know where that is.
Good for you.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Okay, so Saber coming in for 2. It's got go again because the agility token has been popped. Daniel choosing to just take that 2. That's not a problem.
Oh, and then a rally the rear guard.
Oh,
another reprinted card, making the most of that this set. It's got such a good mechanic where it does block for 2, but you can discard a card on defending to make it 5.
It's the perfect card to try and like sort of. We don't want to put any defense reactions in here. We need to sort of have defense reactions with a little bit more hoops to jump through. And this is the perfect card to sort of deliver on that. And it kind of just does that interesting two-way thing of where you go, I don't have a defense reaction card, but it is an attack action card, so it is going to pump up your saver. But it just creates so many interesting
But it
synergies.
also gets around overpower as well. So
that's very true.
It's a prevalent mechanic in this set.
It just answers a lot of stuff.
We are seeing Kasai activate that once per turn action, banishing 2 red, 2 yellow. Now each weapon attack threatens a gold production.
That is scary. Saber coming in for 2, but that's not scary. That's blockable, right?
That's blockable.
That's blockable, but we got attack reactions on top of that.
These warriors are tricksy warriors.
Yeah, Daniel's just giving those hard questions, those damned if you do, damned if you don't moments. You can just see Philippe here having that moment of going, oh, wow, what is the right call? I think Daniel's sitting there going, I don't believe there is one. Give me a hand. Pepe's in the chat. All the locals are rooting for Daniel White. There we go. Daniel fans are in the chat, everybody. Philippe here, though, just like a real contest of gladiators. Like gladiators, like old school gladiators here. Philippe is going to be sitting there going, not today, chat.
This is really in the arena, you know, the cauldron of tension.
I like that word, cauldron. Okay.
The battle is heating up.
I swear, Simon, you come up with all these really subtle ways of doing things just to sort of cheer me up. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
I appreciate it. Okay, interesting. Philippe choosing to do the no block, and it is creating the gold. It'll create the gold token because Kasai's ability has been met, and we're pumping up straight away with another saber for 5. So the condition's been met. We got the gold token ready to go. We've got an Arsenal card ready to go. Coming in for 5. I mean, Philippe's sitting there on 7 health, man. This is getting quite scary. And it's a wager as well. This is even more scary because there's...
Again, I don't know if he's wagered, but...
no, that's very true.
But yeah, it's 5 health out of your 7. That's a significant portion of your life.
That's an interesting thing. I'd love to actually just pick the brains on Daniel in here. Why is he choosing not to take the wager?
Maybe he doesn't want to chance it. Maybe he doesn't want to incentivize the block.
That's true, and maybe as well because of the equipment that has so many interactions going, have you popped an agility or a might or a vigor? I work once this goes, and he just goes, well, if I just don't make them, then your equipment doesn't
do
work.
anything.
And but I just want the 5 damage, not the extra resources from the
Absolutely, yeah.
Very clever thinking. I love it. Full hand block.
3 block.
And that's it. Come on, jumping up to 6.
Oh, and the attack reaction on top.
Oh, he
did it.
He did, and it was wagered, and it did land, and it paid off.
Take the upper hand, giving it +3.
Wow. He's got his figure token
And he
ready.
did wager, indeed.
He did wager, indeed.
He knew what was going on.
He knew. It's hard to know whether because of its May ability. It's hard for us as the casters to know really truly how they're going to put that wage token on. But yeah, we can have a word. It would be cool to just have those little tokens
It would
put on there
be.
for all of us as well. But here we go. It didn't matter. We come in big. We got it. We came over, and we're left with a saber for 2.
It's again any warrior coming in for just 2, but with nothing else on the board. Maybe something from Arsenal, but we don't really know where that's going.
Hard to know. Figure pot, resource come in. We've got a gold token on the line here as well, which is just... we don't need it. We're drawing swords now. We've just drawn a 10.
Now, this is a perfect card for Kasai.
Perfect, because now we've got +3. Weapon can swing for free. And because we've drew a card, I can't...
And it was paid for by the Vigor token the turn before, right? So that draw sword, or the part of it was paid. There should be some...
That Vigor token's basically helps play the lead for speed.
That's
I can't
right,
help.
Sorry,
I keep saying need for speed.
No, lead. Lead with speed.
Lead with speed. If it plays the next, it's a yellow. So the next attack is going to come in for +2.
+3, +2.
And it creates agility token when being played.
Coming in for 7.
Oh, that is...
Saber for 7.
Saber for... Oh, that's better. I like that. Saber for 7.
Saber for 7.
Say that really fast, Dr. Zeus.
Saber for 7.
Dr. Zeus says Saber for 7.
Oh my goodness. What is Hamish? It's not even.
It's not even. Oh, it is. It is 2:30.
It is 2:30.
I thought you were going to say it's not even 2:30, and it is.
2:30.
It's not even 2:30. You're right. It isn't even 2:30. It's 2:28, and we've got a saber for 7.
Daniel looks like he's in a bit like he's got a good life lead. He doesn't look happy with his lot right now, though. I don't know whether that's just the stress getting to him. Or...
He's maybe he's angry that he's doing well. We'll see. Chat, you know him best. Oh, okay. So Felipe here has got good block cards coming up. We've got a test of strength to do the Clasheroos. I like seeing Clasheroos. He knows that he's going to have to block with an attack action card, which is making this pump up by 1. So he's blocking for 8.
Got a clash.
And Daniel's won that clash with an agile wind up. And he's got 2 gold tokens. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty good result.
I think Daniel's should be really happy with that result. And then we're just coming in. Ooh, pitching up. Tenacity. That's a real cool Majestic card to see.
That's a good card.
That is a very good, strong card. Majestic, yellow, blocks for 3. But it's being used to pitch for a saber for 2. And we're just taking the 2. Daniel's like, yep, I've got a healthy life
just chipping
lead.
away.
Yeah,
but he now has to deal with Daniel coming back with a 5-card hand.
Again.
And an agility token.
Oh, and 2 gold tokens as well.
And are we going to see Kasai's pitching for the gold, drawing a card, and then having 3 sabers? It's possible, right?
Yeah, it is possible.
Seeing whether we can activate Kasai. Maybe not enough.
Well, I mean, if you've got a lot of resources, it's just, you can probably use this up. Oh, which we're not.
Not yet.
No.
Not yet. Edge ahead.
Really cool card.
Another pump.
We're Kasaiing.
We are Kasaiing.
Pippa pointing out here that he's just he's as cool as a cucumber. It's just another day in the office for Daniel White. Not related to James White.
No, well, probably not.
Well,
although James did say he had family from the UK, so.
Okay. Well, not spreading any rumours around here. But
White seems to be a common surname. I'm not going anywhere with that.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Saber for 4 coming in if it's blocked with an attack action card. Remember, people, it will get +1. So
and if it hits, it gets a gold because Kasai has been activated.
That's very true. That's very true.
Needed to play that edge ahead so that the yellow card was in graveyard so we could activate Kasai.
Yes, and with a go again.
With the go again from the agility.
Oh, we're coming in. Right, okay, so we're not blocking with an attack action card. We're blocking in for 3 here, so that should give him a...
Oh, the trade in from Arsenal. Discarding a card, drawing a card. That adrenaline rush was going to do nothing for Daniel. He's on much higher life.
Yeah.
And good use of that to get rid of it. Can pay for the next saber for free.
Wonderful play. That is... the trade-in's just doing so much work here. And then Kasai, yeah, I tell you what, everything's... Oh! So all the attacks were blocked, so Kasai's thing, ability, well, no on hit, so we didn't make a gold. But then we discarded an agile wind-up, yellow.
Get the agility token for next turn and keep an Arsenal for next turn.
Beautiful. Beautiful play. Oh, wage gold. Boom. Coming in big. He could take this, though, and still be living. But do you want to take a wage gold to the face?
Or do you want more gold? I
True.
think he may block with some equipment here.
So he can block for 1 because it's got an agility token. So the warrior gloves here doing its work. Test of strength. Clash time. No one won.
And nice card to have there. Numbskull.
Not Numbskull.
No,
that's an old.
That's an old one.
That is an old card. That's the first time I've seen this card being played today. It's a slap happy. That face.
It's even better. It's even better.
That's me when I wake up in the morning. Ah.
I can confirm, audience, that is Hamish when he wakes up in the morning.
With more hair and less beard. Anyway, agility token popped. Gold spent. Card drawn. Kasai is now ready to go with the 3 swords. So we're coming in with a saber for 2.
Go again.
With go again. With resource floating as well.
Potential pumps here. I'm expecting reactions.
Okay, blocking for 2. Non-attack action card. Oh, here we go. We're pumping it up by +3. We're coming in for 5. This is lethal. This is lethal. Can we do it? Can we do it? All right. Doesn't matter. We're going to prevent this by 2. Taking 1. Okay. Still got the go again here. Daniel
still got 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Looking good.
Has he got another attack reaction card to try and go over here? To try and close this game out? Wow. Okay. Having a think here. If that this tells me that there is a sign of actual potentially more attack reactions. Oh, okay.
Another gold.
All right, so he's ending it there. Chain's closed because he's spending the gold.
But he's looking for another reaction.
He is. He's search. He's
or a big attack.
He's sensing blood. We sense blood here. 2 resources. Saber for 2. This is a warrior. Okay, blocking for 3. There we go. Pump it up. Anything more? Nothing more.
No, all done.
Good game. And that is a win for Daniel White.
Daniel White from Canterbury.
Hey, there you go. The chat was rooting for you, Daniel, and you have won the crowd. You've won the match. Wow, it was such a cool match. It was so cool.
It was nice to see 2 warriors battling it out.
Yeah. Basically, it's just the clash of weapons, just sitting there, the dance of all the attack reactions. Real Absolutely. Cool use of the defense reactions as well from Philippe, but really interesting match.
Just showing how tricky it is to block against warrior, even for other warriors. I felt a bit bad for Philippe. I don't feel he got really a foothold in that match.
That's true. It turns out that the dual wield just beat the sword and board in this moment, and but it just shows that Kasai just really leveraging the use of all those gold tokens as well. But like you said, Philippe just didn't have that opportunity to win any of those wages.
Not really. So. Good use of the agility tokens by Kasai. I think it just shows that go again generation really helps push that deck to a different level. Daniel White moving on to 5-1.
Wow, well done, Daniel White. It was a fantastic match by both players. So
I hope we will have an interview with Daniel coming up.
Yeah, we have
a very short moment.
Well, we're gonna cut over to a short break now, and then good old Baz the Bard is going to bring Daniel White on to have a chat about how this game was. So get a cup of tea. See you soon.
See you soon.
A crimson storm rises from the sands. Not just a fighter, but a terror. With a mind as sharp as her sabers, she paints the arena in blood. Quick, lethal, and utterly merciless. She's just here to collect her coin. With a purpose known only to the gods. The terror of the Golden Sands.
Welcome back to the Calling in Liverpool, and I've been joined by the winner of the last round, Daniel White.
Nice to be here.
Fantastic win. Slow and steady wins the race. That's what it seemed to be.
I thought it was almost the opposite. Like there was agility every turn, pumps every turn. It just when it lines up right.
Yeah, I mean, you started off not wagering anything. You were like, I'm not giving Olympia a chance to gain any gold.
Yeah, like he presented Bloodied Oval, so I thought it'd be a bit more of a defensive deck.
Yeah.
So giving him the chance to win those wagers seemed not worth just presenting the damage.
Yeah.
Especially when I was presenting quite a bit of it.
But you did wager. The one wager you actually made
the one wager
was the one, that really mattered, taking the upper hand.
When you've got to take the upper hand, why not?
Yeah, it's crazy. The thing is, even Felipe said, I can't play around it. He's just like, if it comes out,
it's a rare in a sealed format, right? The chances of you pulling the red one as well. Like, he had the Shelter Cove to block a yellow one, but you can't play around it really. Otherwise, you're wasting too many resources. But
so when you opened your sealed pack, obviously drawn to Kasai, was there any other in the running?
Everything but Brute was in the running. the only good pull I had was a Send Packing. And then drew about 3 playable blues in Brute, including the generics, so that wasn't really on the table. I had some good value Guardian cards, but there was just a little bit more in Kasai, and I'm more used to Warriors. I've been playing Kasai for the past little while, and Dorinthia for ages, so seems to be working out.
Play what you know. You know, the tricks of a warrior, defend or not defend. It must be quite a hard matchup because you're just like your opponent's trying to do the same. The blocking game becomes the mental game.
It's really tricky. I mean, I didn't find it there. I've got to reinforce the line in there, which has saved me a couple of times today already. The warriors are so much more taxing to play into. I've taken on 3 KOs today, which you know exactly what's happening. You can see it in front of you. Betsy, you can get around the overpower a bit. I had one of those round 4. But yeah, warriors definitely tricky. I had a Kasai Mirror last round, which I lost because they had every card of their deck was a red pump for 3 or a reaction for 3. And you can't play around them all the time. Like
Did you just look at it and go, I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Every time it was like, there's another one. But no, it's been really good so far today. Really enjoying it.
So travelling up, you're from Canterbury, Dyson Destiny.
That's the
a massive location in the UK. You normally sort of like when the the regular tournament season, we should say, sort of like skirmishes, ProQuest, you get good numbers.
Yeah, there's a good numbers in there. There's a lot of local scene. I can see all the guys in chat are representing. Yeah, it's a nice scene down there. Everyone's really, really lovely. It's a good bunch of people, and there's some good players down there, which have unfortunately made me have to get reasonably good at the game. But, we still make our fair share of errors.
But you travelled up with quite a few.
Yeah, 9 of us came up. We split a couple of cars. Came up Thursday evening. Afternoon, evening. Bit of a long drive, but...
What, 4 hours?
5.5 in the end. We had to go around picking a few people up first, but
yeah, as you do, as there's 9 of you coming through. But
yeah.
no, I'm glad you're doing really well.
No, thanks.
Going into the next round, who don't you want to see?
The Warriors are just harder, I think.
Okay.
I'd quite like to see a Brute. I think Brute's, I say, it's face-up information.
There's plenty of KOs.
There is. I've beaten 3 so far. I'd love another one. Kasai and Olympia are just hard to block right. My pool's not amazing, I feel. There's a lot of attacks in there, which the Centauri Sabres are obviously a little bit tricky to block into. Yeah. But could do with another Guardian. Haven't had my fair share of Guardian today.
A fair few bets.
Balance it out.
Right. Thank you very much, Daniel.
Thank you.
I wish you all the very best. We're going up for an interview with Johnny, so stay tuned for that, and we'll get back to the action as soon as possible. All right.
Hi, welcome back to the Calling in Liverpool, and I've been joined by Johnny Chapman. You are a mainstay for UK tournaments, nationals, everywhere. If there was a tournament, you were there. Yeah, it was amazing the amount of travelling you've done. But you've now moved to Malta. Okay, so how does it compare?
Well, yeah, it's kind of crazy. So I went from playing 2 to 3 armorers a week, practicing a bit online, chatting to people, and attending ProQuests, RTNs, and international events. And I've basically gone to a place where there is no one else that plays. So I've missed that social aspect. I used to have like 3 nights a week with the community. We'd go travel to like Loughborough. I was based in Nottingham.
Yeah.
And I missed that greatly. Like I knew it would be a sacrifice when I took the job in Malta, but the job itself is fantastic. The people are fantastic, and the island is brilliant.
Oh yeah, the weather's great as well.
Yeah, it was like 17, 18 degrees when I left in yesterday morning. I almost wore shorts on the plane, and that would have been pretty much a fatal error, I think.
When you landed, did you go, yeah, that's why I left?
Tears were streaming from my face, like how cold it was. It was
Blimey, okay.
Not good. But yeah, there's now a huge void where I don't get to play so much. So for Nationals this year, I basically didn't do any CC practice whatsoever. I just took the deck that I played at RTN and Armorers and ProQuests, which was Redline Azori, the best kind of Azori. And I utilized Runaways to practice Monarch Draft.
Okay, yeah.
Runaways is a team, for those who don't know. They have a Discord. You can go and you can sort of join a draft queue and play. And if it hadn't been for that, there's no way on earth that I would have top 8'd. It was incredible to be able to have access to draft, whereas before I could just go and play a weekly draft with friends and teammates and stuff, and that just wasn't on the table anymore. So I was pretty thankful that existed, managed to work some stuff out, consistently play against Jason Rolfe because he's always in there, the hardest working man in Fab.
Well, he's got the highest 90-day XP for UK, and you just can't knock him off the tree. You're just like, yeah, he's there for a reason.
But yeah, so it's a tough one, but sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
Yeah, indeed. So RTN, you qualified by going to Italy, so you kind of like you're having to travel outside of Malta. You've got the amount of planning it must take to make sure you're having the chance.
Yeah, I have to book the time off work, make sure no one else has booked it. So I booked everything in advance, and it's just a casual 1,600-mile round trip to go and play one tournament.
Hopefully, do well.
Yeah.
Enough.
Fortunately, it was actually a ProQuest that I went to play.
Yep.
For the forthcoming Pro Tour in LA, and I was fortunate enough to win the draft ProQuest. So that made it a lot sweeter. I think the journey home would have been quite miserable. It's not too far; it's like an hour, but there's the mechanics of getting from city to city, flight, then go to the store, and yeah, it does take a bit, and it costs a lot more than it used to. I used to have Darren Hazelden just drive me in his car, or Ollie. Shout out the Knots crew. So yeah, but I'm determined to try and make something of the game. I love the game. I love the community, the people. I want to be involved, and so I'm willing to spend my money and time and have the self-belief that I can go and do that.
But the thing is, it's like I didn't know you were coming, and then somebody went, Johnny's here. And I went, what? Is he? He was like, where is he? It's just like, you know what I mean? The UK community love you.
Oh,
you know what I mean? They do. And it's just like, you coming back, it's just like, you know, you're welcoming a family member to go, oh, awesome. You know, it wouldn't be a UK calling, you know, unless Johnny was here. And it's just like, you know, even when you turned up at Nationals, it was like, oh my God, awesome. You know, we recorded you for the draft. You were very kind to do that. Maybe we'll record, you know, we've got to record a draft. So if you're on the top table, we might come and knock in.
If I'm there, I'm happy to do it again. It was a lot of fun, and I enjoyed looking at the camera and giving I'm the only chain in the pod face when getting certain cards late.
Nice. I wish you all the very best.
Thank you very
It's
much.
absolutely awesome to see you.
Awesome to see you guys.
Brilliant.
And thanks for what you and Alan and Push the Point are doing as well. It's fantastic. Really putting the UK community on the map. Sterling work.
Thank you. We'll try our best. Brilliant. Thank you. Right, we're going to go back to the action. Enjoy.
Hello, and welcome back to Calling Liverpool, or the Liverpool Calling, as you may also say. My name is Dan Tripp, and joined here by Simon Denning. Both have pushed the point, and we're going to be bringing you round 7.
Round 7
of the Calling. It's been a crazy day.
It's been fantastic.
I think it's been really good. I've been enjoying these games. I've been enjoying casting these games.
Absolutely.
Seen some really good matchups as well. We're going to go through some of the heroes, I think, that are doing. We'll look at the hero numbers, I should say, the meta report. If you're interested in any of this, I'd also say check out the Fab TCG live blog that Sean is working on in the background throughout the day. It's really good quality, really nice writing,
and it really puts you in the room as well.
It really makes you feel like you are here in the room, even if you are not here in the room with us. But Simon, what do these numbers say to you? What do they make you feel?
We know we've already seen a lot on stream. We've seen a lot of KO and we've seen a lot of Kasai.
It's been like everybody here say KO. It's all around the place, constant. But I want to talk a little bit again about 4 Reinar, but we've seen one Reinar doing very well.
We've seen one Reinar.
5-1 David Dyson Reinar tearing up the field, showing everybody how to play Welcome to Wraith in the 2024's competitive season. And it is fantastic to see Reinar doing well, even with such a small turnout of numbers. I got to say, I'm sad about Victor, man. I love Victor. I think Victor's very cool.
And we see Yorgos Samaras is championing Victor today, one of those 15. Unfortunately, 4-2 at the moment.
4-2, but yeah, it's good to see someone doing well with it. I'm a big fan of Victor. I think Victor's got good potential, though I imagine maybe Betsy, just that ability to close out a game
at the top of the standings here. We've got some Kasai at the top, some Betsy at the top, and then a wall of KO.
Yeah, good to see Francesca Giorgio up there, number 2, well-known UK player, and also Bruno. Lovely to see Bruno up there too. Flagging a couple of players there that we recognise. See Tom Hard there, David Dyson in the 10th and 11th, and a lot of other incredibly talented players. But we're seeing now just 4 players left without a loss today. By the end of the next round, there'll just be 2 of them. You want to go out of day 1 with just a spotless record if you can, don't you, Simon?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these players now on 5 wins are win and in for the next 2 rounds. X2 is going to get them into day 2. And we've got some big heavy names on the second page as well. So with Jason Rolfe at the top of the UK standings at the moment is on 5 wins.
Jess Swandale doing really well too. Jason Rolfe, fantastic. Lots of big names.
Marcus Archer, one of the big community leaders on the South Coast. Rob Catton, obviously very, very well representing the UK at Worlds and big events.
And it's we're not seeing, obviously we've just seen the one Reinar, barely any Victor, but I'm seeing Kasai, I'm seeing Kerry, I'm seeing Betsy, I'm seeing a pretty good meta, a pretty varied 4 heroes.
Jacob Clements on 4 wins, who did a deck tech for Kasai, 4 push the point.
Yeah, very good. And I think at this point, these players are just wanting to look to close out the tournament to get that last win. That means they're guaranteed to make day 2. Just get that 6 wins and then try and get more. But at least you're going to be taking part in those 2 drafts tomorrow.
So up next we have Philippe on Kasai and Thomas on KO, and 2 players on 5 and 1 who are really fighting for that win and in. They want the security, knowing in the next round that they are through to day 2.
Yeah, and Tom Hall really, I know Tom Hall quite well, plays in a lot of the tournaments around the London way. Strong player. He's still got the old him sleeves. He still remembers I'm sure he was a big Guardian, the good old days of the olden times. But on KO today, up against a Kasai with the double sabers there against the KO and the single mandible claw, both coming to the table with a full set of equipment, starting off with that unconditional might generating card with power, and then just a cheeky mandible claw for 4. Just going to ask Philip to throw down a double block.
Just generating a token, starting things off for next turn, making sure that turn 0 is productive.
Yeah, I think you want to be starting the game with token generation. We've seen the players that do that have had success, but we do see there the agile wind up from Philippe. really good way to start the game if you're going second, if your opponent doesn't put on the pressure that would force you to block with all of your cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Great value for the Kasai on that turn 0. And Philip now looking to make the most of that.
We also see, worth noting, Philippe just taking a little dink damage there. That is going to help him out if he has any adrenaline rushes. I can't see if he's got any of the equipment that blocks if he's on less health.
He has got the adrenaline rush.
And he actually does have it with the go again. This is going to be a nice strong start from him here with 7 go again. With so just taking that little dink off the claw there, allowing him to buff up this adrenaline rush. 7 go again. Really big numbers, really impactful numbers in this format, especially when you're a Kasai player. Throwing down these 7s is
absolutely. It's unexpected at times, but so far today, Trip, we've seen KOs have a propensity to take some damage to try and give back even more. Tom Harl, being an ex-Oldham player, is good at blocking. He knows the value points, and we see the test of might there being used to block, getting great value, taking 4 damage, 3 damage, 4 damage, down to 16. What has Kasai got up her sleeve for the next attack?
I think that was a take the upper hand on the top of Philippe's deck. So that's only going to be impactful if he's able to wager. It's an attack reaction, a +3 0 cost, so very nice rate there for attack reaction, but only works if you've wagered. So Philippe gonna want to try and enable that somehow for the following turn.
Coming in now with a thinking about a saber. Not quite there yet. Instead,
nice draw swords there. Not draw swords. Sorry. I think this is one that costs draw a card against go again. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Pretty nice here to be able to push in for another 5 damage on top of what he's already achieved this turn. Not drawn a card this turn, so not going to have go again. But he's already used up pretty much everything to enable that nice 12 damage turn. And Tom's taken a bit of damage in the process, but he has got himself a couple of might tokens to play around with. I'm going to see what he can do here.
Coming in for 9. No go again, no problem.
Yeah, and does do the beat chest to create an agility token, and of course making a might token at the same time with KO. Throwing down 9. Philip just blocks it out. Tom very happy to stick a card in Arsenal there. Shift the tempo back a little bit in his favour, forcing Kasai down to just 2 cards.
However, with the Vigor token and the Agility token, 1 resource floating allows Kasai to come in for a bit of a pump.
Yeah, doing the draw swords here, but kind of like it's a bit of a blind draw swords where, you know, he's just going to be left with one. He's just going to draw up to like 1 card, right? Like he uses his 2 cards to play out the draw swords, and then going to come in with the free saber.
The sabers are now free, which is it's good value.
But no resources floating, so there's only sort of limited. You know what you have to think. What can he actually play to push this over? So Tom might just consider blocking out this turn. Not wanting to give up the gold token here because Kasai has activated that once per turn.
I think that's the key, is incentivizing the block, making KO's next turn a little bit less potent, because they do have that might and agility token ready to go. If Tom has 5 cards that he's happy to use, he may take this damage and try and really push back.
He looks like he's got quite a few wind-ups in hand. Probably don't want to have 2 of them in the same hand. We'll see what he can do. This 5 go again, of course, representing the on-hit effect of creating a gold token, and Kasai able to use that gold token to draw a card, which then makes their sabers free. So if they're starting to be able to continually create gold tokens turn on turn on turn, draw a card every turn, suddenly things start to get pretty dicey for KO.
But this could just allow Philip to Arsenal the remaining card. So he could use the next saber just for 2, Arsenal the remaining card, and set up for next turn.
Yeah. I think that's probably what we'll see. So I think that it's always good to refresh that Arsenal. And
We've seen so far today how important that extra card can be, especially in such a limited card pool in sealed. It can really make the difference.
Especially if you're drawing out quite a few cards from your opponent, it's a really good opportunity to, it's almost like you're banking a bit of resource for a future, well, that's exactly what it is. You're banking resources, or you're banking a card for a future turn. If you're drawing out blocks from your opponent, you're limiting how impactful their turn will be. Throws down the Gauntlet of Might there as well.
So just trying to stop
using the
raw meat,
for its full 2-block value. But I think if you feel it, you're pretty happy with how that's turned out. Oh, he doesn't Arsenal that last card.
No, that's a bit of a shame.
So that's a bit of a problem. I wonder.
Do we think it was a block card?
Potentially, yes.
Because that would have been a fatal mistake.
Yes. And then we see Tom come in with the Mandible Claw. Face up for damage. Coming in with Go Again because of the agility token there. 2 cards, so potentially able to follow up with a card from Arsenal. Doesn't have another weapon to swing, so it would have to be using up those 2 cards unless it's a 0-cost attack.
I didn't manage to see
1 resource floating though, so we'll
I didn't manage to see what was in Arsenal for Tom there, but I'm assuming it's some sort of 3 for 7, 2 for 6 attack that's going to push a little bit more damage from Tom's point of view.
I think Tom's probably Philip's probably worried that maybe this follow attack might be some kind of wage card, something that he doesn't want to let hit, but then he doesn't want to just to take this full damage here. Maybe he will. He's still sitting quite high up on 19 life, been shutting down what Tom's been doing pretty effectively. Goes just for the single card block and will take a little bit of damage.
Just blocking
and
with the
it's
blue
just a
edge
rally
ahead
the
there.
rear guard for 6 here. Just straight damage. We're going to do a test of strength. I think that's going to be a win for Tom with the Bare Fangs. So off the top of the deck. So a nice little free token there. Was that gold token?
Couple of damage. Gold token from the test of strength. And push 2 damage through. And then we saw the agile wind up discarded for the agility token just at the end of the turn there for Philip.
Yeah, nice little pick up there for Tom there. Don't want to give KO too much gold. Can do some interesting stuff with it. We see Philip use the Glory Seeker there to enable the free saber swings.
And again, a nice use of that equipment to allow a double saber swings with the agility token produced at the end of last turn. And again, allowing us to keep that card for Arsenal for later, as long as it's not a block card that he's drawn.
And both players are using up their equipment nice and quickly. Or both of them are just left with essentially their temper. If they manage to get the double token out for their class, they'll be able to get another block value. We get another clash here. I think this was a clash of agility. Looks like it was a non-starter. A draw. But we do see Philip follow up with a second saber. Philip just being quite defensive, not going too wild. Just very happy to do this saber play when it's available to them.
I wonder if he's edging towards more of a fatigue strategy versus the KO here.
Well, the other thing, of course, is that he wants to be setting up his grave with yellow and red cards to enable Kasai's second ability of making your sword attack or making your weapon attacks create gold if they hit. So kind of wants to play towards that. Tom already having a little look at the deck, maybe just seeing the way that Philip's playing, suspecting maybe he's trying for a bit more of a fatiguing strategy, in which case Tom will need to turn up the pressure maybe a little bit and cash in a bit of his life, because Philip's taken a little bit, but he's still sitting on 15 health.
Blocking with a rising speed there. From what I could see from the card counting that Thomas was doing there, both players have somewhere around the 20 to 22 cards in deck. I'm not sure who's happier with that at this point.
Well, KO should go through their deck a bit faster if they're doing if they've got things like draw and discard, that can make them use up cards a bit faster.
We're seeing an engaged Swiftblade followed by a lead with speed, making that agility token, pumping, combined pump of 4 for the Centauri Saber coming in now for 6. If it's blocked with an attack action card, it not only gets pumped by 1, but it also gets the effect of the engaging Swiftblade.
So we talked about this earlier, but it's this Kasai player's been able to really chain these agility tokens back to back, Simon, and that really means you can just do this Centauri Saber play over and over again, which is great. It's like you've got a weapon that attacks for 4.
Absolutely.
Because you're swinging twice for 2. It's like Kadachi's on steroids, isn't it? Especially with the relevant buff. If they block with a 2-block attack action, you chip damage through. So Philip playing this really nicely, and while they've got access to these agility tokens, happy to just block out what Tom's doing and then present a nice efficient attack back. And of course, every time he swings with those sabers, he's not using a card from his deck. And if he is thinking about a fatigue strategy, wants to use his weapons as much as he can, because it's like a free attack.
And the engaged Swiftblade pump means that if this is blocked with an attack action card, this gets go again. So we're looking at a situation where Thomas is not wanting to block with attack action cards. Is he going to take a chunk of damage here? Again, he has 4 cards in an arsenal. The KO deck generally runs attack action heavy.
Yeah, you got a few non-attacks, but you rely on what you draw. Tom's not really got any
He's having a think, isn't he?
Not got any might tokens up. He's not been able to sort of chain the might tokens with KO the same way that Kasai's been able to chain these agility tokens. He's probably thinking he doesn't want to discard too many cards anyway, because he's going to run out of deck.
Absolutely.
But he's got to discard to do what his deck wants to do, which is to generate those might tokens, get that +1 damage every turn, start to make things much more in his favor.
So he is blocking with a non-attack action.
Yep. It is going to go through, and he is going to take a bit of damage there.
But we do see the arsenal preserved from Philip, and still a 4-card hand to come back with for Thomas.
Yeah.
No agility token on the board, but we do see a Bare Fangs. Draw a card, discard a random card. It could give it +2 and generate a might token.
It's going to hit, but he doesn't have go again.
He doesn't.
So he is going to be left here with 1 card he's going to stick in his arsenal and another card he's going to have to leave in his hand, unless it's some kind of lunging press play.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel like it.
Or it could be an agile discard.
That too. That would be pretty nice. He lost the Rising Power. We don't know what the other 2 cards in are.
And obviously, you wouldn't want to discard that before the play, because you want to maximize the number of 6 powers that you could have to discard off the Bare Fangs. So
you can see why he was considering keeping the buff, the bellow that he chose to block with, because he could have looked like he wanted. Maybe could have used the extra card to do something with that. Maybe the math didn't quite work out for him.
I'm not sure if that equipment blocks with anything. But they've taken it as a 1 block.
Did have 1 token up, so at the moment it's only got +1 from the token, but -1 from the fact it blocked previously.
So I don't know if that's actually blocked anything, but he used it anyway.
And it's going to come in here with the down but not out. Is on less health, but they has less tokens because of the gold token that Tom's not really been able to do anything with. Going to come in with overpower and go again. Simon, I think he might have blocked with that equipment piece just to get rid of it.
Just to get rid of it, yeah.
Because it's got temper, he just threw it away because of this play.
That's a heads-up play.
Yeah, so it wasn't a misplay.
He wanted the
yeah, he needed to get his equipment down to 0, and he has. And Tom is left with his raw meat, 2 tokens and more health, and that's leading to this 7 overpower go again attack on hit, make all the tokens.
Make all the tokens.
And Tom's in a tricky position here.
But again,
unlike Warrior, you don't have the attack reactions to get around this overpower. So really relying on, I mean, even if he has a block card, it's not enough for 7. It would require 2 block cards.
Yeah. Well, a block card and 1 action card.
Yeah, but was that going to block out 7?
A 3 and a 4.
If it's a 4, sure, but I think most of the blocks are actually for 3. I think there is a 4 in there, but it's relying on a very specific set of cards to get out of this mess. And I think Tom's
just
taking it. So really good turnaround there from Philip, blocking with that arm piece for temper. Didn't get any block value out of it, but enabled this incredible turn.
Yeah.
3 tokens, 3 extra power, overpower, go again into a Centauri Saber. And it's not looking too hot for Tom here.
What a fantastic play.
Yeah, really nice. But Tom leaving himself with lots of cards. Philip on 9 health. It's not out of the realms of possibility that Tom could turn this around still. But thinking, do I want to give up this card to have a little bit more health? He really doesn't want to go down to 2 because then those Centauri Sabers just present lethal every single turn. So gives up the Leader of Power red, which is a really nice card.
It's a really lovely card, especially for the KO.
Plays out the Brute Bear, I think it is. Makes 2 more tokens, and then comes in with the Wage Gold with the Might. Was it a Wage Might token? I can't quite catch that. Something like that.
He's
Wage Gold. There you
Wage
go.
Gold, but he had the Might token already,
Yeah,
so it's coming in for 8.
And it was quite quick there, but I think he played out the Brute Bear, so he made a Might and Agility for next turn.
Correct, yeah. So really putting himself in a good position for next turn, and threatening near lethal for this turn.
Yeah, so big decision here from Philip. If he thinks that he can, if he wants to respect the block here, he has to throw down a lot of cards. If he respects the health here, he needs to throw down maybe 1 or 2 cards. Or, I mean, he has to or he just decides to take 8 and go down to 1, right?
I mean, he does have the vigor for next turn. He does have the agility for next turn. That is going to help him. And I don't think he wants to go down to 1.
I don't think so. And I think he probably doesn't mind giving up the gold token here. But I think he will throw down a block because I think he doesn't want to give up all of his health. When he can make a lot of stuff happen. He's got the 1 resource, he's got the go again and the +1, and does throw down 2 cards. So just respects that, wants to keep his life total a little bit higher than 1, which makes a lot of sense to me. Goes down to, I think it's took a little bit of damage there. So did get through, or did he block it up?
No, he's taken a couple of damage.
Yeah, there we go. Gone down to 6. Look there, he'd only taken 1, but no, it's just taking, just catching up there, and now we're down to 6.
So we have the +1, we have the go again, and we have a resource from our tokens. 2 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal, and we are going to start off with a rally the rear guard with go again. 7 go again from a Kasai. Can't complain.
Yeah, we saw this at the very start of the game where Philip started this match with a adrenaline rush for 7 go again, and we see him here getting closer to the end of this game doing something very similar, throwing down this rally the rear guard for 7 with go again, resources floating, sabers ready to swing, and Tom's got to be really careful how he deals with this. Now he doesn't have to worry too much about any attack reactions on the rally the rear guard, but he does have to consider if a saber swings with 2 resources remaining, Tom does win the clash there. He's got to think, got to be careful that decides to use the Kasai ability here to make sure that if the sword hits, he will get a gold token. What do you think, Simon? Do you think he's got an attack reaction in the arsenal down there?
It's been sat there for a little while. I as the opposition player, I would be worried that is exactly what is there. He can block 1 with the equipment.
So the hit does go through. He makes a gold token. We don't see any attack reactions come. But gold token, very nice for Kasai. but Tom's sitting on 3 cards, but with Philip with a little bit of a nice.
I did see
life
a wild
lead.
ride there, so we could be seeing. We do have go again anyway from the agility token and the might token, giving +1.
Yeah, so a little bit of coverage there. Whatever happens, this is going to have go again, whether it hits or it doesn't. It's going to be the draw discard. It does hit, but
It does give
doesn't
the
really
might
matter.
token from
But
KO's.
yes, that's the added bonus,
Yeah.
right? So next turn for Tom will be pretty nice. And I think, though, that is going to use up all the resources.
It is.
And
7 go again, but
not
nothing
sure
coming.
what Tom's got in the arsenal. It could be a 0 cost, but I think, Philip, this is pretty straight up damage.
Both decks still looking relatively healthy. I don't think fatigue is going to be an issue. I may be wrong.
I don't know, Si, because I think these games, they look like they're going to close out, and then it can
They
become
get quite grindy.
It can become quite grindy quite quickly when you're just left with 2 cards each. Both players have managed to keep that Arsenal card.
That's true.
And I think it's going to be the impact of that Arsenal card that they have that's going to really close this out, because we're reaching the point where you have to throw down 2 cards to block to live or to leave yourself with enough life to feel comfortable. Tom worried, though, on 3 health. He's up against a Kasai with access to attack reactions that are going to buff things by 3, reaching the point where he might have to start overblocking things, and that is never
That's
a good
dangerous, isn't it? Dangerous.
Because that's when you just start giving up your whole deck to live.
Philip has the life lead, needs to maintain that life lead. Happy to probably just take the 1 here. And we do have a 0 cost.
Yeah, so it's the performance bonus, the one that's the on-hit, make a gold token, but in this situation, on-hit, kill the opponents, coming in for exactly lethal 3 damage. It's that 0 cost, and Tom's kept it for a good time. Getting a starting stake for his money, paying off that performance bonus there, but that could have been the pitch card that Philip needed to make something happen. You know, if he'd played that pitch into the gold, drew a card, make the sabers free, really depends what Philip's got left now, what he can do with it.
No agility token, so no go again on this turn from Kasai.
But also no go again on Tom's side
But
at the moment.
But incentivizing the block here, otherwise, unfortunately, just a red left in hand for Kasai. Can only afford the 1 saber swing, can't afford the gold card draw.
Really rough. That card from Arsenal there, we said it was going to be impactful, didn't we, Simon? What these players can do with that card in Arsenal, and Tom used his to perfection there to force that extra card from Philip's hand, when otherwise he would have been able to pitch that starting stake to the gold, make his sabers free, probably would have been able to play that money where your mouth is. And you know what, Simon? I'm starting to think that card in Arsenal, it might be that attack reaction that you can only play when
Lunging
your
press.
opponent. No, I think it's the one you can only play when your opponent, when you've wagered. And that would have made for a brilliant turn there if he's able to get the money where your mouth is on the saber, make it a wagered attack, follow up with the attack reaction. Just don't know that for certain, but that's what I'm starting to suspect maybe.
That's a big call to put that in Arsenal. Not had the right cards to play that since putting it in Arsenal, and it has been sat there a long time.
But it might explain why it has been there for such a long time. And like we said, if Tom's been able to use his Arsenal card very effectively.
I've just seen a trade-in hand for Thomas Hall as well. So that's going to go in Arsenal and give him a go again on the next turn. Both players on 3, a lot of 2 blocks in hand. This is going to need to be a 3-card block, I think, from Philip. He wants to preserve.
He might just block 2 and take a bit.
Maybe taking 1 then.
But Tom able to develop that go again card in the Arsenal.
Taking,
so if Tom can live this turn, he can do something. He can really push Philip down, maybe draw a few more cards. Oh, and he's got 2 reds in hand. That is really rough for Philip. Forced to pitch 2 cards just to draw
the
1
gold
card. At least his sabers are now free to swing with.
But still not able to do much more. Nothing floating.
No, a really rough hand there for Philip.
Is that card? There's almost nothing worse in Flesh and Blood than having that 1 card in hand left over, unable to use it, unable to put it in Arsenal.
He's not giving it go again. Tom thinking, I've got a card in Arsenal. I'm always going to be able to
have go again.
To have go again. It's
And-
also a draw card, discard.
Well,
so
if he discards a
potentially
6,
might.
gets a might, and also gets go again on the claw.
Yeah. So Tom thinking, what should I do here? Should I double block this just to be safe? Or should I just throw one card down and I'm pretty sure I'll be fine? But I think with one card in Arsenal and one card in hand, you're at risk of a +3 buff.
You are. I just wonder if he's got to the point where he's thought they haven't used it yet. So there must be something stopping them using it.
I'm so intrigued to see. And I think Tom's thinking the same thing. He's probably thinking I can still make something big happen with 2 cards and an Arsenal. Oh, he's running out of deck.
He is. Kasai looks
And
much
Kasai
healthier.
has a lot more cards.
I think he's gonna have to gamble here.
He's going to have to take a risk and say, I think Tom might be considering just not blocking
Just not
this at
blocking.
all. Because if he blocks with an attack action, it could be one of the buffs that only works with attack actions.
This is tense.
Yeah,
I
it's a
big
big decision for Tom here.
I feel like we've said this for a lot of the games today. This has been tense. The game's come down to a point where every decision matters. This is the epitome of flesh and blood.
Yeah, the attack reactions are just so much potential, hidden information for your opponent and not being able to necessarily respond to what they've done if you don't have any defense reactions in normal flesh and blood, see it classic constructed, or if you don't have ways around it. I think this is the turn to have a little think, and I think that makes a lot of sense to me. This seems like this could be the most impactful decision that Tom makes this game, is how he deals with what looks like just an innocent Centauri Saber for 2.
I mean, there's a world in which Tom blocks for 2 here and still gets done by an attack reaction. So
you have to think as well, Simon, when you see someone pitch 2 reds, you might think to yourself, oh, that's a bad hand. But you might also think to yourself, actually, they might have had to do that because the other 2 cards are what they need to win the game. And it's just like, well, get rid of the reds.
But he's drawn off the gold, eh? So he's drawn a mystery card.
Yeah, very true. Decision time for Tom.
Tom is in the tank, and he has been for some time.
Whoever wins this game will be guaranteed for the day 2 of the Calling Liverpool.
So it is a big decision. He is taking his time.
Having a look through the deck, having a look through the cards that have already been played. I think he can take this time because he's got 4 cards left in his own deck. So.
He said no blocks, and he's
it goes
dead.
The buff, and
he's
that's
dead.
it. So we saw it's exactly what we were saying. Pitch those 2 red cards, but had what he needed. Should have thrown a card down, but was worried about the other possibilities. And just like that, the game is out of his hands.
I think, welcome back, everyone. That was such a tense finish, and it shows you the trouble of not blocking against Warrior.
Yeah, and I think, there's so many different attack reactions you've got to think about when you're in that position. But I don't think Tom, I think he had options, but I think he was also looking at his deck and thinking, I've got 4 cards left. I've got to win this. I can't just, not play. My opponent has much more cards left in the deck than I have. I've got to take a risk. And he's thinking to himself, you might look at that and say, well, why didn't he just throw 1 card down? It's like he's worried about certain types of attack reaction that could completely end the game. He's also thinking, maybe I just can't win the game unless I keep all of these cards, try to do something huge with some go again from, I think it was go again in the Arsenal, try and give the claws go again and try and go through. Really tricky decision. Turned out to not be the correct one in that instance, but that's the way it be.
And
Flesh and Blood.
Again, as you say, it may not have been possible either way. Kasai could have blocked out the next 2 turns and won anyway.
Absolutely. When you're looking at your opponent, they've got 4 cards left in the deck. It's a great time to start blocking. That's just the way it be. Really interesting games. I'm really loving these matchups. I'm really loving the return of attack reactions in like the sealed format. I think it's a really interesting mechanic, and I'm loving the return of things like the overpower. I remember when we saw overpower for the first time, we thought,
is this any good?
It's just Dominate.
It's not as good as Dominate.
It's not as good as Dominate, but it plays so well in these limited formats where Dominate is just too strong.
Yeah.
But it allows a kind of play around Dominate without putting defense reactions in, which themselves are really strong. just lead to being able to block everything out, lead to fatigue games. I have to say, like, I do feel that this set has been really well designed for sealed. I personally feel that way. If you haven't played any sealed heavy hitters,
it's a good place to start.
Try and get in. If, obviously, the pre-release is over now, but there'll be opportunities to play it maybe at a road to national sealed. Maybe.
I think the vibe in the room today is that people are enjoying playing this set sealed. I think
I've never seen people so excited for sealed as I have for heavy hitters, and there's a reason.
I'm really pleased to see that LSS have really worked on that sealed experience for players, and it's definitely showing today. Now, we're going to go for a quick break before the next round, and we're going to cut to a quick promo from Baz.
See you. welcome back to Calling Liverpool. We are at the final game of the day.
We are, and we're excited. You can just see all the energy levels coming through.
You totally don't just messing each other.
No, Trip is just Trip's sitting there going, "You can open this up," and then I'll go, "Am I opening up?" And then just before we come in, he'll just sit there and go, "You do it," and then that'll make me laugh. I can't help it.
I don't recognise his accusations. This is I know what I'm talking about. We are going to bring you the final game of day one.
Wow.
I'm excited. I think we've got some people who this could make or break their day two. Like you were just saying, our friend Yorgos sitting on 64th at the moment.
I know,
playing Victor.
Yeah.
Win, you're probably going to get in. Lose, you're probably not. So just want to shout out. We've done it like 5 times already.
Yeah.
But David Dyson. Top 8, 6 wins on Reinar. One of 4 of them. Can't see any of the others. But he's doing great.
He's doing amazingly well. So as well, we can just see on the board here that KO is one of the most highly represented heroes in the sealed portion of this. And he's still holding his own really well. Having 1, 2, 3, 4, half the table at the minute being KO at the minute. And Kasai is that really popular warrior coming through as well.
And we've got Francesco Giorgio on the top-ranking Betsy player at the moment. Very nice to see Betsy doing well, showing that Guardian, we're seeing strong representations from each of the classes. It might not be both of the heroes from the classes, but we are seeing that Betsy, that KO, and that Kasai doing fantastically here today on day one. But, one more round of sealed, but then we will be getting to day 2 tomorrow, where it's all about the draft. And things can completely change up in the draft.
So as you can see here as well, it's still quite a big. Well, you can see where all the Kasais are lying as well. They're all coming sitting on this second page here. It's a couple of really interesting names coming through as well. So we have got we've got one of our players here, Scott Howling Mines, as some as you may know. He's sitting there on 39th. He's still holding on in there. And yeah, Jacob Clements as well. He was another. Well, we're shouting out some of the people that we know, but Jacob Clements is a Kasai favourite for our Push the Point deck text. Did the Kasai deck tech for CC, and he's bringing Kasai here to the sealed events. That's really cool to see.
Shout out as well to Zach Murray, plays down in London, and shout out as well to Leela Green. Doing fantastically, both of them on Kasai. Lots of great names out there, lots of strong names, lots of recognizable names out there in the field. If you've been part of the UK or the Europe Flush and Blood meta for some time, bound to spot a few names in the top of the field, just showing really the kind of talent of the field rising to the top here in this sealed heavy hitters experience.
Trip, I have to say, there's one hero that we haven't seen on this table at the minute. Who is that?
Victor.
And guess what we've got coming up next is a match.
I'm so happy. I wanted to see this. I'm a big fan of Victor, and I'm glad that we're going to get a Victor game on the screen for you today. Final game of the day. But do stick around after this game because we will be doing an interview and a wrap-up before we sign off for the day. It's been a fantastic day here in Liverpool. A bit sunnier than yesterday, which is much appreciated.
I know, sunny when we're indoors, eh? Typical British weather, British attitude.
Yeah.
And we got Yorgos Samaras again. Another Push the Point regular, shall we say?
Call it a regular. Yorgos here,
regular.
trying to make his way into day 2 of Calling Liverpool on Victor, hero we haven't seen yet today on stream, but yeah, let's see how it goes. Nice fist bump there to kick things off.
Yeah, sending that fist bump over to Ryan Bromwell on Kasai. Got an interesting thing here. So let's see, what has Yorgos brought for the Victor for the equipment suite side of things? We've got the old classic, just standard armor equipment here, the ones that just trigger when certain conditions are met.
And these are really strong, Hamish, if you're able to get the block off from the condition, because they block for 2, which is really nice against those Kasai Sabres. Confront adversity up on the screen. It'll be tricky to get the... the Vigor token.
Well, it's not. But it's not so tricky for
not the Vigor token, the Might token, right?
So this one here, the Overcome Adversity.
Well, that one's easy.
Yeah,
because you're hoping, if you're a Kasai player, that you're going to be playing out a few of those agility tokens at some point, and that just gives Yorgos the time to do something with that.
And look at you see here. Look what we got. We're doing the double hammers.
Yes,
we've got double hammer Victor.
Because the thing with Victor is you occasionally win you do win clashes. And if the Kasai player does do a clash agility, even though Guardian doesn't normally get access to the agility, you might get a sneaky agility token on your side of the field. And when you do, you can double hammer, potentially double hammer for 4.
Wow. I mean, you got to first draw a card, and then you're going to have agility token.
If you thought hammer for 4 was great, wait until you hammer for 4, hammer for 4.
Oh. Trip, I don't know if I can be able to cope. Okay, so Yorgos is coming in with an attack, and it's just quite simply blocked up by Ryan. Passing it over to Ryan now. He's popped his flap trackers, ready for the agility token for next turn. Sabres coming in for 2. Okay.
It sounded so impressive until you said 2. But it's representing so much more. Because you never know what's going to get pushed over the top with a Kasai player. But it doesn't have go again at the moment, so it's just a straight up Centauri Saber for 2. And it does take, gives a block, going to get the buff because of the attack action from the thump. A thunk, I think it is actually. And we do see a cheeky reaction.
Yeah, it's going to be coming in for a +5 because it's been blocked by an attack action card. It's a very, very expensive cost, though, for this attack reaction.
Yeah, but Ryan is able to get it off. He's also able to develop a card in Arsenal, and he's also able to push 5 damage on Yorgos on his first turn, which is pretty nice. Though, of course, Yorgos keeping a nice 3-card hand and 1 card in the Arsenal. Is it? Is the big bop?
We're happy.
We can't get too excited. We can't get too excited.
We can't get too excited to a big bop. I mean, if you haven't seen, we kind of may have spoiled that card, but it's really, really, really cool to see the big bop.
So what this card is going to do is at the start of Yorgos' next turn, it's going to give +5 to the next Guardian attack he plays. So really good time to actually get this out, because if it gets too late in the game, you don't have enough space to essentially take a turn off, not attacking, to play out the big bop. But Yorgos getting in at a great time, and now he just needs to keep some resources so that he can go over the top. But we do see the Leap of Heart come down, the +3, the Vigor token, go again on that Centauri Saber.
Oh, okay.
Yorgos just needs to be careful. He wants to get value out of this big bop. He needs to play something big, but he doesn't want to take too much damage in the process.
Absolutely. So he's being able to meet the conditions of the leg armor here. So we've got a block 2 coming in with a... Oh, nice.
Yeah, so he's going to just try and block this out as best as he can.
Yeah.
Using the overcome adversity there, because an agility token has been destroyed this turn.
Yeah.
He is allowed to block with this card and throws down Wall of Meat of Muscle as well.
What a name of that card.
Yeah, he doesn't control a might token, so he isn't able to use the effect. And Ryan then just follows up with the Warrior Wine to get the Warrior tokens back on the field for himself.
Really good turn, actually. Ryan's just played that really well. And we're not done yet because it is another Saber. Yorgos going to be opting here. This is obviously going to be trading his health up here in order to just get to maximize the use of being able to use that big bot for his next turn.
Yeah, he definitely at least wants to swing something.
He needs to.
In this turn. Maybe he's got an attack action in Arsenal that he's able to use. And whatever he swings at Ryan, getting +5 on it is going to be huge.
It is going to be huge. And obviously as well, with the he's waging a Vigor at the same time as well. Might be really handy coming on later on. But Yorgos is just checking out here. I think he just thinks maybe it's just too much damage coming his way. Or just, am I going to actually be having a wasted card at the end of it? So coming in with a block 2.
Ryan's still got 2 cards left in hand. You want to be careful. And yeah, we do see a reaction come down.
Yeah. Agile engagement. So because he's blocked with an attack action card, this gets +3, and he's going to get an agility totem for that as well. So Yorgos really getting punished here for using that attack action card. But this is a standard warrior play.
Yeah, he still would have been able to play it even if he hadn't have blocked. It's not like that other card where you could only play it if they've done something. Big Bob pops. And comes out with
wagering with an agility token and coming over the top.
Yeah, this
red.
is big.
Oh my days.
Oh, and we see our good friend Simon Denning there on that Vigor token. Fantastic to see him there. So this will have overpower because it has power greater than its base. It's almost like Simon is willing this attack on. 11 damage coming down.
At that point going, you are going down. Wow, what a,
But we
what
have,
a very
as we have
scary
seen,
attack.
Kasai able to shut down these overpowers with reaction cards. If they do have them, reactions do not count as action cards. So able to block with multiple cards here if the Kasai player has them. It does feel like it's just going to be a
Test of
block
strength.
of a test of strength.
Yeah, we're
we're
doing a clash.
You have to do a clash. We get the thunk, and if we get the win there, Yorgos is actually going to get a bonus.
Wow, so not only does he get the gold, he also gets the
A
might
might for
token
next
from
turn.
the thunk as well. So he is just cashing in on this time. And because he's got a gold, and he's Victor,
he doesn't draw.
He doesn't draw
because
it comes from his actions.
Yes, that's the
there we
one.
go. Otherwise, it will be very strong. Thank you for
Thank you
testing
for-
me there.
no, you were testing me there. I was like-
yeah, I was testing you. Definitely testing you here.
Yeah, there are occasions where you can, because it's his opponent controls the.
Yes. Very good. At the same time, when you're going over to your local armories and playing this, just keep a close eye on Victor's ability as well, which is just, it's a hero that you just don't see very often in Limited.
Because you can, if you see so much KO, you can forget what this hero is capable of doing. This ability to draw cards when creating gold, it really can allow Yorgos to continue to get a card into Arsenal, to have really strong turns. And as we've seen in previous games today, that Arsenal card proving really important when you get down to that late game. I hit you for 6, you hit me for 6. And if you're able to then get an Arsenal card into that equation, that's how you can start to go over the top of your opponent and reclaim the game.
Absolutely. Confront adversaries been activated because a bigger token has been used, so he's able to get that 2 block there for the Centauri Saber. So a nice clean block at the minute. And then we are coming in with a vigorous wind-up as well for 7. So we're just using these, and Thunk, the card that he used to win that clash from his test of strength last round, is being used to block. And we have got
Reinforce the line there, giving a little buff to the block. Just being able to block with a card from Arsenal in this format is also pretty nice.
Yes.
Rather than use a card in hand, you're using a card in Arsenal, so it allows you to have sort of like a 5-card blocking hand, which is quite nice.
So here we go here. We've got actually a potential use for these hammers getting a
Simon
big buff.
has popped here, giving Yorgos 1 resource, and a might token has as well. And we're seeing, again, these big 7s coming down on the field.
Wow. Okay, because of the might, he's showing him what a vigorous wind-up should really be looking like. Yours is 7. Nice one, bro. Have one for 8.
I love it.
It is kind of weird. I tell you what, I will just say that having our push to point heavy hitter tokens showing up and just seeing this Simon pointing at you.
It's surreal.
It's surreal. I will say it's pretty surreal.
But Ryan shutting this down very nicely with his equipment, and even making an
agility
token there with the take it on the chin.
He took it.
Take it on the chin, really nice little card that you may have played, or you may just want to be aware of. Just that damage prevention's really nice, and getting an agility token is huge.
Yeah, and Yorgos ended the turn here, putting a trade into Arsenal as well. So being able to get that draw card, and when you're drawing a card, that hammer could be coming forth. So it's a good setup for next turn. But Need for Speed Red, Lead for Speed Red coming in.
Need for Speed Tokyo Drift coming down +3, creating an agility token. So really setting up Ryan's next turn while also enabling a nice little buff on what he's doing here.
You need to stop getting me giggling when every time you say Lead for Speed Tokyo Drift coming in.
It's the last game of the day. We've got to have a little bit of fun with this one then, when can you?
We can't. If we're not having fun, then what are we?
So Yorgos, he's got the gold token down, and it can actually be...
Clash of Vigor.
We'll get a couple of clashes here. And I was just going to say, Yorgos does have the clash insurance now.
Wow.
That is a proper win.
That is a massive win.
With the red thunk coming down, getting the might token, and also just
the Vigorous
showing that
token
he's
as
got
well.
big stuff coming.
Simon's back, pointing away. Wow, I mean, it's so cool. Yorgos is just demonstrating the use of what all these clash cards that it doesn't even need to be a Victor thing, right? But he's just really showing off the use of what these clash cards can just offer in terms of just that value while blocking.
Because they're not the best cards in the world. I mean, it's an 8 power card, sure, but it costs 5. Like, you need to have quite a lot of resources to play that out. But when you're getting the might token out of them as well, you're getting 2 uses out of that card. Really, really nice.
Absolutely. So Ryan come back in with a Saber for 2. Yorgos having a check here. His health he is trading up his health a little bit here to come in with these big swings back, and it's that real danger game of have you got a reaction left? But this card isn't wagered, so we know that we can't have a 0 cost reaction to pump up over it. We have got 1 resource floating, so there could be a warrior attack reaction coming here, and Yorgos having a real think, how am I really going to get dangerously low, or do I give him a card?
Yeah, Ryan being quite clever. He hasn't drawn a. Normally, Kasai, you want to try and draw a card to give your sabers make your sabers free. But because Yorgos has got the headpiece that he can use to block if you've drawn a card, he's getting around that quite nicely. Because Yorgos really wants to use this equipment to allow him to have some big attacking turns with his cards instead. But Ryan doing a good job to try and prevent that from happening.
Absolutely. Vigor token pop, getting 1 resource floating straight away. Might token popped ready. Okay, so he's using his gold to draw a card. That's a good start. So now that he's drawn a card, his hammers are set up for a 4 cost, but he's not going to do that. He's coming straight in with that big, powerful thunk. 4/9.
For 8 with the +1 from the might token, isn't it? Yeah, so really nice. But as we were saying, does take a lot of resources to do it. It's a 3-card hand coming in for 9. When you're seeing KOs use 3 cards coming in for like 12 and crazy damage. So I like it. And because you got the might token out of it, it's kind of like, it feels like you're getting good value for it here. Ryan doesn't have to respect it, I guess. He's got the life. Yorgos is getting down very low. He's on 6 health. He's getting into not quite, but close to Saber +3 buff death range. He's not quite there yet, but needs to be careful.
So Ryan took that block for 3. Well, yeah, blocked for 3. He's down to 7. Agility token has now pops now. He's got his double Saber turn. How is he going to start this off? He is just coming in with a simple Saber for 2. Yorgos is now... He is forced to block this. Block him with the big bop, so no buff going up there. Just a simple clean block.
Yeah, no buff from this big block. And we'll see what he follows up with the, I think it's test of agility, isn't it? Or wage agility.
Wage agility, yeah, it's wage agility.
Which
and it's
a
red.
Really rough one, because you don't want to be giving up, you don't want to be giving an agility token to Kasai.
No. But there is an opportunity potential for a clean block, but I think Yorgos is looking at his hand going, there's too many 2 blocks here. He is just mathing this up a little bit. So it's just the return, isn't it? You can do something, but what are we going to return with?
And of course, Ryan being really careful, still hasn't drawn a card, and although that means he's not giving his sabers, making his sabers free, he's making sure that Yorgos can't use that headpiece to block any of this efficiently. He literally cannot block with that headpiece unless Ryan has drawn a card.
Absolutely. Well, Yorgos has thrown his hand here at this and just went, that's fine, I can block for 7. We'll just keep it, just keep it innocent. Let's just draw up. Ryan's back to him, drawing back up. Right. So Ryan enters turn, draws up. Yorgos passes up. He's just had to destroy. He's got nothing left. Back to Ryan. No, go again. This is good. So maybe that's what Yorgos wanted. He just needs to stop this flow going.
But we do see Ryan go to the grave, discard 2 reds, 2 yellows, going to make those sword attacks. If they hit, generate a gold token. Probably not going to do any draws. Going to want to try and make sure that Yorgos can't block out this Saber efficiently. Going to come in here with the setup card with the engaged Swiftblade +2 if defended. It gets go again. It has to be an attack action, but Yorgos does have the non-attack in the starting stake and the gauntlet of on the gauntlet. But we do see the follow-up here, buffing this attack up with the attack reaction up to 6. So Yorgos is going to take a little chunk here, but it still doesn't have go again.
Vigorous engagement here because he's he hasn't defended with an attack action card. He isn't going to get the vigor token from this, but he's just simply saying, I just want to give this +2 to get over. Bringing Victor down to 4 health. He's just slowly
So
chipping
Ryan,
away
he
from
gets
the
that
Snug Man.
gold token from the Kasai ability, and he also had the vigorous wind-up, which he discarded that extra card that he couldn't play because he didn't have go again. He still managed to get value out of his hand by discarding that and creating the vigor token.
Wow. Okay. So
actually, Ryan kind of had that. However it went, he had something he could do with that spare card. Gets the card in arsenal. So really tidy. That's a really tidy play from Ryan there. You know,
so good.
You get the block, you get the go again, you do something. You don't get it, you can still do the discard. But here we see Yorgos come up with the
trade in red. Yeah, so he can discard a card to draw a card. Coming from Arsenal, has go again. So he's potentially again setting up his hammers to have that +1, giving us that opportunity to say the words hammer for 4. But maybe he'll just come in for more. We'll see.
Yeah, a 3 and then a 4 would be
lethal.
all of Ryan's health, and it looks like he's going to take this 3.
Interesting.
And then Yorgos is instead going to come in with the mighty wind-up.
Coming in for 6.
That's going to be... Ryan's going to have to do something about it.
Yeah.
But it's not quite enough maybe to draw 2 cards from Ryan. He might just choose to 1-card block this, go down to 1. It's a bit risky, though. Not sure.
It is a little risky. I don't believe that there's many sort of options that Yorgos, well, Guardian have in general to be able to do some sort of crazy Rhino deal 1 damage effect stuff. So
he does do a 2 block there. He does respect it. Not willing to go down. Actually, it's pretty awkward. Even with 2 block, he takes 2 chip damage.
I know. So we're getting real. It's getting really
tight.
close now. It's getting real close. It's just. I think we're just going to be asking. Ryan's going to be asking. Look, have I got to do some, Warrior shenanigans here? But because he's drew a card, that's obviously going to give Centauri Saber. Well, Kasai's going to let the Centaurus hit for free, and Yorgos' equipment is online now.
Yeah, so that's basically buffing that Yorgos up to 6 health because he can now block with his helmet if he wishes to.
Rising speed. He's got go again because he drew a card.
Yeah, so it's worth doing. And here we come up with the...
because it's an attack action card. Because it's an attack action card, he's able to play out the attack action and give him a vigor token because he's blocked with an attack action card. So he is taking 2. He's got a vigor token because of this now.
But Ryan, he's making stuff happen, but he's got a bit of a weird blue hand. You see, he's pitched 2 blues. He's got playing out the blue. He's going to use the Kasai ability now to try and get another gold token.
But then he's got the equipment there to do a nice clean block. If Yorgos has recognised that that this is an option available, we'll see. But then Yorgos is looking like he's got this really heavy red hand at this point. Which is, I think that both players are just feeling like it's pretty awkward here. Let's see if Yorgos can clock that his headpiece is available.
Feels like a good chance to use that headpiece, but then of course it's hard to always see it in the moment.
It's just going to take us a Ryan. But I have to say, both players are absolutely playing this really well. This is a really, really nice close match where we're not looking at the decks looking kind of thin. We're just going for blood.
Yeah,
he's recognised. And there's no cards in hand, so there's no threat of an attack reaction. There we go. All equipment is all used up here nicely by both players.
So that's it in terms of Yorgos' equipment. It's going to get a bit tricky now. He needs to try and do something this turn, try and get Kasai down to as few cards as possible. So the only real option available to Kasai would be just the single Saber Swing, which Yorgos can probably deal with quite effectively, especially as he's sitting on 2 health. He doesn't have to worry about accidentally buffing it.
Here we go. Pay up. It is time to pay up, Kasai. Coming in for 6. If this hits, if you own a gold token, then this would have overpower. And if this does hit, it would give you that gold token. But if you don't own a gold token, it's just a 2 for 6. If this hits, deal 1 damage.
So Ryan, pretty lucky that he used that gold token last turn. I mean, he does have the headpiece with which to prevent a little bit of damage around overpower, but this card doesn't have overpower at the moment. Ryan does not control gold. But still 6 damage. We'll have to see how he can deal with it.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things as well, is that you couldn't... You've got to block a 3 and a 2, right? You're asking just for a full block. Oh, there we go. We're just blocking up with a 6 here. Kind of simple. But then Kasai's now down to... He's got the figure token, so that is effectively a card. available, so he doesn't need to pitch anything up. But where are we going to go from here? 2 cards. All right, okay. Rally the rear guard. Nice and simple. So we're asking for 2 card swing back. And look, I can see a test of strength in Yorgos' hand. Could this be this huge payoff for Victor?
Yeah, I think that this could be the time.
And a boast. If we win the clash, boast gets more blocking power. He's rolling the dice because if this doesn't, because if this doesn't work,
he doesn't have a gold token, so he doesn't get a reroll.
No, but this is basically just putting it all on the line here. And this is where if the payoff happens, it's huge. It's a massive swing back. But if it doesn't work, it's just going to end the game.
Yeah.
It'll just close the game out there and then, right?
It is covered even without the buff on the boast, right? So
okay, but
right, so it's not like you don't have to win it. You wouldn't lose, right? Because it would be what was the other? It was a boast and something else.
A boast and the test of strength.
Yeah. So.
But it's knowing what's on the top of your deck.
You don't want to give Ryan a. Let's see how he plays that.
Yeah, this is the most interesting thing about the clash mechanic here is that we don't know what's on the top of the. Right, okay, we've got
2.5
hands left. Okay, Yorgos is just seriously just mathing this up here. What are we going to return with as well? So he's obviously really thinking, how am I going to help close this game out here? We've got some really interesting cards to do this. Let's see what he chooses to do. I think as well, I'm not sure what he has placed into his arsenal to try and close this out. Interesting enough, he's actually potentially keeping the 2 cards that we were saying we thought were going to be used to want to block with.
I think he's got a bit of a resource problem here as well. It's a bit clunky what he's got left to deal with.
He's probably sitting there having a real think about what's left.
What's
left? What am I going to draw? If I draw red, that doesn't work. If I draw blue, okay, I'm back in swinging. You know, it's a hard call.
He's definitely trying to think about what his pitch stack was and what's about to come up. He's probably also thinking Ryan has presented him here with an opportunity. It's 6 damage on the table. He knows exactly how much it is. There's no funny business going on. There's no go again. There's no attack reactions in play.
Here we go. We're going. All right, so he's blocking up. Oh, interesting enough, he's blocking up with the 2 attack action cards. I think he probably wanted to keep, but we're going to keep here. Oh, okay.
Because he's probably going to need that to pay the cost of this card here, coming in now for 5. Not ideal. Does not have power greater than its base, so it's not going to create any discard effect.
But that's fine because he's still probably going to be asking for 2 cards anyway because you can't be blocking it for free because it is lethal. So he does need to get 2 cards out of his hand, which he does. Nice and clean there, which he was expecting, but I think Yorgos was really trying to work out how he can close this game out here. But he's kept those 2 cards, which could help push him over
and
to
here
try
is
and
when
get
it
that.
Gets dicey. He pitches 1 card, swings the sword, keeps 1 card in hand, 2 resources floating. Now Yorgos needs to think about what kind of attack reactions could be coming my way.
Okay. We're getting really close to the... Oh, okay, so a test of strength as well. So let's flip up. We've got an attack.
It's a test of vigor, maybe?
Yes. No, you're right. It is a test of vigor. So Yorgos... No, test of might. It is a test of might. Test of might. So
one of those tests. And he does win it.
And he does win it, so he's got the might token. Nice clean block so he can't... So there's no shenanigans to go over. So for lethal. And here we go. With the might token on top of that as well. We're coming in for 7. That is a... pretty tricky. Yeah, it's a really tricky situation for 7, especially when you're on 2 health as well. 3, asking for just more cards. Ryan here having a real think. I wonder, I'm just curious how many cards he's got left in his deck as well, but we are going to be asking for quite a few cards at this point. Oh, okay, so we're going to block for 3. And because it is an attack action card as well.
So he's going to chip 1 damage through here. We reinforce the line, going to buff that block by 3 because it's a yellow. It doesn't have it fully covered and chooses to agile wind up. Going to try and do something here, maybe a double saber.
Yeah. So this is brilliant. Both players just doing so much, asking for so many cards. So they're coming in for a saber for 2. Yorgos is blocking with a non-attack action card.
Yeah.
That's going to be
And
big
here's the
here.
buff.
And here's the buff coming in for 2. So he's going to be taking 1 here.
He doesn't
oh,
have
no,
it.
he's taking 2. Oh,
And
that's
it.
Oh,
Doesn't
that
have
was
a way
right.
to buff. And that's it. The damage comes through and Ryan takes it. I wonder what Yorgos had in the arsenal there. Maybe, I don't know, it just wasn't enough. He didn't have the shutdown, just threw the 1 block down. Maybe was thinking, I can't overblock both of these saber swings. At some point, an attack reaction is going to come through.
It was inevitable. Ryan did
inevitable.
Ryan did a fantastic job of just being able to just close that game out, just really just maximizing all those attack reactions. It's just classic what you'd see from Warrior. It was just brilliant.
But that's the thing,
game.
Hamish. It's like when you've got 2, you're able to swing that Centauri saber twice. You can't just overblock it because then you're giving up. You've got to overblock the first one. They say, okay, I won't do it on that. When I swing it again, you're going to overblock the second one. Then you've got no cards left in your hand.
Exactly.
And you're going to get decked out. So Yorgos, he had to take the risk there. Unfortunately, the buff was enough to win the game. And that might mean that there is not going to be any victors from day 1 getting into day 2. Though, of course, we'll probably see some victors in the draft. And hopefully the draft experience for Victor be a little bit more successful. But unfortunate to Yorgos, but great to see another fantastic game. Great to see that Victor Kasai game up on the stream today.
Absolutely. Just showing off that damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of approach. But it's fantastic to still see that Victor game come through. I hope everyone just really enjoyed it. I really would have loved to have seen that test of strength come through to get that gold token, just to see that what Yorgos shows with Victor. But there we go. That's all the sealed done now. So at some point, we're going to be moving over to Ryan, who will be having an interview with Barry for a chat, as he normally does. And then afterwards, we're going to be doing the wrap-up and just showing you these top tables.
Yeah, so stick around for a little bit longer for the interview and a little wrap-up. And then, of course, come back tomorrow for day 2 of Calling Liverpool. It's going to be 2 drafts for the top 64 players and then top 8 draft to seal the victor of this heavy-hitting calling here in Liverpool, United Kingdom. So thank you so much for joining us today so far, and stick around for some more to come.
Absolutely. Take care.
Hi, welcome back to the Calling in Liverpool, and I've been joined by Ryan Brommel. What a fantastic game!
It
what
was
a fantastic game!
Just relief.
Room for a good shout for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that must be quite good. I mean, Yorgos. I mean, it could have gone any way. The big bop that came out, he hit you with some fantastic attacks.
Yeah. Every time I thought I had like the game going back in my tempo, I'd get swung back with something that I just couldn't ignore, and it was.
Well, we've seen the Guardians sort of like overwhelmed with the 7s, 8s, 9s attacks, but when Yorgos came in, you had that take it on the chin, and you managed to just absorb it at the right time. Sometimes the cards just come out at the right time, and you're just like, thank you.
Yeah, there's definitely an element of I just saw some cards at the right time, and it was. Yeah, it just worked out.
Yeah, and then late game, Kasai's ability, and you were really leveraging sort of like you were discarding the wind ups to get your agility. You were discarding sort of like the vigorous ones to get the vigorous tokens. Sort of like it was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant to watch. You come from Whitney. You play around Whitney in Mystic Games.
Yep.
Sometimes you come to my local in Manascrew.
Yeah.
We played in the pre-release against each other, and I nearly got you with with the KO sort of like shunt attack.
Yeah.
And you managed to play around that. So,
oh yeah, because I was on Betsy and I stayed at 2, didn't I?
Yes.
Saw the card and my eyes just went wide, like, oh, I forgot that.
So, Kasai, let's talk about your seal pool. You opened up your seal pool. Why Kasai?
So I opened up the pool. My equipment basically said I was going to be in KO because I didn't have a great headpiece. It would have been the same headpiece I was running in that game. The Prevent 2 Pay 3. I had the Brute Chest, which gives you defense on tokens. I had the Might Hands and the Beaten Trackers, but my Brute pool was... I don't know if it was good or not. Yeah. I've not played much Brute doing preparation for Sealed, so I wasn't that confident. I think it might have been a decent deck, but my Kasai pool, I was comfortable with it. I had enough red pumps and attack reactions to make it work. Quite a few of my blues were blocking free. Quite a few of my reds were blocking free.
Mm-hmm.
I had some of the bomb cards like Lethal Engagement.
Fatal Engagement red.
That's the one, yeah.
For +5. I mean, you played that on your very first turn.
Yeah.
It's just like, flipping heck, okay.
It's actually been a bit of a coin flip today with Fatal Engagement.
Okay.
Because a couple games it's just won me the game flat out.
Yeah.
Other games it'll be sat in my arsenal the entire game because my opponent will just be playing around it perfectly. But when it works, it is ridiculous.
Yeah, we saw sort of like the previous game with Kasai, players sat there with sort of like a blue Fatal Engagement for pretty much half the game. And sometimes it is like the patient hunter. It's just like, at some point, I'm going to put enough pressure on you that you're going to have to use, the card I'm after, and then I can hit you with this attack reaction.
Yeah.
But it's whether or not you've actually got the resources then to play it. It gets very edgy.
It's a lot more conditional than it seems. Like it's not like stars align moment, but there definitely is a bit of setup.
It's going to be one of those cards when we get into CC that's a bit like Route. Every warrior player is going to feel really good when they play it, and your opponent's going to go, oh, geez.
Yeah.
I mean, I got caught out with that one.
Route again.
Yeah. So let's look into draft. You've got a good drafting, buddies with you. The Whitney lot, sort of like Nathan Hills, David Carr, Richard Carr, Ben Westmore, really good at draft. How much preparation have you put into it?
I've done one draft pool so far. I'm going to be honest with you, didn't expect to get this far.
Right,
I did quite a bit of seal practice because honestly, the set is so much fun for it. It feels like when you open your pool, most sealeds, it's like, okay, I'm this, I'm that.
Yeah.
When you open this, you're sat there for a lot of deck building time, genuinely trying to figure out, because you could be one of 3 decks. Like sometimes you've got a really good pool for 2 decks, and it's just so hard to evaluate what you've got.
Yeah.
And I put the prep in, and I think it's really worked out. But for draft, it's going to be a late night. Lots of practicing.
Talk to your mates. I think that, like with the draft, you got to know what other people are drafting. That is the real skill of it. If you can work out who's around you, you then know what's free. Try not to force something, but I wish you all the very best of luck, Ryan. It's always good when you see sort of like a local doing well. You just you can't help it, sort of like watch the name come up. But mate,
thank you.
Thank you. We're going to cut to an interview with Ian Porter. So stay tuned for that. And then we're going to bring you stand-ins and I will be with Hamish.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the Calling in Liverpool, and I've been joined by Ian Porter. Thank you so much for coming and having a chat with me.
No problem, it's always a pleasure to have a chat with you, mate. It's lovely seeing you at various events around the country.
Yeah, indeed. We travelled a fair bit. You are a massive sort of like personality in the UK scene for events. You go everywhere, RTNs, ProQuests, the skirmishes. It's just like, if the Peterborough contingent's around, you're going to be there. If the Peterborough contingent's not around, you're going to be there. Bravo Main.
Representing still. I think it's his last year in the game, but I'm going to see him out.
The thing is, most people recognise you for your voice. It's like they can hear you, and it's like Ian's around here somewhere.
Yeah, no, I've had comments on a few of your videos where I've just been at a table vaguely nearby. That there's some voice in the background. What's going on there? I know some of the cardboard sword stuff as well. It's always been quite a lot of comments on the voice rather than the actual gameplay some of the time.
And now people can put that voice with a face. So
it is me.
Sorry. So the reason that I'm talking to Ian is obviously, people can see that you have a disability.
Yep.
You are in a chair. And it's to talk about how accommodating sort of like, venues like this are, and sort of like LGSs, and sort of like, and how you cope in that environment. Okay. So, how do you?
So I'm really quite fortunate that my local game store, Angle Entertainment in Peterborough, is really nice and accessible.
Yep.
And that's been a really good baseline for me.
Yep.
And again, whenever I've needed tables or chairs moved or anything, the staff have always been really helpful.
Yep.
Always been more than willing to help me move stuff around. And honestly, a lot of the travelling to other LGSs has mostly just been speaking to the staff, asking questions like, "What is your store like? Where's your bathroom? Is it down a like narrow corridor, or is it up like 3 flights of stairs? Would it make a Weatherspoons toilet look close?" And just like even stuff like, "What's the parking like?"
Yeah.
And honestly, the vast majority of places have been more than happy to help. And yes, there's always going to be the occasional store that's just like, it's probably just not going to be feasible.
Yeah.
Or it'll be difficult. But by and large, most of them have been able to fit me in or work something out.
Yeah.
And it's been really, really nice to be able to travel locally and, well, nationally to actually do events. And even large events like this as well, just reaching out to the organisers, reaching out to people coming with me and basically saying, is there anything we can do? Is there anywhere nearby? What do people who know the area, know the venue, know about it?
Yeah.
Totally. I mean, Birmingham was fantastic. This place is fantastic. Leeds is always fantastic. The Living Realms guys do a fantastic job.
Yeah, that's why LSS has put their trust in them to organise the bigger events. And never steer us wrong.
From an accessibility point of view, I've spoken to Jake and Fabio before, and they've been more than willing to answer any questions I had. Yes, there are always going to be difficulties, and yes, there's always a little bit awkward, like somebody having to run and fetch a person to the table I'm sitting at.
Yeah.
If I can't get a signed one in German, for example.
Yeah.
And certainly, I can't really travel internationally as much. It is a real shame to not be able to go to Pro Tour in Los Angeles, despite qualifying, because it's just the additional cost of travelling whilst disabled is just too prohibitive, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Whereas something like maybe going to Amsterdam, some of the events there might be able to go to Eurostar, for example.
Yep.
and I'm sure that if I reached out to them there, they'd be more than willing to help me as well, because it's a fantastic community. My travel partners, like you said, Peter Contingent.
Yeah.
So certainly Chris Trotwell by me, James Ashford, etc. They've all been really helpful when I've been travelling to events. And certainly my partner's been massively helpful as well. Wouldn't be able to do a lot of it without her.
She's amazing.
Yeah,
Always at events.
really
It's like the faces that you want to see every time you go somewhere. You're just like, yep, cool. We're all here.
Yeah, and again, that's what I love about it. It's a real community vibe. Even though, well, when we're playing the game, yeah, we want the other person to lose. Outside of it,
And have a good time.
Yeah, that too. Having fun is important. But everybody's really keen to get each other around the table or just have a good event, even if some of their hardest opponents are in the room, because that's what it's about: is getting people into the same place and having fun.
Yep.
Like, I've lost more games than I've won today, which bodes really well for the calling
It's
tomorrow.
practice. Get your losses out of the way. You'll do well tomorrow.
Yeah, that's totally what's going to happen. But it's good fun. I have not had a bad game today.
Nice. That's so good to hear.
And I'm really, really proud of everybody in the community for that helping be a part of it as well, because, yeah, it can be difficult. It is difficult, but they're really going to help me work through the obstacles.
Yeah. So if you have a disability, don't let that put you off. Come to the events and you will see how accommodating everyone is. Obviously, Ian's saying, yes, it takes a bit more planning, but it's planning that's well worth doing and coming down and enjoy yourself.
Reach out to the LGSs, reach out to the organisers, ask them questions. Honestly, every single person I've spoken to so far has responded and been like really accommodating. If they didn't know the answer, they've gone and found out and got back to me.
Yeah.
And people want you at the events.
Yeah,
Calm down.
totally. Yeah, you're part of it. We're an inclusive community. We want everybody to join in and have fun. So please come down, have fun, join in, play fab, travel the world.
Well, locally, at least.
Locally. Well, travel the world. You're looking at Amsterdam.
I'm
Ian?
looking at Amsterdam. Thank you very much, Bas. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll get back to the action now. All right, everyone, we'll see you soon. Hi, welcome back to the Calling in Liverpool. That is sealed. Day one done.
Wrapped up.
We are going to be bringing you the standings, the all-important standings. Who's in, who's out. You guys have been sort of like following the action all day, cheering for your favourite hero, your favourite player. Did they make it into day two?
We shall see. Let's have it. We're going to have a look at it there in a sec. I hope everyone has just enjoyed it as much as we did. But here we go. It'll look like we're going to be staring up into the sky of the stars because the TV is up there.
Huge.
Oh,
It's like a cinema screen. It's amazing. We've got victors, which we sort of like. Unfortunately, they haven't converted very well.
Oh, just slip Yorgos in there as the highest placed victor at this point on 65th. Just didn't quite make it, as you said.
He had a fantastic day, though. Scott Mines, that we saw win earlier on in the day, he ended up on 55.
or 55th, if you want to say it like that. But yeah,
that's one way of saying it.
Yeah.
It's been really good. It's been shown as well that the KOs and the Kasais, as well as plenty of Olympias and Betsy's as well, has been really been pushing it to get into that top 64 to lock in for
we
draft.
see Lila Green. She just lost her last match. She just fell out. She's thinking she's fallen out of the bubble. We don't know if it's a top 64 or a top 32.
No, I've heard it is
top,
a top 60,
top 64.
Top 64.
Yeah, just confirmed. Alan's said it in my ear.
Cheers, Alan.
Rob Catton apparently bubbled out at 67. So
as you can see on the side as well.
that's Lila's partner, Rob Catton, who made World's Top 8 in 2022. Normally Rob sort of like dominates sort of like the UK meta, but he does do very well day 2 when he does a second event.
Yeah, the Battle Hardened. So we'll see where we go from here, and then we're moving. We're over now to the 25th, over to the 48th here. We've got Daniel White, who was on stream as well. He's
did
managed
very
to
well.
sneak in.
Yeah,
we've
from
got
Canterbury.
We've got James Adams as well. We're going to say he's a Northampton local of ours.
He moved to the Bristol area.
Yeah,
he plays with Sammy Braben, Mark Warren, and Ollie Cornish.
Yeah.
Fantastic Brute players. No surprising he has picked Brute. He would have just been looking at that straight away.
Another Northampton name that we can see here is Jacob Clements. He did the Kasai deck tech on our channel, Push the Point.
Yeah.
He's up there on 29th, looking really good there.
Marcus Archer at 27th.
Yeah.
We nearly had him on. So hopefully, he might come on tomorrow. We'll see how sort of like his draft pans out.
Yeah.
But he is a community leader down south in the UK. Fantastic guy.
And we've got Mark Henderson as well. Some of the he was a New Zealander actually. He knows quite a lot of the faces of LSS as well. He's moved over to the UK, a big player in our scene as well. And he's over there in Netherlands now. This guy's everywhere. Right?
You stayed with him and then missed the train, and then
he is that man that we missed. He is the man that missed the Utrecht calling with me. He's sitting there on 42nd with KO. Obviously, I feel like if you're going to see someone there and you see a KO, you're like, yeah, KO, obviously. But there is one name who's sitting there close on the next page of players that is a Brute. I mean, I'm just setting up who could this be? It's not KO.
We saw him earlier.
It's David Dyson. He's on 13th. He's still in there with Reinar, the only Reinar.
It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Sort of like David Dyson, he started with Reinar. I knew him as a Reinar player when we first started. He's the first person I ever played at Flesh and Blood Online.
Wow. There you go.
It's just like, awesome to see him there, sort of like showing that Reinar can actually do it when there was only 4 players that were actually playing Reinar today.
There you go. There we go. And we've also got the household name that everybody knows there. One of the leading guy from the Sunfire Samurais, Pablo Pintor, of course, it's Guardian.
Yeah.
Of course, it's Guardian. He's sitting out on 16th as well. And we've also got another real fantastic name, Francesco Giorgio.
We don't talk about how good Francesco is.
Why?
He's made 8 top 8s for Battle Hardens, but nobody talks about him apparently.
No.
So flying under the radar,
we'll keep it there.
In 3rd place.
We'll keep it there.
So he's a fantastic player. He's got a good play testing group around him with Sean Nolden, Jack Raven, Bruno Krakow, which Bruno's in 4th place, just slightly behind him. So
there you go.
Teammates probably ribbing each other, just going, "Oh, you just pipped me."
And we're going to say here as well that Michael Vatin is in 2nd with Kasai, and Robin Gasparani, which I hope I pronounced that right. I haven't. I'm guaranteed I haven't. In 1st place with KO. KO leading the way.
Yeah.
One of the most represented heroes in the whole sealed format, and he's sitting on that top spot right there. I mean,
showing what KO can do.
Absolutely.
You expect him to be good. Liam Holden showing that he's not an Oldham one-trick pony. He can do it with Kasai. He's in 9th, so well done, Liam.
How are we seeing this, right? That what this is telling to me is that KO in the sealed format, it's probably it's looking pretty strong, right? You're looking from the battle for Calling Hartford and Calling Liverpool is now 121 KO players, and there's a KO sitting on the top spot as well, the second most represented.
But we have seen them on the streams get caught out with 0 blocks or no blocks in their hand.
Absolutely.
You know, if you get no blocks, it's like playing a mech when you pull an item, you're just like,
okay.
there's nothing I can do. And some of these attacks that we've been seeing, sort of like, it's like every player's playing a Guardian. It's like 7 attacks, 8 attacks. You know, Warrior coming in with Agile Wind Up for 7. I mean, they can put out some huge damage.
Absolutely. And talking of Warriors as well, 101 players are playing Kasai and Sealed as well. I mean, that is those two clearly just being just like these big favourites, and it just goes to show that she's just really just putting these great results, as you were saying, with the attack reactions. It's just too tricky.
Yeah, this is kind of like the lineup that we've seen. Sort of like, you know, sort of like KO, Kasai, Betsy, always the most popular heroes.
Yeah.
Sort of like it's a toss-up between Victor and Rhino, which way it kind of flops. But sort of like, you know, Olympia's always been in 4th place for picks.
Yeah, and then coming in 3rd place as well with Betsy. But we're moving on over here now. So 31 Kasai players making it in. And I was just saying KO's been massively, you know, getting over the line. Well, he is with his 19, but Kasai on 31.
Kasai has outperformed KO.
Absolutely.
Completely.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I mean, when they originally talked about Kasai, you know, they said it's going to take a while, sort of like, to get to grips with her. Sealed, you kind of like, you know, you're in a bit of the lap of the gods, what you get. But people are getting to grips with her very well. The ability to attack with your sword for 0 if you are, you know, can manage to get sort of like her ability off.
Yeah, absolutely. And then as well, I think everyone can see that the KO is just like raw power coming in, that consistency of having all those 5s becoming 6s if they're being discarded. It just goes to show really that, he's just came in really hard as well. And that
this
one Rhino.
This is the conversion rates, everybody. So, yeah, that's why Rhino's got a massive sort of like conversion rate, 25%. Big up David Dyson.
Big up David. It's basically David Dyson.
Yeah.
No, see every time we see that versus, that's David Dyson just wrecking the field, basically. So, but no, even that conversion rate for Kasai, that's so good.
You look at Olympia. Olympia's converted better than KO. Okay, he had less people, you know, 33 against, you know, the 121 for KO. But the conversion rate, is there a reason to play Olympia? That's your card pool. Yes. There has been. We saw Hot Streak. We saw another Olympia with a more defensive build with Blooded Oval. But sort of like, you know, if they can get that wager, if they can get that gold, you know, they're in with a shout. We see people cracking gold today, sort of like filtering out their hand and then, you know, trying to find that big attack to come back in with.
Absolutely. And I think as well, one of the things that we were talking to David about when he was saying, why did you pick up Rhinar? And he was saying that, and I think this is an interesting thing, a lot of people that just jumped on the KO, actually, if they just maybe just looked around what their card pool was, there were probably actually a lot of good they should have been Rhinar players, right? And that's probably what actually happens, where it's a confidence in like the cards that you've got, and knowing that Chaos has got this really aggressive way of doing things. It's just that confidence of knowing how to set up these beat chest attacks and just pushing through those intimidate attacks. That's what David was doing.
Yeah, but he also had mini meat axe that we saw late game, had the ability to he could have won it. He just, you know what I mean, he revealed the wrong card and he could have won it earlier. But it's the rare weapon. Did I get it?
But then there was a lot of KO players, and maybe they could have got that rare weapon and just didn't feel confident that actually I'm going to be that Rhino player. We'll see. But, you know, KO coming in at 16%. But it's that thing. A lot of people want to be KO.
Yeah.
Should you have been KO with that brute card pool that you've got? Could you have been Rhino? But at the same time, when you see that KO has got his right card pool up, you see that he's also in first place as well. So it's that weird sort of learning experience that I think a lot of people are getting a week in to
but
heavy
it's the
hitters.
experience of, you know, with 4 weeks in from when we saw it at Queenstown, people are seeing these cards, people are seeing how to beat KO.
Yeah.
You know, he was the beat stick. We're now getting a bit more experience against what he can do instead of just raw damage. Okay, I can prevent him from an agility. I can prevent the might. You know, he might be good at clashing. Just don't clash with him.
No, that's true. So speaking of clashes, the people that should be winning clashes quite a bit, we'll move over to Guardians. I mean, we'll just get this over and done with Victor being 0%. Are you surprised?
After seeing Yorgos play, I am surprised because Yorgos played really, really well. Yeah, he didn't have a Miller's Grindstone, but he still had sort of like, you know, he still had the hammers that
got double hammers.
Got the potential to get there. It shows the potential of it. We've seen that Victor can do very well.
Mhm.
Okay, maybe not in sealed, but the potential for him. He won in Blitz in Manila.
Yeah.
He is a hero.
But we're looking at this as a sealed
Yeah,
option.
indeed, yeah.
It's maybe it's that quality to just try and be able to push a lot of what his hero ability is. Maybe he's just asking for some very specific cards to really play.
Did I get wagered cards? Did I get the clash cards? If I haven't got the clash cards, I'm going into Betsy.
But then the thing is, the clash cards can work quite well with Betsy because
Mm-hmm.
they're just generic clashes that will just get all the same tokens everyone wants. But Victor's hero ability specifically says, look, if you can win a gold, boom. You know, and then I need that gold to win those other clashes. His hero ability is kind of the big thing, and that's why a lot of people probably just leaned in on Betsy. Let's talk about her.
Or maybe people didn't pull enough thunks. We saw Yorgos click a thunk from the top of the deck, and it's just like thunks with clashes. You know, he's trying to get that synergy in a deck.
Yeah.
Have you got the synergy from your 6 packs? Yes or no? Am I going to struggle?
Yeah,
It's
absolutely. But Betsy being at 11% as well, and that's probably the favourite pick. A lot of people that lean in pick for the Guardians is because of just a hero text ability, just having a way of going, this wagered attack will get overpower, and it's going to be the way to help me close out the game.
Yeah.
And that just printed on their hero ability, it's just really strong. And I think it's that thing that I'm starting to notice now, that Kasaya's that warrior ability has this really flexible hero ability. Because KO, again, really consistent, flexible hero ability, and Betsy being the Guardian's flexible hero ability is.
But that's why they're the top 3. But let's go on to prizing. Let's see sort of like the schedule for tomorrow. So this is what everybody is playing for that made it into day 2. The lucky few.
Yeah.
17th to 32nd place, sorry. $250.
Not bad.
You've paid for your event, essentially. 9th to 16th, $400. Thank you very much. That's probably paid for my hotel. We're getting into that money.
Yeah.
5th to 8th, $750.
Oh.
Gold foil legendary and PTI.
Beautiful. That is what everyone in here is coming here fighting for. Well, some coming for more, obviously, in this arena. But yeah, they're getting that coveted top 8 place in the Calling Liverpool, and that's seen that $750, a gold foil legendary and a PTI. That's really good. But it doesn't stop there.
We've seen some good legendaries, Paul.
Oh, absolutely.
Already. But yeah, 3rd and 4th place, $1,200. My missus would be really chuffed if I went, I've got $1,200 from going to play that you gave me the brownie points to go and do. But yeah, it's just like, gold foil legendary, PTI. Am I going to LA? Am I going to Amsterdam?
Wow.
Hell yeah, I am.
Absolutely. But 2nd place.
Yeah.
Go.
$2,400. This is making me smile. It's just like, this is smile money.
That's
gold foil
good
legendary again. PTIs. The thing is, you've won. You've placed in events. You know what it's like, sort of like to have that little bit of cash come into your PayPal account. And you're just like, this is awesome.
It's not. The thing is, the cash bit. It's like kind of nice. It's just it's seeing it's the PTI event when you're in those early days. And I say even for some of these players here now, just getting that big that really flexible PTI event to just pick and choose. Well, it's really, really good. And the gold foil as well. But first place.
$5,000. Gold foil extended art balance of justice. The very lucky few are going to have this gold foil. It's brilliant. And we saw Sammy's reaction when he won Calling in Birmingham. It's that elation. You know what I mean? It's just like the stress, all the hard work, and you become the Calling champion. I would prefer to be called the Calling champion over taking the money. It's just like, my God, I did it.
So we have Sammy Braben, who won the Calling Birmingham, and now we're going to be seeing who can we crown as the 2nd Calling champion of the UK in Liverpool. It's having that title.
Yeah, and
that's what it's really all about.
We've got some good UK players still in the hunt. So,
we do.
It would be remiss of us not to cheer on sort of like, our bread and butter players. But, there are some fantastic sort of like European players in the hunt. And we are going to see all that tomorrow. We're going to record the draft.
Yeah.
We are going to play that later on because obviously we can't play it as they're drafting.
No,
but
of course.
Day 2. 3 rounds, the first draft.
Yeah.
We will pick the person, record their draft, and then we'll see how their draft progresses. Put them on stream, and then when the second draft is going on, well, we'll replay that one.
Yeah.
We'll replay the first draft so you can see what they did, and you've seen them at the table. Would you have picked what they have picked? This is always a discussion point, isn't it? You see those cards and go, okay.
Yeah, that's it. And it just gives you that chance to see these real top players, like you were just saying, see sort of like self-reviewing after this, because we can't do it, obviously, while they're doing the draft event, because it just would be the integrity during that draft portion of the first few rounds. It wouldn't be fair. So we'll show off what the draft is while they're getting ready for that second round, and it'll be really cool. Just that, real good learning curve of actually what would these top players picked in this moment. Like you're just saying, it's really exciting. It's good that we're going to be able to do this now.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get some interviews with them as well. Maybe we'll get an interview just after they've done their draft. How did you feel it went? Okay, right, now we're going to see you at the table, and then we're either going to, get an interview after round 11.
Yeah.
Did it go as well as you wanted? We're either going to have someone happy or we're going to have sad panda time. But so rounds 12 to 14, we've got the second draft going on.
Yeah.
Lessons learned from the first one.
Yeah.
And obviously the drafts are going to get harder, because people have had a bit more practice. Hopefully you're a bit higher up on the tables, and it's just like, okay, I'm swimming with the big fishes here.
That's when everything starts to get really tight. And hopefully as well, you'll get to see these different hero representations, because we've just seen that Victor was like 0% on this end, and that's just sealed. But this time around, it's going to be totally different. Like you were saying, we can actually just see these all heroes just kind of get that good representation as well, and actually see what a crafted deck that that you're seeing from all the picks going around. You'll be hitting heavier, as they say.
Indeed. So like we've seen sort of like some of the pools previously, 3 KO, 3 Kasai, 1 Betsy, 1 Victor. We've also seen draft pools where we've got all 6 heroes. It's just like it's open. Draft hasn't been really sort of like, the evaluation isn't there, and it is literally what's in the card pool. Are you forcing or are you taking what is really your seat?
And we've only 1 week into this set's release as well, so it's just, we're going to be seeing still seeing a lot of learning. I know that players have been busily trying to work out what's the best sort of way to create these sort of decks. Are you just going to be trying to are we going to see players go, I want to force KO? Because KO is the hot hero coming in, and with that really, really strong hero text, are people going to get punished for this? And people, doing that swap over to actually, this could be a bit of a real good Betsy picket, and it's all down to, I think, some of the equipment. We'll see. But then we're going over to the top 8, which is another draft.
Another draft. If you haven't learned how to draft yet, you shouldn't be in the top 8.
Well,
but that's going to be amazing. So join us back tomorrow. We are going to see some absolutely fantastic games. We are going live at 9:45 UK time. So please be with us. This is only hotting up. I can't wait. I'm super excited, and I've got to try and get some sleep. But we're not even playing.
I know. Guys, thank you so much for joining us here. I hope you really enjoyed the day one. It's only going to get more insane. Like you said,
brilliant.
Thank you so much. You can now go get your dinner on.
See ya.